Chapter 192. Thick tallow candles were inserted into the slots of the pillars in the corridor, and the bright red light made the air a little hotter. Dany hesitated for a moment and did not put on the hood, revealing her silver hair that was coiled on her head. But her temperament had changed so much that even Barristan felt that she had become another person in an instant. "I'm restraining my aura to make myself look more like an ordinary person," the ordinary girl Dany explained. "Indeed, you don't have the extraordinary temperament, just like an ordinary girl from Valeglia." Whitebeard was surprised. Her bright purple eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of gray dirt, smooth and delicate, and had a healthy glow under the candlelight. Her skin was dull, waxy, and rough, especially her temperament. It was as if something magical had been extracted from her soul. Or rather, Dany had been transmigrated by a cowardly tuberculosis ghost. Her face shape was still the same, but she had lost 5 points of her appearance and 7 points of her temperament. "How did you do it?" He could not help but ask. "I suppressed my spiritual fluctuations and then applied a layer of whale oil cream on my face." Becoming ugly was actually very simple. Whitebeard had also put on ugly makeup, and the key was the suppression of spiritual energy. Well, she put 90% of her spiritual energy into Blackie's sea of consciousness, and her whole body instantly lost most of its luster. After a quick dinner, the two went to the bedroom on the second floor to put away their luggage and adjusted their appearances before going downstairs again. They wanted to figure out Tyrion's situation. Barristan did not know about Tyrion's patricide, nor did he know that Varys had sent him to Illyrio, and that Illyrio had sent him to Slaver's Bay. Well, according to the plot of Game of Thrones, Varys and Tyrion had escaped from King's Landing and planned to go to Slaver's Bay to burn the Dragon Queen's hot stove. Jorah Mormont was still the hand of the Queen in Astapor and had no time to kidnap Tyrion, so he was not separated from Varys. Dany knew the plot, but she wanted to observe Varys. She had to admit that she was a little afraid of the Chief of Intelligence. He was in the King's Landing, but he had planted a spy in Queers, who was thousands of miles away. What the hell was this? After going downstairs, Dany pretended to pass by the corridor of the West Hall by accident. She noticed that the dwarf had just finished his dinner and was playing Shivas with a gray-bearded middle-aged sailor. Silvas originated from Volantis and was very popular in the cities of Ursos. It was also a very fashionable game in West Arrow cities where there was sea trade. The original owner, Dany Leasy, can also play 10 different types of chess pieces: armed mob, pikemen, crossbowmen, light cavalry, heavy cavalry, catapult, siege scale, elephant, dragon, king. The rules were a bit like a cross between military chess and chess. There were 7 or 8 spectators around them. Dany also stopped to watch the battle, while Barristan sat in the dark with his hood on, drinking. As he got closer, he felt that Tyrion's appearance was truly worthy of his name. He was so ugly that he didn't even look human. He was a living devil, deformed devil monkey, small ear demon pig. In short, just based on his appearance, he was a bit of a waste of the great name Tyrion. Well, just like Stark's Brandon and the Gith's Grazdan, Tyrion once belonged to a great king of Casterly Rock. "When is the Alliance going to take action?" Tyrion asked. "Why are you asking this?" "Of course it's to avoid war. 7 gods above, hundreds of thousands of troops in a fierce battle. Whoever doesn't avoid it is a fool." "That's true, but I can't tell you the answer." The gray-bearded man shook his head. "Isn't Captain Terry's tuna also on the list?" The little devil asked casually. "You even know this?" "Hee, take a look for yourself. A merchant's house is full of holes." Tyrion chuckled. "I did sign a contract with the Volantis and promised to help them transport elephant soldiers, but the Alliance hasn't decided on the final strategy yet. They aren't even sure how many troops to send." Tyrion used the red dragon to eat the other party's black elephant amidst the annoyed cries of the gray-bearded captain. He sneered and said, "It's already like this, and you still don't want to play poker? Last time, the Dragon Queen defeated at least 100,000 troops. TSK. Within a month, she swept through the 100,000 Gith alliance and took down the 2 cities of Yuan Kai and Meereen. No wonder she looked like a sea yiksha in the Volantis stage play. If she wasn't so ugly, so strong, so evil, how could a man who had suffered defeat under her hands endure? You're an undull of the sunset sea. How would you understand the current situation? A man dressed as a sea merchant in a silk robe interrupted. The art of battle is to know yourself and the enemy. The gift lost last time without knowing why. The Alliance has to study that woman's personality and tactical thinking first. It's been almost half a year, and you still haven't figured out how you lost. Tyrion raised his head and said in disbelief, your dragon flew under my trebuchet. Focus, don't lose carelessly. Captain Terry chuckled as he used his catapult to take down Tyrion's red dragon. Then, he explained, that woman not only has a strong military force, but she's also good at using troops. For example, how did she quietly bring thousands of people to the city of Meereen? How did she make the people of Meereen mistakenly think that she had 50,000 troops, so that the people of Gith hid in the pyramid and missed the last chance to turn the tables? For example, in the Battle of the Rear Camp outside Yuan-Kai City, where did she hide her troops, and how did she instigate the Yuan-Kai guards to betray her? Tyrion frowned. He turned to the stern-faced man beside him and asked, Halden, what do you think? Dragons are the source of miracles. Haha, that makes sense. Tyrion laughed. The Megalosaurus can conjure 50,000 troops out of thin air. The Megalosaurus can instigate the loyal generals of Gith. The Megalosaurus can hide 40,000 troops. A middle-aged, brown-haired mercenary sneered and mocked. Barbarian Westeros, you only know how to talk about dragons all day long. Aegon conquered the Undulls with 3 dragons. And you think that dragons are gods? That dragons can do anything? In order to take down the Lone River Basin, which is half the size and population of the Seven Kingdoms, Valeglia lost at least 30 Megalosaurus, 100 Dragon King, 100,000 purebred Volantis, and 1,000,000 slaves. He raised his chin and proudly concluded, in this land, dragons are just legendary creatures that can fly and breathe fire. They'll die just the same if they get hit by an arrow. I can't refute that. Tyrion laughed foolishly. Checkmate. He pressed down a chess piece, rubbed his hands, and laughed. Captain Terry, thank you for letting me win. I won again. Sigh. Greybeard took out a handful of copper coins from his pocket and put it on the table. He said unwillingly, Here, let's play again. Okay. While arranging the chess pieces, Tyrion casually said, All right. Why do the Volantis hate the Dragon Queen so much? Slave Bay is 3,000 kilometers away from here. The person who asked this question must have never done maritime trade. Tyrion stuck out his round belly. Look at my body. Even a bathtub could drown me. Why would I go to the sea? Unless the sea is full of wine. Ha. The people around him laughed. Slave trade is not only the livelihood of Slave Bay. It's related to the balance of maritime trade all over the world. Simply put, slaves can reduce the cost of maritime trade by 90%. Oh, it's for money. Tyrion suddenly understood. Terry shook his head and sighed. The profit of maritime trade is tens, hundreds of times. Changing slaves to contracted workers, squeezing them for a few years is not a devastating blow to maritime trade. But look at the merchant's house. Slaves warm our beds, cook, wipe the table, carry the dishes, feed the horses, wash the chamber pot. Look at Volantis. Slaves produce food for the Volantis people, clean the streets, educate the children, guard the city walls, pilot the warships, charge the enemy. So you understand? This city can't do without slaves. But at this moment, all the slaves in the city turned their eyes to the east, looking forward to the glorious savior, Dragon Queen, Misha, the Liberator. Inside the Black Wall, the nobles with ancient bloodlines were unable to eat and sleep well. The slaves in the kitchen were so scared that they peed their pants when they sharpened their knives. Not only the nobles could not tolerate this situation, even the poor in the city hated the Dragon Queen. According to the law, even the lowliest beggar in the countryside has a higher status than a slave, but that woman wants to take away their last bit of comfort. How can they not be angry? Makes sense, but it's a little stupid. Tyrion shook his head. What do you mean? Do you think that the lords of the Westeros don't live as carefree as your trading princes and city governors? The little devil asked. I've only been to the old town, but I've never seen the lord there. Graybeard Terry shrugged and moved his heavy cavalry to Tyrion's trebuchet. Tyrion quickly placed the dragon beside the trebuchet and nodded. The old Count of Sea Tower has been studying magic in the Towering Tower all these years. Even a matter of his youngest daughter cheating on her husband did not alarm him. Dany could not help but mourn for Cora for 3 seconds. The people of the Seven Kingdoms seemed to know that he was being cuckolded. Let's put it this way. The things that the Volantis nobles can do to the slaves, such as strengthening, whipping, cutting off their hands and feet, free labor. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms can do to the free people in their own territories. In name, Westeros are not allowed to have slaves, but most of the civilians are no different from slaves. Tyrion was speaking from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, other than the tattoos on their faces, the maids of Casterly Rock were no different from the slaves of the Volantis nobles. If I were the governor of Volantis, I would find out that the woman not only has 3 dragons, for she hatched another golden dragon. Terry interrupted him. Another dragon? Where did it come from? Tyrion was stunned. There are currently 2 popular theories. Slaver's Bay claims that the Queen's maid was tragically killed by an assassin, and the gods compensated her with a golden dragon. She even named the dragon Golden Dolia. A sea merchant said. Clang, the elephant in his hand fell on the chessboard. The little devil stared with his black and blue eyes and said in disbelief, Say it again. A dead maid. Compensated with a dragon? How can she say such nonsense? And you idiots seem to believe it? Terry directly used the dragon to eat his elephant and sneered. You're the idiot. You don't know anything. Now that the dragon eggs have become fossils that have lost their vitality, if you want to hatch a dragon, you can only exchange for an undead dragon soul from the dark world and bathe in fire to be reborn. Chapter 193. A merchant in a silk robe said solemnly, This has already become an open secret. The Blackwell nobles even went to ask the Red God's supreme priest, Benello. He also admitted that the Light King Lalo had 2 sides to him. One controlled the light, and the other ruled the dark world of death. The Red God's priests resurrecting the dead is nothing new. Since they can pull a person's soul back from the dark world, why can't they let a dragon's soul be reborn? Benello? The supreme priest of the Red God Temple of Volantis, similar to the Pope of the Vatican. But this expert seemed to have fallen into a trap. This Dany rubbed her nose, feeling a little awkward. That woman lost her brother, husband, and son in exchange for 3 miraculous dragons. So, in order to hatch a dragon, other than a dragon egg, she must also sacrifice her loved one to Lalo, who controls the dark world. Terry concluded, But do you know the tragedy of the Midsummer Hall? Tyrion's ugly face scrunched up. In the Midsummer Hall of Dorne, a king's eldest son, countless fire warlocks, 7 gods cultivators, and soldiers died in order to hatch a dragon, but not a single dragon scale was hatched. Relying on the 7 gods to hatch a dragon? Ha ha! The people around laughed. Everyone in the world knows that the 7 gods don't exist. The 7 gods cultivators are no different from ordinary people. Dwarf, go to the Red Temple Square and broaden your horizons. After meeting the supreme priest, Benello, you will realize that the gods you have worshipped for thousands of years are just 7 pieces of wood. Tyrion's face turned red, but he couldn't refute because 3 days ago when he came to Volantis, he passed by the Red God Square. He had always thought that the red-robed milkman was the same as the bishop in St. Belle's Cathedral, who only knew how to use small tricks to deceive believers. But Dany Rise also worships the 7 gods, right? He argued in the end. No one denies her uniqueness. Just like some beautiful bad women who are chased by countless men, but she ignores them. There are also some good women who no one wants even if they throw themselves at men. This is life. Without a doubt, that woman has the destiny to be loved by the gods. Without such a destiny, would she be called the Mother of Dragons? To be able to get a dragon by killing a maid? To be able to defeat hundreds of thousands of guys' people? Captain Terry sighed. Tyrion was speechless. He felt as if his worldview was about to be overturned. It's also possible that she got a great bargain, someone said. There is another saying that virtuous sage Yuan Kai sacrificed his entire family, including himself, to Lalo. However, the dragon egg was stolen by that woman, and she obtained a dragon for free. An old sailor nodded in agreement. I just came back from New JIS. Everyone there said that Dragon Granny actually hatched the golden dragon. Why is there another venerable father? Danny couldn't help but interject. The people nearby had already noticed her. Even Tyrion had taken a few glances at her. Everyone around them was talking about this topic. Danny's lack of participation made her seem odd. The witch who helped great sage Mourinho hatch the dragon called herself the Lady of Dragons because she hatched a dragon. According to her, even that woman acknowledged the title. Granny of the Dragon? Fuck. That's impossible, right? No matter how stupid the mother of dragons is, she wouldn't let others take advantage of her. Danny's mouth twitched. But the stack of queers deeds that Dragon Granny took out all came from the mother of dragons. Danny was stupefied. So, the rumor that the Alliance is preparing to hatch a dragon isn't false? Tyrion asked while stroking his messy beard. It's not preparation. It's already started. I heard that 2 small noble families in New JIS have already gone extinct. Danny turned her head to look. It was a medium-sized, gray-robed, dark-skinned youth, and he was a fire mage? Yes, not only were there twisted flame runes imprinted on his gray robe, Danny could also see 2 flickering flames through his blue eyes. She thought it was an illusion. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. It was still a cluster of yellow flames in the blue sky. What's going on? Could it be? Danny suddenly remembered the 9-colored vortex ripples that appeared in her eyes. I saw through his mind and saw the fire mage's fundamental meditation technique. This, the perfect inheritance of the Valeglia people, is too overbearing. It was not rare to meet fire mages in the merchant's house. Standing on tiptoe and looking around, one could find 7 to 8 mysterious professionals in the corner. There were fire mages, fire warlocks, shadow, binding warriors, and even necromancers. As for the righteous moon singers, priestesses, and red god priests, there were even more. Especially the red-robed monks. There were more than 10 of them. Many tiger cloak army soldiers who came in to drink bowed respectfully when they saw them. Gone extinct? To hatch a dragon? Tyrion was shocked. Yes, the Dragon Granny burned them all and offered them to the Shadow Devil. The Fire Mage nodded. The Dragon Queen can hatch a dragon by any maid's death. They, on the other hand, didn't even hatch a single strand of hair. The little devil sneered. The Fire Mage said, I had a letter exchange with the Dragon Granny. She claimed that the golden dragon was hatched by herself, and that it was a lie by the mother of dragons to change the maids. That woman was worried that if everyone had a dragon, the Dragon Queen would no longer be the only one. But the Dragon Granny burned 2 noble families to death and still didn't hatch a dragon. How did she explain that? Danny asked. It's simple. The quality and quantity of the offerings were not enough. Everyone knows that Lalo is not a good person. His greed even made us not dare to study the witchcraft of the underworld. The Fire Mage said seriously, I'm afraid that the 2 noble families didn't do it willingly. Tyrion sneered. The Dragon Granny also said that because the family heads didn't willingly sacrifice themselves, the effect might be worse. Tyrion's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, You are all wrong. The Dragon Queen's dragon hatching theory is actually a paradox. Only by sacrificing the one you love the most can you please Lalo. But if you deliberately hatch a dragon, it means that your love for the dragon surpasses everything. Obviously, the one you love the most and the sacrifice can't be achieved. Yes, dwarf, your brain is quite flexible. The dragon hatching theory is just a scam. Danny's eyes lit up, and she praised. Tyrion was unhappy when he heard the word dwarf. He stuck out his lower abdomen and said, My work is more flexible. Do you want to try it? Chi. Danny pulled out a dagger from her waist. Just like how she twirled a pencil in class, the small and thin dagger danced happily between her fingers. Under the candlelight, the flickering red light was dazzling, but from the beginning to the end, Her fingers didn't cut her skin at all. Take off your pants, and let me see how flexible that little thing is. Danny looked at the fire mage with a smile. I heard that a dwarf's penis has magic power. Yes. The fire mage nodded and took out a 2-finger-long black sausage from his waist pocket. An amulet from Materis. It can help me quickly recover my magic power during meditation. 7 levels of hell. Looking at the shriveled sausage strung on a red string, Tyrion's eyes bulged. He bent down and cursed loudly. You bunch of damn barbarians, bang! In Danny's vision, the yellow flame in the fire mage's eyes suddenly rose 3 feet high. Then, a small flame the size of a broad bean rose up from Tyrion's messy golden and brown beard. Oh, there's a fire. The chandelier's wick fell. Tyrion slapped his chin and shouted. Huff, huff. The fire mage's forehead was sweating, and his breathing became heavier. Danny was surprised to see that the flame in his blue eyes suddenly extinguished, leaving only a small spark flickering. This is just a small lesson for you to understand that you should maintain proper respect for people who have mysterious powers. The fire mage lifted his chin slightly and said arrogantly. The mercenaries, merchants, and sailors nearby were shocked. They took a step back, and the area around the fire mage immediately became empty. Tyrion smelled something burning on his lips. He stared at the fire mage and said in surprise, You did this? The fire mage clasped his hands behind his back and nodded proudly. Ha ha ha! Tyrion slapped the table and laughed. This little fire, after my second brother finishes peeing, the remaining drop will be enough to extinguish it. This guy also saw the fire mage's unnatural expression. Danny was deep in thought. Hugus Caesar apologized to the mage. The square-faced, middle-aged man beside him scolded sternly. Tyrion shrugged and stood up from his seat. He clasped his hands together and said, Forgive me, mage. I drank too much, and even the topic went off track. Smack. He slapped his forehead and shouted, Oh, we were talking about the Alliance's conquest of the Dragon Queen. Why bother? Why bother? Not only does she have 4 dragons, but she also has an army of 50,000 or 100,000. She is also a master of war. Why bother with her? If the queen wants to free the slaves, then let her free them. She still needs the help of officials and nobles to maintain her rule, right? If I were a Volantis person, when she rides a dragon over, I would immediately kneel down and lick her feet. I can keep my title and property. Even if the slaves and servants are free, I can still continue to enslave them by employing them. The little devil seemed to be really drunk. He stopped playing chess and stood on the stool with his arms outstretched. His face was red as he shouted, This is a perverted world, a world full of pain and injustice. It's a bloody world of cannibalism. What the hell was slavery? Without slavery, this world will be beautiful? Impossible. Slave masters eat slaves. Feudal lords eat commoners. Dragon Queen eats feudal lords. Great mages eat gnomes. The strong eat the weak. There is no difference, and there will never be a fundamental change. Give up your identity as a slave master and become a duke or earl of Volantis. Won't you still drink blood and eat meat? At most, Dragon Queen can't bear to see fresh blood. You can roast the medium rare steak until it is 90% done. Ha ha! The little devil panted and laughed. Silence filled the place. Those who didn't understand only watched him as a monkey show. Those who understood frowned and looked solemn. Hugexishin, right? A gray-haired old scholar in a gray robe pushed through the crowd and looked at Tyrion meaningfully. He smiled and said, You definitely haven't studied the code. What code? Tyrion was confused. Queen Dany Leesy's code, a legal classic that strictly regulates the relationship between lords and vassals and free people, kings and officials and commoners. So what? Tyrion was puzzled. Don't the Westeros have similar codes? The code stipulates that farmers are free, but many territories don't even have the right to the first night. You will understand if you think about it carefully. Why would the Gith people form an alliance in a hurry? Why would the alliance want to contact the Westeros and Braavosi? Chapter 194. Maybe the Codex is good. Maybe the Dragon Queen is a natural saint. But Saint Bailey was born in the Westeros. Tyrion shrugged and said contemptuously. Saint Bailey closed all the brothels in King's Landing and proclaimed that everyone is equal under the seven gods. They forced the count to wash the feet of lepers and promised that those lords who used their virginity to protect their daughter's chastity would be exempted from taxes. What's the use? People die and politics die out. Now there are more brothels in King's Landing than Reese. It's not illegal for nobles to kill people. Even half a dozen kings died. If the ladies of the noble families of the Seven Kingdoms didn't drink the moon tea, they must be too ugly and too stupid. Oh, Saint Bailey has no dragons and is far less intelligent than his descendants. The Dragon Queen is only 16 years old now. If she can live to 70 years old, she can rule the world for at least 50 years. TSK. After 50 years, the whole world will have adapted to her new rules. The old scholar showed a look of fascination and sighed. I really don't know what kind of world it is. Maybe it's hell. Tyrion sneered. Like you said, we're already in hell anyway. How bad can it be? The old scholar said faintly. Who's making reactionary remarks? Suddenly, there was a rough shout, accompanied by the sound of armor colliding. More than a dozen fierce Tiger Cloak army soldiers pushed the crowd and squeezed to the wine table. The officer was a short and stout middle-aged Volantis man. His blue eyes flashed fiercely. He looked at Tyrion from head to toe and scolded. Monster, are you spreading the fallacious ideas of the mother of dragons? No human language in the monster's mouth, but I don't know what evil remarks from the mother of dragons are said. Tyrion laughed. A brown-skinned man with a weathered face came in from behind and pointed at the gray-haired old scholar. General Moss, it's him. He's been saying good things about that woman and that she will create a beautiful new world. He even knows the codex she made. He must be a spy from Slave Bay. Well, how did I break? The gray-robed old man frowned and asked. 2 months ago, Consul Maracho declared that woman an enemy of Volantis. Are you a spy she sent? Needless to say, you look very similar. Come with me. Without giving the old scholar a chance to explain, the short and stout General Moss waved his hand. 2 members of the Tiger Cloak army walked forward and dragged the old man out. Bastard, you bunch of cowardly Volantis, do you still have the law? Do you still have any honor? You won't even let people speak the truth. Since you're so afraid of Dany Liz Targaryen, why don't you just surrender? The old man's feet were suspended in the air. He kicked his legs wildly and cursed loudly with a red face. While they were making a ruckus, a group of coachmen, cooks, and waiters rushed over from the courtyard while yelling. There were 100 to 200 people in total. Some of them were holding wooden sticks, some were holding kitchen knives, and some were holding long whips. They stood in front of the Tiger Cloak army with their chests puffed out and their bellies puffed out. They waved the weapons in their hands and shouted loudly to intimidate the dozen or so slave warriors. The Tiger Cloak army was not to be outdone. They formed a circular formation and used the tiger claws on their wrists to block the incoming sticks. The atmosphere was at its most tense moment. An old woman walked over with the help of 2 young women. Moss, I can guarantee that if you take this foreign scholar away tonight, Marazzo will lose the consul election in 6 days. The old woman trembled as she walked, but in this noisy environment, her voice was exceptionally clear and loud. The Waterside Widow, it's the Waterside Widow, someone exclaimed. Most of the crew, foreign merchants, tourists, and mercenaries who were watching nearby were enlightened. Some of the captains bowed in respect and even stepped back to make way for her. The old woman smiled and nodded to those people in response, like a king. However, there were also some locals who looked at her coldly, unmoved. Dany even heard a few Volantis merchants cursing in a low voice behind her. That bitch of Wagero, damn it! Dany could not help but look carefully. It was a woman whose spine had been bent by the years. Her back was piled up with ugly humps that were almost parallel to the top of her head. Her white hair was too sparse. Under the red light of the torch, her pink scalp could be seen clearly. There was a scar on her cheek. Dany suspected that there was a slave tattoo there. Although she looked old, The old widow's eyes were black and bright, revealing rich experience and deep wisdom. As the old woman walked over step by step, the slaves besieging the tiger cloak army retreated to make way for her. The short officer who was surrounded by the tiger cloak army saw her and suppressed the anger in his heart. He asked, "Madam, what do you mean?" The old widow stamped the cane in her hand and said, "This is the merchant's house. This is the East City. Let go of this guest and leave with you people." The old widow waved her hand and interrupted him. "I know what he said, but so what? The merchant's house even entertains the necromancers of Shadow Asia, let alone a scholar from the land of the setting sun. Are you a scholar? Where's the necklace?" Moss looked back at the gray-robed scholar with messy clothes. The old man twisted his head uncomfortably and said, "I'm just a traveler seeking the truth. Everyone knows about that woman's relationship with Westeros. It's reasonable for a scholar to be a spy for her." Moss insisted. The widow by the water moved in front of the soldier and shouted in a low voice, "You stupid pig, do you know how much negative impact your actions will have on the merchant's house? Do you know that the income of the merchant's house supports at least a third of the old nobles?" Moss's expression changed. He looked back at the brown-skinned man, gritted his teeth, and waved to the tiger cloak army. "Let him go. Let's go." "Hey, General." The brown-skinned man wanted to say something more, but the old widow glared and scolded. "Captain Harris, I know you are a Gith and have served in the Iron Army for 3 years, but this is Volantis. Allowing you to perform bullshit dramas in the merchant's house is the limit of my tolerance. If you dare to destroy the reputation of the merchant's house, I can't guarantee that the Gith people here can leave the harbor safely." The brown-skinned man pointed at the old woman in anger. "When that woman attacks, I hope your merchant's house can still be as full as it is today. I'm just a small shareholder of the merchant house. Even if it closes tomorrow, it won't affect me much." After the tiger cloak army left, the old woman comforted the gray-robed scholar softly and promised to waive his accommodation fees. After that, she glanced at Tyrion and walked to the shadows of the northeast corner with the help of 2 maids. "She seems to be very famous and prestigious." Tyrion helped Dany ask the question in her heart. "Do you still want to play chess?" Graybeard Terry asked. "We'll play tomorrow. Answer my question first. I don't know her real name. Everyone calls her the widow by the water. Did you see the scar on her face?" "Slate. Bed slave." The teardrop tattoo on her face was dug out. When she was young, she was trained in Yuan-Kai and was proficient in the 7 cries of spring. Even the governor of Volantis was fascinated by her. "Tisk tsk, I can't see it at all," Tyrion muttered in a low voice. "She even has a great-grandson." Terry rolled his eyes and continued to explain in a low voice. "Governor Wagaro fell in love with her, gave her freedom, and married her." "Wow, true love? It must be true love," Dany exclaimed. "Shoo, lower your voice." Captain Terry nervously looked at the corner and cursed in a low voice. "The story has a good beginning, but it doesn't have a perfect ending." Can you imagine the reaction of the nobles in the Blackwall? In a few years, Wagaro died of depression. The widow by the water took over his business, but she was forced to sell her husband's ancestral home that had been passed down for thousands of years. Because free people are not allowed to live in the Blackwall. Didn't you say that she already has a great-grandson? Could it be that she had a son with another man? Dany curiously asked. Captain Graybeard sighed. The nobles in the Blackwall don't allow the son of a bed slave to inherit the noble family name. You have to understand that Wagaro had brothers and relatives, and they sigh. Later on, she lived in the merchant's house as a shareholder. People who are in trouble only need to bring gifts and come to the merchant's house for help. She will usually receive them and provide help according to the situation. Over the decades, countless crew members, captains, merchants, sorcerers, monks, and foreign travelers have benefited from her kindness. Tyrion thought for a while and looked at his companion. I need her help with something. What taboos do I have to pay attention to? Respect. She needs respect. Also, don't ever mention the name Wagaro's whore in front of her. Dany pointed at a few merchants who were talking loudly in the hall and complained, I just heard the Volantis moneylenders say it. I don't care about that. Graybeard shrugged and left. Tyrion glanced at Dany and left with the square-faced, middle-aged man. Dany found Barristan in the shadows in the corner and asked, "Did you see anyone familiar?" There were a few merchants in King's Landing selling goods in the front hall. I went up and asked around, and guess what? Tyrion first poisoned his nephew, King Joffrey, at the wedding banquet, and then killed his father. White Knight was in disbelief and emphasized, "King Joffrey is dead. Duke Tywin is dead. And Tywin Lannister was shot by his son and died in the latrine, too. God, what's going on? Kingslaying? Is the little devil crazy?" Lion died while defecating in the stone room. Dany had known about this for a long time. The big boss of the middle stage of the game, the peerless hero who quelled the rebellion of the Four Kings, died in the latrine. But she didn't care about this. Tyrion escaped alone. 8-clawed Spider Varys was also involved. He might be nearby, but I didn't see him. Why don't you go upstairs and rest, and I'll keep an eye on the little devil. Barristan said. Don't be in a hurry to sleep. Look over there. Looking in the direction Dany indicated, there was a shadow binder wearing a wooden mask, 3 fire mages, a blue-lipped wizard queers, a middle-aged moon chanter, and 4 men and 2 women in front of the fake mountain cave in the courtyard. They were all carrying bags and were sneaking around, discussing something. What are they doing? Dany asked curiously. I don't know. You keep an eye on Tyrion. I'll go take a look. But those people are trash. Dany interrupted him and patted the Valeglia steel dagger on her waist. She said proudly, "In front of me, they are all trash." White Knight only hesitated for a moment, thinking that the queen had defeated a few demigods, so it shouldn't be a big problem. He nodded and agreed. Dany pulled up her hood, crossed the corridor, and before the 5 people went into the cave, she jogged over and asked, "Hey, fire mage, where are you going?" Chapter 195. After being stunned for a moment, the young fire mage who had used all his strength to light a small flame on Tyrion's beard recognized Dany and said coldly, "This is not a place for mortals." "I know, it's a gathering of mystics." Dany nodded with a smile. Without waiting for the fire mage to reply, she stopped smiling and said seriously, "Actually, I'm a priestess." Priestess? The moonsinger came from the Jajesni Plains. She had a big head, a sharp face, sallow skin, long black hair, and wore a yellow dress with colorful patterns. She was obviously dressed as a woman, but she spoke with a rough male voice. Dany was shocked. "A cross-dresser?" "Yes, I'm a priestess." She emphasized again. "Which god do you believe in? Why don't I see his symbol on your clothes?" The zebra priestess asked. "I serve the 7 gods." Priestess, shadow, binding knight, fire mage, male wizard, have some self-awareness, leave. The young fire mage waved her away impatiently. "I'm really a priestess of the 7 gods. I serve the shadow binding knight," interrupted her coldly. "We all know what the 7 gods are like. 7 wooden pillars. Even the archbishop of the 7 gods church can't light a glass candle. It's better to believe in any dark demon than the 7 gods. The 7 gods priests and monks are all pseudo-mystics. We don't welcome people like you in our gathering." Dany was indeed a priestess of the 7 gods church. She called herself the archbishop of the 7 gods church at Slave Bay. But she didn't expect the priestess of the 7 gods to have such a bad reputation. They didn't even want to play with her, and she was forced to leave the group. "This is prejudice," Dany said angrily. "Bring me a glass candle and see if I can light it." "Humph, where are we going to find a glass candle now?" The young fire mage thought she was lying and was very angry. Another old black fire mage glanced at Dany coldly and said, "Forget it. She's asking for it. Let her in." The cross-dressing zebra man still had some conscience. He frowned and said, "You might not believe me, but it's not easy to get in touch with mystics. You don't have the talent, and you don't have the protection of the gods, so you might be entangled by the curse." "Curse? Are you cursing me?" "That won't happen, but—" A hesitant expression appeared on the boss's ugly, pointy face. "A normal person's physiological structure will be affected by high-energy magic. You don't understand, do you?" At this point, Dany had already met all 6 of them. She was shocked to find that she could see through the young fire mage's body. She could see the depth of their magic power and the foundation of their meditation techniques without them noticing anything, just like how she could see through the young fire mage. The fire mage's eyes were filled with flames. Their basic meditation techniques were different, so the color of their flames was different. The old black man's flames were purple, but the height of his flames was less than half of the young man's. It seemed that age did not determine the depth of one's skills. Her dragon had only been born for less than 2 years, and its magic power had just recovered. Everyone was on the same starting line. The blue-lipped wizard was also an amateur. The blue mist in his sea of consciousness was extremely thin, and he looked like a newbie. The moon singer had a crescent moon in his black eyes. The crescent moon was like a sickle, and its jade color was hazy. Danny felt that his skills were about the same as the young fire mages. As expected, the strongest one was the shadow, binding warrior from Yasha. Behind the wooden mask, there was a twisted black shadow in the green eyeball, like a flickering flame. If she did not notice the distorted face of the shadow, she would have thought that it was the black flame. But compared to Danny's 9-color vortex that was as vast as the ocean, the shadow-binding warrior was also fun. She was relieved. Ignoring the moon singer's dissuasion, she followed him into the stone tunnel. After making several turns in the narrow crack, the 7 of them walked for about half a mile and arrived at a cold basement that was 200 square meters wide. An old slave with thin blue hair and pale skin was waiting at the door with an oil lamp in his hand. Seeing the old fire mage at the front, he took a step back and bowed respectfully. He hung the oil lamp on the stone wall and left through a small wooden door. Under the oil lamp, Danny caught a glimpse of the old slave's appearance, and she could not help but be shocked. His face was like a portrait drawn with ink soaked in water. His nose was on his forehead, his mouth was next to his left ear, and one of his eyes was between his eyebrows and the other was under his chin. A deformed monster. Everyone else looked as if they were used to it, and Danny did not dare to ask. The basement had 4 gray stone walls and a gray floor. It was empty with nothing inside. The ceiling was especially high, at least 7 to 8 meters. Even the light couldn't reach it. After entering the basement, the other 6 people stood close to the wall next to the oil lamp. Danny suppressed her surprise and also stood next to the moon singer. Clap, clap, clap. The old fire mage clapped his hands and said in Valeglia with an accent, "Let's not talk nonsense. Show us your skills first, then we'll talk about the deal." His skillful and relaxed demeanor and movements all showed one thing. This was an experienced driver. "I'll go first." The young fire mage walked to the center of the hall and faced everyone. He took out 2 fist-sized glass bottles from the pouch at his waist. He even held up the bottles to let Danny and the others see clearly. One was a fiery red powder, like chili powder, and the other was a greenish-brown powder, like pepper powder. Was he going to barbecue? He squatted down and slowly opened the bottle. He held the bottle with both hands and turned it over. After grabbing 2 handfuls of powder, he placed the bottle on the ground in front of him. "Watch carefully." After reminding everyone, the young fire mage's sea of consciousness lit up with yellow flames. He clapped his hands that were holding the powder and shouted, "Blood Dragon Dance!" Boom! He rubbed his hands together, and 2 sparks the size of rice cookers appeared in front of him, one red and one blue. The burning smell of sulfur and saltpeter filled the stone room, and it was a little choking. Then, the young man danced around like he was having a seizure. The 2 sparks gradually stretched and transformed into 2 lumps of Megalosaurus. Yes, 2 lumps. Not only were there no eyes, noses, mouths, scales, and other details, but there were also no large hind legs. They looked like a mischievous 5-year-old child made with the dough his mother used to make dumplings. The young man's face was red, and the veins on his neck and forehead bulged. 2 streams of sweat flowed from his nose. Finally, the red dragon and the blue dragon slowly approached and entangled with each other. Poof! Extinguished. Good, good, good. Just as Danny was about to hiss, the other 2 fire mages clapped their hands excitedly and shouted 3 times in a row. Their uncontrollable excitement did not seem to be an act at all. Was it really that good? Danny was expressionless, just as she was about to ask, "What's so good about it?" Wizard Queer stepped forward and said emotionally, "Lisbon, you are indeed the most outstanding mage of our generation. I can't compare to you." The young fire mage nodded proudly. If Wizard Hyong had returned to Queers for 2 years, he would have had a chance to reach my current level. Danny's expressionless face almost cracked. After Lisbon bent down to put away the glass bottle and returned to the stone wall, the old black man looked around and asked, "Who's second?" "Me." The shadow binder's voice was hoarse as he stepped forward. Standing in the middle of the stone room, the shadow binder took off his backpack and took out a basin of charcoal. There was also a pack of charcoal and a glass bottle as thick as a thumb. It was half filled with a dark red liquid. The shadow binder placed the charcoal into the metal basin and lit it. The charcoal burned brightly, and the faint red flames rose 2 feet high. Waves of heat spread out in the cold basement. The shadow binder placed his hands above the brazier and warmed them while chanting an incantation that Danny could not understand. The stone room seemed to have opened a cooling valve. Gradually, the heat dissipated and a chilling air filled the air. It was the kind of eerie chill that one would find in a cold tomb. Danny was shocked to see the shadow behind the shadow binder twisting and turning. At first, it was as slow as a twig sprouting, but the faster the shadow binder chanted, the more intense the shadow became. Finally, a dense sea of shadows appeared on the wall behind the shadow binder. "This bottle of blood came from a noble," the shadow binder said as she raised the glass bottle. She then opened the bottle and poured the blood into the brazier. Sizzle. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air along with the white smoke. It was nauseating. What happened next shocked Danny. The shadow behind the shadow binder slowly moved closer to the center, and the black color became thicker and thicker. She had never imagined that a shadow could be so dark and lifeless. Just one look at it was enough to make her shiver and freeze her soul. It was like a 2-dimensional paper person stuck to the wall, struggling to enter the 3-dimensional world. A blurry, humanoid shadow walked out of the wall. It was like a sleepwalker, wandering aimlessly in the room without making a sound. It approached the oil lamp, and the shadow turned from light to dark. It retreated into the shadows, and the color gradually decreased. It was very strange. The brighter the flame, the clearer the shadow became. "Gulp!" Danny swallowed. She turned around and saw that the others were even weaker than her. Their faces were filled with fear, and they were dumbfounded. She instantly looked better. She seemed to have gained courage from the others' cowardice. "So powerful. Sir, can you control it to kill people?" she asked. The shadow binder looked at her in surprise. He was surprised that she was not affected by his blood magic. Fear appeared on the faces of the others. It was mostly due to the fact that they were being suppressed on the level of their souls when faced with superior spells. This priestess of the 7 goddesses was not simple. "I can't control him," the shadow binder said. The Asha woman explained seriously. "I used the noble's blood to summon the noble shadow. The noble's soul is projected on his shadow, but he has his own will, even if his will is chaotic and ignorant. Is it because you're not strong enough, or is there some other reason? I've heard that someone can control the shadow to kill people from a distance like a servant." The shadow binder looked at her strangely for a while. He did not expect that this weak and fake mysterious person would dare to say such things to him. "I'm the most notorious shadow binder, and I'm playing with the soul of a noble. Is it because the ignorant are fearless?" "Impossible." The woman with the wooden mask shook her head and said with certainty, "I said that the shadow is attached to the noble's soul. The soul is the combination of the will and the spirit. I can only control it, but I can't. It's not that I can't make him kill people. I'm not strong enough. But even if I'm strong enough to control him to kill people, I have to meet a condition. He wants the victim to die. Do you understand? Shadow binders can only control and tempt the shadow to act, but they can't distort its will. It's just like how no one can make a normal person on the street commit suicide with a few words. Chapter 196. After chatting with the shadow, binding sorcerer, Danny's fear gradually disappeared. She ran to the shadow and examined it carefully. She couldn't see the features clearly, but there were arms and legs. The head and neck were blurry. Just like Lisbon's blood dragon dance, the details were lacking. Danny asked, "Will the noble die without a soul? After the witchcraft ends, the soul will automatically return to the body. It's like the noble had a dream. Can I touch him?" Danny pointed at the shadow and asked. The shadow, binding sorcerer. The black fire sorcerer looked at the seven goddess priestess in shock and said, "You're so brave." Danny and the shadow, binding sorcerer, talked for a while. The others slowly recovered from the shock and fear. "You can try," the shadow, binding sorcerer said quietly. It was cold and soft to the touch, like a jelly that had been frozen overnight. "It's a bit cold. It seems to be absorbing the heat from my hand." As Danny spoke, she flicked the shadow's head a few times. It's very sturdy." Then she grabbed the shadow's wrist and squeezed it slightly. It turned into powder like a piece of wood that had been rotten for tens of thousands of years. The shadow wriggled a few times and started running around the room. It looked a bit panicked. "It's still a bit fragile." Danny held up the broken arm that was struggling and twisted. She looked at the shadow, binding sorcerer, and asked, "What should we do now? Can we throw it on the ground?" The shadow, binding sorcerer, who had been acting like a master since the beginning of the courtyard, couldn't stay calm anymore. He pointed at Danny and shouted with a distorted voice, "Why are you fine? What's wrong?" Danny tried to throw the wriggling shadow away, but it was as light as a feather. She opened her palm, and the wriggling arm was still stuck to her palm. The fire sorcerer, the wizard, and the moon singer all looked at her blankly. Finally, the black fire sorcerer took a few steps forward and asked, "How do you feel?" "I don't feel anything. It's lighter than cotton candy. It's just a bit cold and sticky." "Try it." She put the broken arm in front of the old fire sorcerer. "What kind of candy is cotton candy?" The old fire mage asked casually. He subconsciously reached out his right hand and grabbed his broken wrist. The shadow that was stuck to Danny's palm immediately fell off. This is strange." She looked at her palm from left to right. It was white and clean, and there was nothing there. Cluck, 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 cluck. The sound of teeth chattering rang in everyone's ears like raindrops hitting banana leaves. Danny took a closer look and found that the old fire sorcerer's face was dark. His white eyebrows, beard, and short hair were all covered in white frost. His eyes were white, and he looked like a dead catfish. It was visible to the naked eye that the white gas coming out of his mouth was getting lesser and lesser. I can only exhale, but not inhale." Danny took a few steps back and pointed at the old man. "What's wrong with him?" The shadow, binding knight, glared at her and quickly bent down to take out a pot lid from his cloth bag, covering the brazier with it. Hiss. The 3 feet tall flame retreated back into the brazier. Not long after, the flame was extinguished. The shadow that had been running wildly in the room quickly dimmed and disappeared. Plop! The old fire mage sat on the ground, panting heavily. "You people from the Midsummer Islands are really children of summer. You've never seen snow or experienced winter. You can't even stand this little bit of cold." Danny shook her head and sighed. The shadow binding knight walked over to help the old man up and asked, "Master Connie, how do you feel?" "I'm okay. Master Tam's magic power is strong." This old man. The fire mage glanced at the unscathed Danny, shook his head, and sighed. "I'm ashamed. Alas, I can't even compare to a fake priest." "I'm really a priest of the 7 gods," Danny argued. "A priest without a god has no power. It's all fake." The young Lisbon stepped forward and helped the old fire mage to the wall. He looked at Danny strangely and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you attacked by Master Tam's magic power?" "I'm not afraid of the cold," she said. "It's not a matter of whether it's cold or not." The fire mage seemed to have thought of something and was stunned for a moment. He pointed at Danny and said in surprise, "You have the talent to become a mystery person and a very high talent. You don't need to cultivate, but you have magic power in your body. The shadow-binding knight and the others suddenly understood. The seven gods were fake, and the priests of the seven gods were also fake mysteries. However, this didn't mean that the fake priests didn't have the talent for witchcraft. "What's your name?" Moonsinger asked. Well, with the talent to become a mystery person, these people began to see Danny as a human. "Layla of the Arathorn family in Bravos," she said. "Arathorn." Moonsinger thought for a moment and said in realization, "The Arathorn family in Moonpond Street. Your ancestors used to live inside the Black Wall, right?" Danny shrugged and said casually, "It's been hundreds of years." The Arathorn family in Bravos was a small noble family with Valeglia blood. When Danny and Liz were very young, William Derry even received the Arathorn family head when he came to visit. Later, Sir William died of illness, and Danny and Liz were chased out of the mahogany door by the servants. Viserys even brought his sister to the Arathorn family for help. It was obvious that the people who chased the siblings out were not the servants of the family. Arathorn didn't even let the two young Targaryens enter the house. "Layla, you could try to convert to Lalo. The priests of the seven gods really don't have a future," Moonsinger advised. The old fire mage stood up and said slowly, "Let's talk about private matters in private. It's late. Let's continue." Moonsinger nodded and walked forward. "I'll do it." The zebra man didn't use any tools. He sat cross-legged on the gray stone floor and muttered something. His black eyes rolled around. Danny felt a little dizzy just watching from the side. There were no other sound and light special effects, but Danny noticed that the new moon in the man's mind was expanding rapidly. It expanded to a full moon, and then quickly thinned into a crescent moon. Although she didn't know what he was definitely doing it. "Phew," the zebra man exhaled deeply. He stood up and said solemnly, "Tomorrow morning, there will be heavy fog in Volantis. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the fog will disperse and the sun will shine. In the afternoon, the temperature will be a little high. Remember to drink more water and don't catch a fever. In the evening, the sky will be full of light and the breeze will be gentle. If you have time, I suggest that you go to Boar Cliff to watch the sunset." Danny was stunned for a moment. She asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" "Prophecy. Moonsinger is prophesying tomorrow's weather," the old black mage said. Actually, Danny looked conflicted. Actually, she could guess that tomorrow would be a sunny day. But when she saw how tired the zebra man was and how sweaty he was, she couldn't bring herself to say those words. Next was Wizard Queers. He gave Danny a little surprise. He took out a blue turtle shell the size of a lunchbox and chanted a spell. A turtle made of blue light crawled out of the shell. It had 4 limbs, a head, and a pair of illusory wings. It floated in the air. "A phantom turtle?" she called out. The wizard nodded. He tapped the turtle's head with his finger. The phantom turtle quickly expanded from the size of a lunchbox to the size of a rice cooker. "Go!" the wizard growled. The phantom turtle spun in a circle, flapping its wings and moving its limbs in the air. It came to Danny as fast as a galloping horse. "Moo!" the turtle called out. Then a message appeared in her mind. "Is it powerful?" She nodded blankly. "Powerful, powerful, very powerful." Boom! The phantom turtle turned into a ball of blue light and disappeared. "How far can your phantom turtle run?" Danny looked at the exhausted wizard and asked. "It can go anywhere within 500 meters, Wizard Haihong said proudly. "But the blue mist in your mind is 3/4 gone, brother. Very powerful. Is there anything special about this turtle shell?" Danny looked at him with admiration. The wizard didn't hesitate and said, "You know the Loinese god, right? They treat the entire Lone River as a god, the mother of the Lone River. Although she was crippled by the Valeglia, the mother of the Lone River is far more real than the 7 gods. There are a group of gods under the mother of the Lone River. One of them is a giant turtle, the old man of the river. Maybe it's because of the old man of the river's divine bloodline. But some of the turtles in the Lone River have very high spirituality." He shook the turtle shell in his hand. "Like this one." I spent 40 silver coins to buy this turtle shell from a Loinese fisherman. Loinese? Danny could tell that this wasn't a normal term. Only the Loinese believe in the old man of the river. It's rare for others to see this kind of auspicious sign. Danny was shocked and said in disbelief, "Believers kill their own god. Ha ha. As long as the price is high enough, they can even sell their parents and children. Aren't they human?" The wizard cracked his blue lips and sneered. It said that every fisherman only has one chance in their life. If they take the 40 silver coins, they'll never see the old man of the river again for the rest of their lives. Without further delay, the wizard put away the turtle shell and retreated to the wall. The next person to appear was the inconspicuous, skinny, middle-aged fire wizard. He was about 4 feet taller than Tyrion, who was less than 6 feet tall. His cheeks were so thin that one could see the outline of his skull. He took off his gray robe and sandals in the middle of the stone hall, leaving only a white cloth wrapped around his waist. His ribs were clearly visible. He was so skinny that he was out of shape. The skinny man took out a ball of cotton, wool the size of a pillow, and sprinkled it with pungent fire oil. He moistened it and spread it out into a 4-meter-long strip. The length of the cotton wool was uneven. It was thick in the middle and had 2 ends. Ignite. Boom. A 4-meter-long red wall of fire rose in the room. The flame in the middle was more than 2 meters high, and the 2 sides were shorter, only half a meter high. From where Danny and the others were standing, it looked like a mountain of fire. The skinny man stretched his neck and twisted his waist. After warming up, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "Everyone, I'm going to show you the fire escape technique." Fire escape technique? Danny's interest was piqued. "Huh." The skinny man retreated to the wall and shouted. He quickly ran toward the wall of fire. "Ah ha ha." Like a motorcycle sprinting down a muddy hill, the skinny man climbed and ran on the fire with his bare feet as if he was stepping on solid objects. He ran until he reached the other side, then sped down. Clap! The skinny man's bare feet landed on the ground. He actually ran on the fire for 4 meters. Clap, clap, clap. Danny clapped with all her might and shouted excitedly, "Good, that's great." The magicians nearby were originally calm, but when they saw Danny clapping so excitedly, they hid the disdain in their eyes and clapped as well out of politeness. Seeing everyone's unprecedented enthusiasm, the skinny man, who had originally planned to run and leave the stage, was also excited. Even the Shadowbinder and the number 1 genius of a younger generation are clapping for me. I must perform well. Chapter 197. It was nothing much for the 7 priestesses to applaud. However, the Binding Warrior Tam, the number 1 rookie Lisbon, and even the Moonchaner were all top figures in their respective domains. It was like being praised by Brother Guan Yu for his swordsmanship, being praised by Liu Ban for his axe skills, being envied by Father Ma for his wealth, and being envied by Einstein for his intelligence. The skinny man's face turned red. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He took a few deep breaths and retreated to the bottom of the wall. He rushed forward and jumped onto the volcano before doing a somersault. Bang! It was as if Wang Chi's Laozhan wall passing technique had lost its power. Or rather, it had reached its limit. A part of the volcano was dented. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. The skinny man who did a somersault cried out in pain and fell to the ground from a height of 2 meters. His body was pressed against the burning kerosene. "Ouch," he cried out. His voice was mournful and sorrowful. It gave Danny a fright, seeing that the cloth bag at his crotch was burning. A few people who had recovered from their shock immediately walked forward and prepared to help extinguish the fire. "Roll! Roll on the stone floor," shouted Danny. However, the fire was extremely fierce. The skinny man rolled back and forth on the ground, but he couldn't extinguish the fire. Help me. Water, quickly use water," howled the skinny man. "There's no water here," the old man shouted and ran to the small wooden door in the corner. Bang, bang, bang. He kicked the door and shouted, Men, bring water." "There's no time." Danny clenched her teeth and shouted to the skinny man, "There's no other way. Lie on the ground and spread your legs." We'll help you extinguish the fire. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He was a fire mage after all. Half of his body was burning, but he could still grit his teeth and assume the posture that Danny requested. Follow my example. Danny called out to the few of them and rushed forward, stomping on the ground. Ouch! Danny only needed to kick him once. The skinny man's eyes rolled back and he fainted in happiness. However, his happiness did not last for long, because pain could also awaken an unconscious person. Seeing that Danny's feet were as swift as the wind and the flame in his abdomen was really extinguished, the others, including the shadow-bind warriors, no longer hesitated. They also rushed over and surrounded the skinny man. Bam, 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 bam. Then, the skinny fire mage woke up and let out a howl. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Bang, bang, bang. He woke up. Howl! After about 4 or 5 minutes of stomping, the skinny man's body was a mess. The flames were all extinguished, and only wisps of white smoke mixed with the aroma of barbecued meat drifted out from his body. Sir Wizard, is your secret meeting over? A deformed head popped out from behind the wooden door. It was the blue-haired old man from before. Pogba, the fire magician, made a mistake while casting a spell. He was burned by the flames. Hurry up and take him away for treatment, the old man said, pointing at the man with black and red skin on the ground. The blue-haired old man's legs trembled when he saw the fire magician's pitiful state. He said with a trembling voice, "The consequences of making a mistake in casting a spell are so tragic. Sir Wizard, the merchant's house is not responsible." Whoosh! Danny took out a handful of silver coins and scattered them on the skinny man's body. This is a tip. The brown eyes on the old man's forehead bulged. After a while, he moved his gaze away from the shiny silver coins. He nodded and bowed to Danny, saying, "Don't worry, Sir Wizard. We will definitely treat Sir Pogba." After a while, 2 gray-clothed servants carried a stretcher over and carried the half-cooked fire magician away. What do we do now? Lisbon frowned. The old man glanced at the shadow-bind warriors vaguely. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a rare opportunity. Let's continue. I'm the only one left anyway." For a fire magician like Pogba, being burned is a common occurrence. It shouldn't be a big problem. Lisbon nodded in agreement. A common occurrence? How miserable would that be? Danny's mouth twitched. She asked in confusion. I once saw a fire magician climbing a fire ladder that was 7 or 8 meters high, like an ape on the street. It seemed to be very easy. Why is it so difficult for Pogba to climb a firewall? Pogba can also easily complete the performance you saw, but this gathering is only for learning skills, real spells, the old man said calmly. What do you mean? Is that performance fake? It's half real and half fake. On a specific stage, with the help of steel wires, slow ropes, and other props, the old fire magician explained. The shadow-bind warrior Tam also nodded in agreement. In the whole of Atlantis, Pogba is one of the top 5 fire magicians. His strength is not to be underestimated. Danny did not know what to say. The old man stood in the middle of the stone hall. He felt the scorching heat from the burning ground. He immediately thought of the scene where everyone helped Pogba put out the fire. He did not need to feel a chill on his thighs. He hesitated. After a while, he said hesitantly, "Everyone, I was slightly injured earlier. Everyone has seen the strength of Great Wizard Tam. In order to eliminate the corrosion of the residual power of the Blood Witchcraft, I used too much magic power. I'm afraid I can't perform my basic spell as planned. I can only use a little trick used by guardians to amuse everyone." "Okay, I already know your strength." The shadow-bind warrior nodded. The old man lit up the charcoal basin, put on a stand, and put in a small pot. He poured a pot of dark purple oil into it. The oil boiled, and the smell of oil filled the stone room. "This is oil that has been refined with magic. It's very easy to ignite," the old fire magician explained. A few seconds after he finished speaking, the oil in the pot began to boil, and a raging fire suddenly rose up. The pillar of fire rose all the way to the ceiling, and the heat wave unscrupulously spread in all directions. The fire died, everyone's faces red. The old fire magician took off his robe, revealing his ugly chest with loose skin. He took out a wooden box the size of a can bottle from his pocket. Fire repellent ointment. Then he dug out a big lump of gray ointment and spread it evenly on his arms, palms, shoulders, and chest. He raised his hands so that everyone could see clearly. No one could tell that he had put something on his hands. Then he put his hands in the oil pot bit by bit. With a sizzling sound, he kept scooping up the burning oil. He even put his hands in the fire to roast them. 7 gods above, this ointment is so effective against fire, Danny said in disbelief. Look at his chest, Moonchant reminded her in a low voice. Danny didn't need a reminder. She had already seen the old fire magician's magic power flowing under the ointment. His arms, shoulders, and chest were like crabs in a steamer, red and steaming. Under the ointment's effect, the heat from his palms spread to other parts of his body and spread into the air. In short, the ointment was helping the skin on his hands to dissipate the heat. She was even more surprised because she saw through this. The old black magician was much more mature than the skinny man. Hearing Danny's surprise, he didn't insist. Soon, he dried his hands, removed the charcoal basin, and covered the oil pot with a lid. Tam coughed softly and glanced at Danny. He then said in a clear voice, "There are 3 purposes for this gathering. Demonstrate your spells, expand your knowledge, exchange spells with other classes of sorcerers, and discuss spell secrets with each other." The first purpose has been achieved. Who wants to exchange spells? How much is Mr. Wood's fire repellent ointment? Lisbon asked first. It's a level 3 protection spell, the shadow magician said casually. The old fire magician nodded without hesitation. Sure. Lisbon frowned and took out a milky white porcelain bowl, a matching porcelain plate, and 2 dice from his backpack. Magic dice. You can roll the number you want. Then, he demonstrated several times, each time between 8 and 12 o'clock. Danny didn't see any magic waves. She couldn't help but wonder, are your dice filled with a hem? The shadow magician interrupted Danny's unfinished words. When other people are trading, they can't talk about other people's magic secrets. Magic secrets, my ass. Isn't it just a dice filled with mercury? The young fire magician glared at Danny and looked at the shadow magician. What do you think? It's also a level 3 protection spell, Tam said. Okay, I'll trade, the old fire magician said. Then, the 2 walked to the other side of the stone room and started to talk about the deal in a low voice. At this time, Danny asked in confusion, "What's a level 3 protection spell?" The shadow magician was silent. Moon Singer whispered, "Basic meditation techniques are the foundation of spells. They're also called fundamental laws. Usually, to complement the fundamental laws, you'll learn a special skill, such as Lisbon's fire control and Pogba's fire escape. A person's energy is limited. It's rare to be able to study the fundamental laws and 1 or 2 special skills in a lifetime. But occult professionals also need money, so you'll often meet fire magicians who perform on the streets. The magic they use to make money is called protection spell. You can't have too many protection spells, because the audience will get tired of them. Because of this, you need more protection spells, not more. Of course, now that magic has recovered, as long as you're a real occult professional, your fundamental laws can also be used as a protection spell. For example, Pogba's fire escape can evolve into a fire ladder. Danny's face twisted. The mysterious veil of extraordinary was lifted, revealing 3 words. Miserable. I'm so miserable. I believe you can see that Lisbon's magic dice doesn't need magic at all, but you can't deny that it can indeed cheat a hem. Moon Singer touched her nose and said awkwardly, "It can make money, especially in the age of magic when the magic tide falls. A skill that can make money is a good skill. The more money it can make, the higher the level of the skill. Level 2 protection spells, level 1 protection spells." Danny's face stiffened. She didn't know what to say. How is this a gathering of extraordinary? It was completely an exchange of swindlers. However, on second thought, Moonchant's words did make sense. Transcendents were humans, after all. They needed to eat and feed their families. They didn't steal or rob. They relied on their skills to earn money. What's wrong with cheating? Do wizards have protection spells too? Danny looked at Blue Lips. Of course, the wizard said matter-of-factly. What about Great Wizard Tam? I'm from the land of shadows. The shadow-binding knight said calmly. His face was covered by a wooden mask, so his expression couldn't be seen, but there was a hint of arrogance in his voice. Danny didn't understand. She was about to ask again when Moonsinger explained first. Lord Tam has real power. Do you know about the dragon hatching in Volantis? Chapter 198. The Volantis people want to hatch dragons too? Could it be? Danny pointed at the shadow-binding knight and said in surprise, could it be that the consul invited Great Wizard Tam to hatch dragons in Volantis? Yes. Moonsinger looked at the shadow-binding knight in awe and said, only Great Wizard Tam is qualified to participate in such a grand event. Danny could not help but think of the witch who had cheated hundreds of thousands of gold coins from the virtuous master. Drag witch. She could not even tell the difference between real and fake dragon eggs. What else could she be if she was not a scammer? Yes, a small wizard who cheated the people and made the big boss a VIP. She would not open for business for 10 years and would eat for 10 years. But does Volantis have dragon eggs? She asked curiously. What do you think? If there are no dragon eggs, why would we invite the shadow-binding knight? Moonsinger shrugged. There are too many dragon eggs in this world. The mother of dragons incubated 4 eggs, and a dragon granny in New Guise is incubating eggs. I heard that the royal family of Keylez had 2 eggs, and now even Volantis has eggs. I feel that a great era is coming, the shadow-binding knight said with a complicated tone. Was the long night that happened once in 10,000 years considered a great era? While they were talking, Lisbon and the old mage returned with satisfied expressions. Even Moonsinger and the wizard joined in, exchanging spells, magic materials, and magic books. The shadow-binding knight even used a ruby to exchange for half a pound of ghost grass seeds from the wizard. According to Tam, the ruby could store a poison-resistance spell. I once got a poison-resistance necklace with a sapphire, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Danny was confused. Do you know the principle of poison resistance? The shadow-binding knight asked. Wearing it will automatically dispel poison? The shadow-binding knight shook his head and explained, you have to predict that you will be poisoned the night before and what kind of poison you are poisoned with. Then, you can concoct an antidote or prepare a poison-resistant spell and store it in the ruby. The next day, you will be immune to poison. Danny nodded. What Tam said was almost exactly the same as what Faceless said last time. This is completely useless. Can I just carry the antidote with me? She said with a headache. Most of the time, you don't even have the chance to drink the antidote. The shadow binder shook his head. Also, think about it. One of the situations is when you lie on the ground in front of the enemy with a miserable look on your face, struggling to take out the medicine bottle from your pocket, like a stray dog struggling for its life. The other situation is when you have a mysterious smile on your face as you watch your enemy calmly eat the food that has been poisoned. That kind of situation is more frightening to the enemy, more in line with the noble, elegant, mysterious, and powerful aura of an adept. Danny was speechless. Then let's begin the third wait. Danny interrupted the shadow-binding knight. She stepped forward and said, I want to trade too. You have talent, but your talent lies in the future, not the present. The shadow-binding knight frowned. I have a guardian skill, Danny said confidently as she rubbed her nose. Doubt protection technique? Sure, but you have to demonstrate it first. I'll give you a fair rating. The shadow-binding knight nodded. It was a scam after all. She didn't have to know magic. The 5 insiders all understood and accepted it. Danny rolled up her sleeves and said boldly, give me 2 bowls and 3 dice. Although Lisbon was puzzled, he still took the initiative to hand over his bowl and dice. Danny squatted on the ground and placed the 3 dice in front of her. The 2 bowls were placed on the side. She thought for a moment and looked up. She glanced at the 5 people who were staring at her curiously and asked, who can give me a magic wand? Magic wand? What's that? Just any stick will do. No stick. How about a spoon? The old man took out a wooden spoon with a long handle that was used to dig out the fire-repelling ointment from his pocket. Okay. Danny took the spoon and pointed at the 3 dice. Are you all done? She asked. Yes. The 5 nodded. Let's begin. My magic skill is called 3 Gods Return to Cave. Why not the 7 gods? Don't you believe in the 7 gods? Moonsinger asked curiously. Let's understand the 3 gods first. Danny smiled slyly and said loudly, Look carefully. Use the bowl to cover it. The first time, she was very fast. The others didn't think much of it. After all, it was a simple action. Would it be fancy? The second bowl, cover the dice on the left. Now you all see it, right? There's a die under each bowl, and there's one left in the middle. Is it like this? Yes. The old mage nodded. It's that simple. We all saw it. Continue, Lisbon said impatiently. Danny nodded. She picked up the dice in the middle with 2 fingers and held it in her left hand. She knocked the wooden spoon in her right hand on the porcelain bowl on the left and chanted a spell in Chinese that no one could understand. Mommy, 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 please bless me, Ghost Hand King. Your disciple will make a living in this world and help you develop the skills of 3 immortals. Return to cave. Whoosh go. This was advanced Valeglia language. Everyone could understand it. The 5 transcendent mages looked at her as if she was an idiot. Finally, Moonsinger couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? Danny waved her hand at him and pointed at the left bowl. She said loudly, Now guess how many dice are in it? Lisbon crossed his arms and sneered. Do you think we're blind? Of course there's only one. What about you? 1. The other 4 said together. Sai looked carefully. Danny shook her head and sighed. She gently opened the left bowl. Ugh, 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 ugh. The 5 people's eyes bulged. Their mouths were so wide open that they could fit their fists. What sorcery is this? Aren't you a priest of the 7 gods? Don't tell me the priests of the 7 gods also have mystical powers? The young fire mage stuttered. Danny shrugged and covered the left bowl. She knocked the wooden spoon on the bottom of the right bowl and asked, How many dice are in there? 1, 2. The 5 people gave 2 different answers. Look carefully. Danny removed the bowl on the right, revealing the empty floor. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The 5 transcendents were stunned. Danny smiled faintly. She covered the right bowl and knocked the left bowl with a wooden spoon. She pointed at the left bowl and asked, How many dice are in there? This. The 5 of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Io, it's just a demonstration. I'm not lying. Ahem, I'm not asking you to bet. What are you afraid of? If you think of anything, just say it. Danny encouraged them. 3. It must be 3. Moonsinger gritted his teeth. Yes, 3. The fire mage and wizard nodded in agreement. The shadow bind hesitated for a moment and nodded. The dice in the right bowl teleported to the left bowl, so there are 3. Hee, you even thought of teleportation. As expected of a big shot in the transcendent world, Danny calmly opened the left bowl. What? Looking at the empty floor, the 5 transcendents were dumbfounded. She closed the left bowl and knocked the right bowl with a wooden spoon. How many? 3. She opened it. There was only 1. She closed the right bowl and knocked the left bowl with a wooden spoon. How many? 2. She opened it. There were 3. How many? How many? Danny's actions became faster and faster, and her questions also became faster and faster. The 5 great mages' eyes became more and more confused, and their minds became more and more confused. Gradually, they seemed to hallucinate. There was only 1 wooden spoon and 2 bowls left in the world. There was only 1 voice in their ears. How many? How many? How many? Seeing that they were about to break down, Danny threw away the wooden spoon and stood up. She looked at the shadow bind and asked, What level? 2. Grand Wizard Tam said blankly. I'm asking what level my guardian skill is. Danny's mouth twitched. Is it over? The shadow bind woke up with a start. He blinked, and his eyes gradually regained clarity. What did you say? Danny repeated her question with a wooden face. Oh, it must be level 1. The highest level, the shadow bind said with certainty. A skill that could even trick transcendence with definitely be able to kill ordinary people. Or was this not a trick? Are you sure this is not a sorcery skill? The Shadowbind asked. Think what you want. I'll only trade for a guardian skill. I'll trade with you. The young fire mage stared at Danny. I'll trade my basic skill with you. Blood Dragon Dance. This. Danny frowned. Blood Dragon Dance sounded awesome, but it was useless. If possible, she would rather have Pogba's fire escape. She could imagine a shocking scene. A ball of fire suddenly exploding in the palace's fire pool. The Dragon Queen leaped up like a fairy and stepped on the flames to the side of the pool. Eerie and Jichi looked at her in awe. Seeing her hesitation, Lisbon hurriedly added, You were in the hall earlier. You saw me summoning flames to burn the ugly dwarf. My fire manipulation skill can not only control burning flames, but also the fire elements in nature. When the fire elements gather together, it can ignite everything. But you barely managed to ignite the dwarf's beard? Danny suspected that he was bragging. The young fire mage's face turned red. He hurriedly said, My level is not high enough. It said that the Blood Dragon Dance came from ancient Valeglia. It's an inherited skill of the Grand Wizard. Lisbon, you can't talk nonsense. The Shadowbind could not listen to him anymore. Even if the fire mage was a junior she thought highly of, as a witness, Tam would not allow him to lie to a transcendent. Other than himself, who else can use the skills of the Grand Wizard of Valeglia? She said seriously. The young man's expression changed rapidly. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, My inheritance comes from an old noble in the Blackwall. I can't say his name, but I can swear to the Grand Wizard that he belongs to one of the 14 Fire Peaks. The old man was deep in thought. He looked at the young man with envy and hidden jealousy. No wonder you want Priest Layla's 3 gods return to caves so much. That prodigal must have many more secret skills waiting to be sold, right? Without a doubt, Layla's 3 gods return to cave was a godly skill that could cheat money. It was also because the rules were very simple and clear at glance. There would definitely be a lot of people who would fall for it. In short, with the 3 gods return to cave, Lisbon could accumulate a lot of wealth in a short period of time and exchange it for a large number of secret skills from some prodigal in the Blackwall. Valeglia's secret skills. Many people risked their lives to explore the ruins of Valeglia. Wasn't it just to discover the secret skills of Valeglia that ruled the world? Chapter 199. What about you guys? Danny looked at the Shadowbinder and the others. She wanted to compare the items and see who had more valuable items. I don't need a guardian skill, Tam said calmly. Seems like the Volantis people really put in a lot of effort to invite you. I don't have a level 1 guardian skill to exchange with you, the old man said regretfully. The blue-lipped milkman stepped forward and said excitedly, I'm willing to use 10 buckets of night shadow water and the wizard root method to exchange with you. I don't want it even if you give it to me for free. However, Danny was still tempted. She nodded hesitantly. Let me think about it. She then looked at the moon singer. The current guardian skill is enough for me, the big boss declined. Broadcast the weather forecast? Can I talk to Mage Lisbon alone first? Danny asked the Shadow Binding Knight. When the Shadow Binding Knight nodded, she walked to a corner with the Fire Mage. With their backs facing the others, they began to talk softly. Without the great wizard Valeglia's root method, I'm afraid I can't learn your Blood Dragon Dance. Danny purposely probed. Lisbon sighed in relief. So that was what she was worried about. You don't have to worry at all. The Blood Dragon Dance itself can also be learned as a high-level meditation technique. After all, it came from the great wizard Valeglia. Is your witchcraft incantation dictated, or is it something else? I'm afraid I can't remember or understand it. I can write it on parchment and teach you the standard pronunciation of the 64 syllables in Valeglia. Danny's heart skipped a beat, but her face revealed a puzzled expression. 64 syllables? Valeglia's witchcraft has a special incantation system. In fact, every extraordinary profession has a special incantation system. Only 64 syllables? What do you mean only 64 syllables? Lisbon stomped his foot and said unhappily, "Even if you don't understand incantations, you should know that the Valeglia language itself only has 30 letters, and the common language of the sunset, C, only has 23 letters. Don't try to trick me. Incantation syllables are different from language letters," Danny said unhappily. Alphabets were arranged in order to form words, and words were arranged in order to form sentences. It was a one-dimensional language. On the other hand, the monosyllabic incantation was a two-dimensional arrangement. The combination and recitation methods were more complex and varied. It was a two-dimensional language. To put it simply, a large number of individual spell syllables formed a QR code. This QR code was considered a complete spell rune. The 9-colored spiral vortex in Danny's mind was also a super large QR code. Of course, the QR code was more complicated. An ordinary QR code was composed of blank and black dots. It was actually a binary combination of 0 and 1. On the other hand, witchcraft incantations, such as Valeglia's incantation, had 108 standard syllables. Even if it wasn't considered blank, it was still in the 108-digit system. From this, one could see how much information it could hide. As everyone knew, even if it was a QR code, the coding system was different, resulting in many systems. At present, the QR code standard used in the market was the most common one with the highest number of users. Different extraordinary professions, different basic incantation syllables, and different coding systems. Using one coding system's fundamental law to scan another coding system's incantation. If the code scanner couldn't read the information, it couldn't provide the support of witchcraft. In other words, it couldn't use this witchcraft incantation. If the Valeglia Wizard Council wanted to become a god, they also had the ability to become a god. Then, they really became a god. The perfect fundamental law in the Great Wizard's Inheritance could scan all coding systems with a QR code, except for the God's Priest system. You also know, after being exposed by Danny, the young fire wizard was a little embarrassed. However, he quickly calmed down and said seriously, "Let me tell you this. Among the extraordinary professions, the Red God Priest has the second most incantation syllables. Even he only has 54. The Blackwall Aristocrat is just a branch family. He didn't receive the complete inheritance. I only got 36 basic incantation syllables from him. The remaining 28 syllables were painstakingly researched by me for 5 years. Fortunately, the Fire Wizard originally belonged to the Valeglia Wizard's branch family. The two magic incantations have many similarities. Now it's all yours." He gave Danny a superior look that said, "You've taken such a big advantage of me. Hurry up and thank me." However, Danny only wanted to complain. "Damn it. Who would dare to use the things you researched except for yourself? Can it work? Facts speak louder than words. You've seen my fire control skills," the young Lisbon said proudly. "It's because I saw it that I'm sure you're a 9th-rate sorcerer." "I want the original incantation," Danny said. "What do you mean?" "I think that with my talent, I can deduce 108 incantation syllables." The young fire wizard squinted at her and said lightly, "It's not that I'm arrogant, and it's not that I want to discourage you, but a person should face reality calmly. In the transcendent world of the western continent of Ursus, I'm the undisputed number 1 of the young generation, the number 1 genius, the number 1 talent. Even my luck is the best in the world. I've received the unique inheritance of the great wizard of Valeglia." "You haven't received all of it yet," Danny reminded him. Then she added, "And you've already learned all of the secret spells. You won't lose anything if you give me the original." "You don't understand." After hesitating for a moment, Lisbon carefully took out a palm-sized canvas bag from under his silk pants. The bag was sealed with a silver thread, and the belt was threaded through the thread. A strange smell of sweat spread in the small corner. Danny covered her mouth in disgust. Then, the young fire warlock untied his belt and took off a small bag made of white canvas that was a bit yellow in color. With 2 fingers, he carefully took out a palm-sized black card from the bag. Danny's eyes narrowed. Valeglia's steel identity card. You seen it before? Lisbon was stunned at first. Then he said, "Oh, right. I forgot that you're from the Arathorn family." Then he shook his head and explained, "But this is not an identity card, but a witchcraft inheritance card. The witchcraft Dance of the Blood Dragon is stored in it." Danny suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked curiously, "How do I use it? Are there any restrictions?" Hee, other than the need for extraordinary talent, there are no other restrictions. Lisbon had a mocking expression and sneered. That noble's ancestor must have been very stupid, and not even a pureblood. The greater the restriction, the lower the possibility of that noble getting the inheritance. But it's also possible that this Dance of the Blood Dragon was not valued by the Valeglia wizards, just like how no one would lock worthless copper coins in a safe. Danny said. Lisbon nodded and sighed with some frustration. It's very possible. At that time, the Valeglia people had the whole world. This little witchcraft was nothing at all. Soon, he thought about how he could learn the 3 gods to cave and quickly make a lot of money. He could buy countless secret techniques from that wastrel. His spirits were lifted, and he stared at Danny with shining eyes. You see, this is Valeglia's steel. It's close to an ounce, 28 grams per ounce. To buy it, I spent an extra 5,000 gold radiance coins. Danny frowned and pondered. The other party's asking price was not high, and 5,000 gold radiance coins was nothing to her, but she did not have that much money on her at the moment. I didn't bring that much money on a trip. Can I owe you first? The Arathorn family doesn't lack this bit of money, Danny said. Sigh, it's your first time attending an extraordinary gathering. I don't blame you for saying such things. Lisbon shook his head. Danny thought for a moment and pulled out the 15-centimeter long, single-edged knife from her waist. Look at this. Looking at the dagger that was as dark as black smoke and as thin as a cicada's wing, the young wizard exclaimed, Valeglia's steel? Yes. Change it immediately. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Danny's dagger. Wait a minute. Danny stepped aside and put the dagger back into her waist. Excluding witchcraft, the value of your metal plate is far less than my dagger. This. The young wizard's expression was conflicted. She was telling the truth. That dagger could be sold for 30 to 50,000 gold radiance coins. What do you think we should do? He asked. Mortgage it. I'll give you the dagger for safekeeping temporarily. In the future, I'll give you 5,000 gold radiance coins, and you can return the dagger to me. After a pause, she added, I don't need you to sign a contract. Just give me the second most precious thing you have. You're not afraid that I'll go back on my word? The young fire wizard looked at the girl in front of him with a strange expression and said, Let me explain. Extraordinary gatherings are rarely held. The character of people like us. You understand? You're just a bunch of thieves. At least you have some self-awareness. Danny nodded and asked, So? There must be a wizard who is strong enough, has a high enough status, and has a good enough reputation as a guarantor to guarantee a fair trade and that we won't kill and steal the treasure. But after the gathering, Wizard Tam won't care about our lives anymore. I believe you, Danny said seriously. Why? Lisbon was flattered. Because you're the number 1 person in the younger generation. You? The young fire wizard's eyes were watery. Looking at his lover and confidant in front of him, he was very touched. Unexpectedly, Danny continued, You're the number 1 person, so you definitely can't hide. As long as I can find you, I'm not afraid of you going back on your word. Fuck confidant. It was all an illusion. Lisbon pulled off the pendant on his neck and handed it over with a wooden face. Here, you won the mortgage. It's my most precious magic amulet. Looking at the shriveled sausage dangling under the silver chain, Danny's face turned pale. Forget it, don't mortgage it. I believe no one dares to go back on their word. Up to you. Lisbon gave her a look that said, You don't know what's good for you. Smiling, he put the dwarf amulet back on. In the end, he looked at Danny expectantly and urged, Hurry up and teach me the 3 gods return to cave witchcraft. Danny put away the metal amulet before squatting down and starting to explain. It's that simple. Lisbon was in disbelief. Learn it first. Then, the shadow binding night, and the others saw Priestess Layla angrily hitting the fire wizard's head and back while cursing. What an idiot. You can't even learn something so simple. Don't tell me you have legs instead of hands on your wrists. My legs are more agile than yours. You're too slow. Even a blind person can see it. Are you really the number one person in the younger generation? Your body is as stiff as a grayscale disease patient. The shadow, binding knight, said faintly. As expected, even the most outstanding person in the younger generation can't master it. 3 gods return to cave might be beyond the category of a level 1 Tau defense technique. It might be a god-level secret technique passed down from ancient Valeglia. Chapter 200. After an hour, Leespin finally understood all the mysteries of the 3 gods' return to cave. He was barely able to perform at once. Danny stood up impatiently. All right, go home and practice. You should be able to reach half of my power after 8 to 10 years. Sigh, the truth is simple. The easier it seems, the harder it is to actually do it. The young mage wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed. That's because you're too stupid. Your brain isn't developed enough, your body coordination is too bad, and your eyes aren't good. However, Danny wasn't bragging. She was very skilled and was probably close to the Ghost Hand King. After all, this was a transcendent world with low martial arts and low magic. She was a knight, a grand knight who was half a step into the second realm, lifting heavy as light. Her eyesight, hand speed, and mentality were all much better than ordinary people. In fact, as long as she reached the realm of like arm, she would be qualified to perform the 3 gods return to cave on CCTV. When the old fire mage saw the two coming back, he asked sourly, "How was it? Did you learn it?" Leespin straightened his back and said proudly, "As expected of the 3 gods return to cave. It seems simple, but it involves thinking, mentality, hand speed, eyesight, language, and more than a dozen other factors. It's very difficult to master it all. Luckily, I'm very talented and have already learned all the techniques. I'm almost at the beginner level." Wow. As expected of the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Western continent. Moonsinger said in shock. "I didn't misjudge you," the Shadow Binder said happily. The male wizard and the old mage also looked at him with envy, jealousy, and despair. Sigh, I didn't expect that guy to be so lucky and talented. God is so unfair. All right, the deal is done. The gathering is also coming to an end. Everyone can speak freely and exchange the secrets of witchcraft, the Shadow Binder said as he clapped his hands. They didn't stand on ceremony and asked the Shadow Binder about the troubles they encountered during their cultivation. Well, on the surface, it was a discussion, but in fact, it was a discussion between the big shots and the little brothers. This was the responsibility of the Shadow Binder, Tam, who was the guarantor of the gathering. Danny was a novice in the cultivation world and had never encountered a bottleneck in cultivation. She didn't know how to ask questions, nor could she answer other people's doubts, so she just listened silently. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. Although he didn't understand what they were talking about most of the time, the Shadow Binder answered every question. Many times, he blurted out the answer without thinking. Herbology, poison concoction, magic reagents, curse potions, pain in certain parts of the body during meditation, how to reduce magical errors, the names and taboos of some demon gods. There were even people asking questions like how to swindle money from nobles. The old fire mage asked, "I plan to go to Slaver's Bay to burn the mother of dragons' cold stove," the old man said honestly. Almost everyone is optimistic about the Alliance, and many mages are fighting to participate in the Alliance's dragon hatching ceremony. However, I know my limits. I can't compare to Great Wizard Tam at all. On the other hand, the Mother of Dragons' future was bleak, but for the time being, she was flourishing and flourishing. Most importantly, she did not have any mysterious people around her, and she had even seized a large amount of gold radiance coins from the slave owners. I want to try and see if I can become her guardian archmage. Fuck this guy. How stupid am I to be in your heart? Guardian archmage? Only you can think of that. The The mother of dragons who has 4 dragons needs a fire mage? Great wizard, do you think that you can breathe fire better than dragons? Danny couldn't help but mock him. What do you know? The old black man glanced at her with disdain. He raised his chin at the shadow binder and said respectfully, Of course, I'm not qualified to become the mother of dragons guardian archmage, but I'm asking Great Wizard Tam for advice. What are you hinting at, you rotten old man? Great Wizard Tam is the same as you. He gained the trust of the nobles of Atlantis with his guardian skills. He doesn't have any real ability at all. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. It might even be difficult to see her in person, the shadow binder said hesitantly. Why? I have an advancement step. She won't refuse to see me. What kind of step? Danny asked curiously. Although the governor of Atlantis has sealed off the news from Slave Bay, everyone in the supernatural world knows that the Dragon Queen posted a notice in Serene, looking for fire mages who know how to create wildfires. Are you crazy? The young fire mage looked at the old man in disbelief and shouted, Everyone knows what she needs the wildfire for. Not to mention whether the Alliance will send assassins to assassinate her or not. She needs more than 1 or 2 liters of wildfire. She can make hundreds or even thousands of liters of wildfire. It's enough to kill anyone. Why? Danny was puzzled. Ever since she took down Astapor, her notice had been up for almost a year, but no real fire mage had come to apply. Well, there were many charlatans, except for a few fire mages who could refine white phosphorus and were valued by Danny. The rest were all liars. Not only did they not get the money, but they were also whipped 10 times by the devil's tail, Hattar. The shadow binder said slowly, Not many people in the south of Ursos dare to create wildfires. The temperature is too high. When the temperature is higher than the body's temperature, the wildfires will become unstable. You may not know this, but wildfires will explode when exposed to direct sunlight and heat from friction. The process of creating wildfires is even more dangerous. It's not a problem to focus on creating a small amount of wildfires for experiments. But if there are too many, at this point, she asked the young fire mage, What's your error rate? In the cold basement, 2 ounces each time. The success rate is 95%, Lisbon said confidently. The shadow binder looked at Danny. So, you understand? Even the genius mage Lisbon makes mistakes. If he created 1,000 ounces of wildfire for the mother of dragons, he would make about 25 mistakes. After so many times, I might be more familiar with it, the young fire mage protested. Or you might be more tired, more numb, and make more mistakes. The shadow binder glanced at him, then turned to Danny and continued, 25 mistakes. Lisbon can't be lucky enough to avoid it every time, but 1,000 ounces is less than 1% of what the mother of dragons wants. The old mage chuckled. I can slack off, or I can teach the apprentices and let them do the work. If the allies attack, I can also become their spy. Yes, you could try. I think that with your talent and wisdom, you'll definitely be able to shine under the mother of dragons. Danny encouraged him with a sincere expression. Thank you. The old black man was experienced and could tell that the priestess was sincerely blessing him. He couldn't help but feel warm inside. Danny continued to give him advice. It's best to find a few more colleagues to help you share the risk. The journey will be difficult, and it's too dangerous and eye-catching to go alone. It's best to find a few dozen fire mages to form a group. The Kingdom Protector needs subordinates too. If there's an accident, you can find someone to take the blame. Thank you. The old mage's eyes were wet. He was very touched. Take this bottle of fire-repelling ointment. He took out the wooden box from his bag and handed it to her. Layla, your skin is a bit tan from traveling in the sea of summer. Apply this ointment and roast it. It can remove the dead skin and help you become fair and attractive again. Thank you. Danny smiled awkwardly and took the ointment. While the two of them were being intimate, the shadow binder said faintly, The mother of dragons is the source of miracles. How can there not be any mages paying attention to her? Who? The old man asked in surprise. The top group of extraordinaries. As far as I know, the great wizard Haya and Asha Kue, she brought her out of the Red Wasteland. Great wizard Haya and Asha Kue she. The old black man's face was pale. They're both giants. I heard that Haya and the mother of dragons had a falling out in Kauai's, and Kauai never stayed by her side for long, Danny said with a frown. You've heard of Kauai too? The shadow binder asked in surprise. Of course. There were a total of 3 people who went to the Red Wasteland to search for dragons. But I don't know about Kauai. Is she famous in Asha? Kauai's status in Asha is like Lisbon's in Volantis. The shadow binder's tone was complicated. It was a bit like the old black man's jealousy and disappointment when he talked about the young fire mage. Lisbon raised his chin and said in a bleak tone, I see. The shadow binder Kauai, she is in the east, and the fire mage Lisbon is in the west. It's a pity that we're thousands of miles away from each other. In an instant, Kauai's status in Danny's heart plummeted. She fell into the abyss. Tam, you must hate Kauai a lot. That's why you use such a metaphor to smear her reputation. You're both shadow binders. Why are you in such a hurry to ruin her reputation? However, she could only bury these complaints in her heart. After hearing Tam's words, she couldn't help but have a few questions. Great Wizard Tam, does Kauai also know shadow sorcery? All qualified shadow binders know how to do it. Oh my god, she can't be trying to control the Dragon Queen's soul, right? Danny purposely exclaimed. No, the mother of dragons has a dragon, and the shadow blood sorcery is mostly used on men, the shadow binder said. Why? Tam was a good guarantor. He answered all of her questions. He didn't even hide some of the secrets of the shadow binders. Because to cast that spell, the most important step is to have intercourse with the person involved. Have intercourse? Danny stammered, her face full of shock. So the legends are true. Shadow binders have intercourse with men at night, and then take away their souls. The shadow binder didn't get angry. He said calmly, intercourse is just a process to complete a certain ritual. The blood of low-level men without any power is not attractive to us. Shadow binders don't need human souls. When we really need to sacrifice a living person, we don't need to have intercourse with them. We can just burn them and offer their souls to Lalo. So you understand? The blood sorcery that requires intercourse and the sacrifice that takes away a person's soul are 2 different types of sorcery. The former is far more technical than the latter. This is also the difference between the new Dragon Granny and me. Those who rely on their own strength to master shadow magic are called shadow binders. Those who don't have enough talent and only know how to please Shadow Demon Lalo are called witches. I see. After Tam's explanation, Danny immediately understood the difference between witches and shadow binders. It was just like how fire mages could still control fire, even if they didn't believe in the Light King. Although Shadow Demon Lalo was the Lord of Shadows, shadow magic wasn't unique to him. Sorcerers could also master this ability with their own strength. They were called shadow binders. I heard that there was a king in the Westeros, Stannis Baratheon. He also had a shadow binder under him. At the same time, he was also a red priest. Do you know him? Chapter 201. Melisandre. The red mask covered her face, but Tam's eyes and tone were filled with unconcealable fear. I've also heard of that woman's deeds. The sea merchants from Old Town and King's Landing all mention her. The statues of the 7 gods on Dragonstone Island were destroyed, and the divine forest in Phoenix's Breath Castle was burned down by her. Even the crest of Theon Bara's family was changed to a blazing red heart. Very arrogant and very powerful. I'm not sure if it's true, but people say that Melisandre helped Stannis obtain the legendary red sword of heroes, the Lightbringer, the old man said seriously. The Lightbringer? So, Stannis is the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of the legendary Yesor Ahai. Lisbon was shocked. Perhaps, the old man said uncertainly. The young fire mage said strangely, but the supreme priest Benello has always preached that Dany Rise is the child of prophecy, the savior born from smoke and fire. Is there no consensus within the Red God priests? Did the Light King give 2 different revelations to his followers? Melisandre is not just a Red God priest, the the shadow binding said with a frown. Did you moon singers predict who Yesor Ahai is? The male wizard asked the zebra leader with a frown. What about the male wizard? The moon singer asked instead of answering. The immortal hall was burned to the ground by that woman. How could she predict? The male wizard shook his head with a bitter smile. I wonder what she saw in there. The transcendent realm is really turbulent these 2 years. The moon singer sighed and said slowly, regarding the prophecy of Yesor Ahai, we have secretly tried no less than 100 times, but the results are not clear. The image of Danny Rise riding a dragon appeared 15 times. The blurry cold fog appeared 47 times. The back of an unfamiliar black-haired man appeared 33 times. The blazing red heart flag appeared 4 times, and 7 or 8 people appeared once or twice. While everyone was deep in thought, Danny asked, so the possibility of Danny Rise being the child of prophecy is not high. Who is that black-haired man? You can't say that. The future is uncertain, but it will definitely come. A certain outcome will definitely occur. Talking about possibilities in the future is meaningless. Simply put, before the truth is revealed, we must treat everyone with caution. As for the black-haired man, I can only see his back. In most cases, I can't even see his back clearly. Those 100 or so prophecies of yours were all for naught. They were all meaningless. After complaining in her heart, Danny looked at the shadow-binding knight and asked, who is that Madame Melisandre? Someone who cannot be provoked. It's said that. Tam spat out a sentence with difficulty. She has hundreds of years of cultivation. What? Danny wasn't the only one who exclaimed. Everyone present exclaimed. She's different from the traditional shadow-binding knights. Most of us first grasp the power of shadows, then study the teachings of the shadow, Demon Lalo. In the end, we might develop faith in the Light King Lalo. However, she was originally a slave bought by the Red God Temple and was raised as a priest. She came to the Shadowlands at some point in time and gradually became a low-profile but terrifying shadow-binding knight. I don't know what her relationship with the Red God Temple is, but there's no doubt that she's a powerful wizard and also a believer who is doted on by Lalo. There's also a terrifying rumor. Her voice was trembling. It was obvious that she was extremely terrified. What rumor? Danny asked with a hoarse voice. She's not human. If she's not human, then what is she? A devil? A god or a devil who walks in a human world? She reached the realm that us extraordinaires dream of and broke away from the body of a mortal. What's there to be afraid of? Danny's mouth twitched. Isn't she just a demigod? I thought you were going to say something. You made the atmosphere so gloomy and terrifying that I didn't even dare to speak loudly. You, the ignorant, are fearless. The shadow-binding knight glanced at her with disdain. All right, that's all for today. Let's adjourn, she said, and prepared to leave. Wait, one last question. Danny hurriedly stopped the shadow-binding knight and quickly asked, what's the deal with the syllables of the spell? The more syllables there are, the stronger the spell. The more syllables there are, the more truths of the universe can be recorded. The spell is also more complicated. In theory, the extraordinaire profession has greater potential, but potential doesn't equate to power. Lisbon told me that the Red God Priest spell system only has 54 syllables. It's a lot less than Wizard Valeglia's spell system. The shadow-binding knight glanced at the young fire mage coldly. His gaze was so cold that it made the young fire mage's face turn pale. Sir Tam, I am not lying. The Red God Priest only has, but you deliberately hid some information and misled her. The shadow-binding knight coldly interrupted him. He turned to Danny and said, Lalo, the god of shadow and fire, has 2 forms. The Light King has 54 syllables, and the shadow demon has 54 syllables. The followers of Lalo have 108 syllables to learn. 108. Danny fell into deep thought. She seemed to be in a daze. In the end, under the shadow-binding knight's request, the fire mage Lisbon swore that he would teach the new Valeglia spell syllables to Layla of Bravos for free as compensation for lying to her. Danny's face stiffened. She expressed her gratitude to both of them at the same time. Damn it, don't come and harm me, okay? Out of the 28 syllables you deduced, 42 were wrong. Not only were the 28 syllables mispronounced, but the writing was also wrong. Out of the 36 original Valeglia letters, 14 of them were mispronounced. Using English as an example, Lisbon only learned the 7 letters A, B, C, D, F, G from the Blackwall Prodigal. Suddenly, he encountered English in the spell. He realized that other than E and G, he had never seen the other letters before. Thus, the smart and far-sighted Lisbon separated in, L, I's, H from English and gave them a powerful pronunciation that resonated with the mysterious power. The problem was that the spell QR code was far more complicated than a one-dimensional character string. Lisbon should have separated in, but he saw it as M. As a result, not only was the pronunciation wrong, even the form was wrong. On the way back to the surface, Danny and the others met pirates, merchants, and prostitutes who came from the other side roads. They were either selling their stolen goods, holding hands, or negotiating a secret agreement. When they met each other, they did not greet each other and were silent all the way. After they came out of the artificial mountain cave, everyone separated in the courtyard. It was late at night, and there were fewer people in the public rest area of the merchant house. However, the candles were still shining brightly. In the hall, hundreds of guests were chatting loudly, bragging, discussing business, or shouting drunkenly. Passing through the crowd, Danny found a passage back to the guest room on the second floor in the corner. After taking a few steps up the stairs, a black shadow approached from the side. It was the hooded white knight. "I thought something happened to you. Why did it take you so long?" He was obviously relieved, but there was a hint of complaint in his tone. It was obvious that the waiting period was not easy. It was really a gathering of extraordinary people. It was very formal. There were performances of witchcraft, transactions of items and secret techniques between the wizards, and finally, there were great wizards answering difficult questions for the little wizards. After explaining, Danny could not help but sigh. Those wizards were not powerful, but it gave me a deeper understanding of the truth of this world. She went up to the second floor and found her room. Barristan followed her in. After closing the door, the two sat down in the living room. Danny then told him the details of what happened. "I never thought that a gathering of the mysterious people would be like this." The old knight had a look of yearning and sighed. "If this was before, I would have scoffed at those mysterious people and things." "What's the situation with Tyrion?" Danny asked. His companion, the one who looks like an ascetic, with a square face, is called Halden. "He seems to be a scholar, but I have never heard of his name. Is there anyone else?" "Yes, by eavesdropping on their conversation, I found out that Tyrion and Halden are serving Lord Griffin, but that Griffin is not in Volantis. The two of them are part of the vanguard, in charge of looking for ships heading to Slaver's Bay. Tyrion is also tasked with finding out about you in the merchant's house. They're going to Slaver's Bay to look for you." Barristan said. "Griffin? Who is he?" It was definitely not Varys. The eight-clawed spider did not have to hide his identity. Danny was a little confused. Why is this so different from the plot of Game of Thrones? "Forget it. Let them go to Slaver's Bay. We will go to the Black Wall tomorrow and find out where the Gith ambassadors are stationed. We will have a good rest in the afternoon and leave Volantis at night for Dorne." It was close to 3 in the morning when they fell asleep. Danny did not have the energy to stay up to study witchcraft, so she went straight to bed. The two slept until 9 in the morning. When they were washing up in the bathroom, Danny was surprised to find that there was really a white fog outside the window. "I changed my clothes and had breakfast in the small living room of the hotel. At about 10 o'clock, the fog dissipated as if a veil had been lifted. The Fishmonger Square was suddenly exposed under the golden sunlight, and the sky was clear and blue. It was almost the same weather as the moon singer predicted last night. After telling White Knight about this, he exclaimed, "It's great to have such a moon singer on the way to war." Because she did not want to meet Tyrion again, Danny did not put on any ugly makeup. Her underwear was washed by the inn's maid. She wore a white shirt, a brown leather jacket, a silver chain vest, silk pants, open-toed sandals, a long sword at her waist, and a clean light blue canvas cloak with a hood pulled up. In the tropical climate of Atlantis, this outfit was a little stuffy, but it was not unusual. There were also long-haired Ibans who wore fur coats. Walking down the creaking wooden stairs, they heard Tyrion howling from afar. Impossible. How is this possible? I have been watching carefully. How can there be 3 dice? I don't believe there is some teleportation spell. Let's do it again. As long as you have the money, you can do it 10 more times. Lisbon laughed. At a round table under the window, facing the street, there were 3 groups of people inside and 3 groups outside. On the stairs, they could see the proud young fire mage and Tyrion, who was red-eyed from losing. The fire mage was leaning against the wall behind a round table. In front of him were 2 porcelain bowls, 3 dice, a small pile of silver coins, and a black metal stick as thick as a chopstick in his hand. Chapter 202. That's enough, Hugo. You've already lost 70 silver coins. We're almost out of money, the ascetic-looking middle-aged man scolded in a low voice. Out of money? You've already lost 70 silver radiance coins. Tyrion stood on the stool as if he was dumbfounded. Dwarf, your manhood is very valuable. I'm willing to pay 10 gold radiance coins for it. Lisbon put the small pile of silver coins on the table into the leather bag at his waist as he teased Tyrion proudly. Danny noticed that there were 3 leather bags on the left and right sides of the young fire mage's belt. Other than the one that was holding the money, the other one was already full. The last one was half full, but it seemed to be filled with gold radiance coins. Since you like my manhood so much, how about I give it to you? 1 silver coin each time. It's a little more expensive than the prostitutes in the colorful garden next door, but it's rare to see an ugly dwarf like me, Tyrion said viciously. Ha ha ha. The vulgar sailors around all laughed loudly. Even the people on the street who were separated by a window looked out curiously. The young fire mage glanced at the little devil coldly and scanned the rich merchants and mercenaries. He said loudly, "Anyone else want to try? The odds are 1 to 10. The lowest bet is 1 silver radiance coin. There's no upper limit. If you get it right, you'll get 10 times more." "I'll do it." A midsummer islander wearing a peacock feather cloak stepped forward and threw out a gold radiance coin with a skull crown printed on it. Fire mages are all liars. Everyone knows that. I don't believe you can teleport. Danny did not stop to watch. She walked past the crowd and found the waiter at the front desk. She rejected the waiter's suggestion to hire an elephant carriage and asked him to bring out the tamed horse from the stables. When she walked down the stone steps at the front door, she heard the midsummer islander lose his composure and arrogance. He almost shouted hysterically, 3? That's impossible. I've been watching. 1 gold radiance coin. Again, 1 more time. It was almost noon. The fishmonger square was crowded. The smell of fish mixed with the smell of roasted cumin mixed together. Riding on a tall horse, one could clearly feel the prosperity of Volantis. Volantis had the largest population, the largest port, the largest city, and the richest and most fertile colony on the Lorne River. Once upon a time, this eldest daughter of Alleglia was the leader of the 9 free trade city-states. Even now, her economic and military strength was second only to Bravo's. The sun shone brightly, and the view was wide. Danny observed the city more clearly than last night. Heading east, they arrived at the riverside street, which was even more bustling. None of the buildings facing the street were lower than 2 stories. Below them were clothing stores, chess halls, taverns, barbecue stalls, brothels, warehouses, and so on. The streets were filled with sailors, merchants, and slaves who were as busy as cockroaches. Danny suddenly realized that she had been tricked by Aunt Kelly in the suburbs of the eastern city. Although there were many people who took elephant carriages, riding horses was not an exception and would not be looked at differently. The yellow oranges on the cart by the street attracted her attention. She used 5 copper coins to buy 15 oranges the size of an adult man's fist and gave 5 to White Knight. Danny ate the sweet and sour oranges as she leisurely rode along the street. On the streets, there were many male and female slaves with shovels or flies on their faces. They were like inconspicuous shadows, curled up and shoveled the warm and fresh elephant, horse, and cow dung on the ground into dustpans. Therefore, the riverside market did not smell bad. Instead, the sweet fragrance of flowers and fruits floated over from time to time. Choose Elios Chihita. Suddenly, a woman's shrill voice came from the front. The men also joined in the commotion. I want to see your lower body. Stick it out and let me see it clearly. Which brothel are you from? I'll go find you tonight. Please vote for Elios. A 3-meter-tall, giant elephant rumbled past. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. It was carrying a huge castle on its back, estimated to be more than 10 square meters. 9 seductive girls in tulle grabbed onto the thin railings of the castle and flirted with the passers-by. The mercenaries and sailors passing by were mesmerized and could not move. Yes, the girls had teardrop tattoos on their eyebrows. They were all slaves. A girl took out her white hair and flirted with a sailor who was whistling. A girl obediently lifted the only layer of pink tulle on her body, spread her legs, and stuck out her buttocks towards the street. A girl slid her right hand underneath and entered. The men on the street could not take their eyes off her, their faces and ears red. Finally, someone could not hold it in anymore. A fat man in his 50s with white hair rushed out of a rice shop beside them. He waved at the giant elephant and shouted, "I'm Belwin Kandahar. I have the right to vote. I swear to vote for Elios Chihita. Give me a whore." "Yes, sir." The giant elephant stopped. A silver-haired young man in luxurious clothes rode over on a white jade dwarf elephant and said, "Thank you, Mr. Kandahar, for supporting my father. I wonder which one or how many do you want?" The rice shop owner pointed at the girls on the castle pervertedly. "That silver-haired one. It's a pity she doesn't have purple eyes. Otherwise, she would look more like that woman. And that blonde-haired one, who looks like the Queen Regent of Westeros. And that chestnut-haired one, a little vixen. They're all out. It's so scary. Belwin, don't die of exhaustion on the day of the vote." Someone mocked him loudly. "Not to mention 3, I can handle 30 of them. Not everyone is as useless as you." Ha ha. The street was filled with laughter. 3 girls climbed down the rope ladder on the elephant's back. At the same time, 3 more girls came down from the carriage behind. They took off their yellow cloaks and climbed up the castle wearing only transparent silk clothes. The fat rice merchant pulled the 3 pretty girls and ran into the inner room of the shop impatiently. The giant elephant continued forward. Choose Elios. Choose Elios. After all, there were only a few people in the West District who had the right to vote. On the way to the Long Bridge, they didn't meet any candidates who were soliciting votes. It was too dark last night. I didn't see it clearly. Now I realize that the Long Bridge is so strange. Under the big black stone arch of the Long Bridge, Dany turned her head and said to the old knight, "The Long Bridge didn't have a sidewalk or a lane." Carriages, elephant carts, and passers-by squeezed together. The road was only 5 meters wide. However, this didn't mean that the bridge was only 5 meters thick. In fact, it was more than 12 meters wide. There were no fences on both sides of the road. Instead, there were all kinds of buildings. Shops, temples, gold shops, incense shops, hotels, dog meat restaurants, in Shiva's chess halls, brothels. The slave shop had weavers, lace workers, glass workers, candle makers, and fisherwomen who sold eels and oysters gathered together and loudly sold their catch to passers-by. Dany used 1 silver coin to buy 30 fresh oysters from a silver-haired middle-aged woman. She stood beside the wooden cart, dipped in the vinegar and fresh lemons provided by the woman, and ate 20 oysters in a row. They were very fresh, tender, and delicious. The buildings on both sides of the road were 3 or 4 stories high. Each story extended a little deeper than the one below. The top stories on both sides were almost connected. When crossing the bridge, it was like passing through a cave tunnel. Only the line of sky at the top penetrated the golden sunlight. Last night, all she could see was the brilliant lights. She couldn't see the complete structure of the buildings. At this time, walking on the bridge, Dany had a strange thought. If Dahe breathed fire from the beginning of the bridge all the way to the end, wouldn't the people inside have nowhere to escape? They came to the center of the long bridge. There were no buildings on either side of the 4 or 5 meter long road, but there were many iron pillars. A few broken hands of varying degrees of decay were hanging on the pillars. There were also 3 heads covered with white maggots. It inexplicably reminded Danny of the skewers of chicken feet and pig faces that were dried under the sun during the new year. When passing by last night, she also smelled the stench, but she didn't see the scene on both sides. After seeing it, Danny almost spat out the oyster she had just eaten. There were also 4 signs hanging under the iron pillars. The origin of the broken hands was scribbled on them. The broken hands belonged to thieves and bag thieves. 3 heads. The slave girl reached out to resist her mistress. The old bard was accused of being a spy of the Dragon Queen because he played the piano and sang the story of Shah at the dock. The young man killed his father. A pair of Tiger Pow soldiers stood on one side, waving their spears from time to time to drive away the falcons, seagulls, and scavenger crows that pecked at the carrion. The old man died unjustly. Danny could guarantee that he was innocent. She had spies and new guys and queers. Volantis was far away and was not her target for the time being. Out of the long bridge tunnel, Danny found that many people were rushing north along the Riverside Road. They were in a hurry, and most of them had slave tattoos on their faces. What are they going to do? She stopped a small tomato vendor and asked. Taking advantage of the free time at noon, the slaves are going to the Red Temple for afternoon prayers. Is the Red Temple far from here? She asked again. The Black Wall was also in the north. If the Red Temple was not far away, they could go there first. It's very close, just under the Black Wall. After walking less than 200 meters along the riverbank, the field of vision suddenly widened. The square was less than a hectare, but the temple opposite the square was too magnificent. The temple was located in the east and facing the west, with its back against the Black Wall. It was a cluster of buildings consisting of dozens of halls and hundreds of towers. Different buildings were connected by stairs, buttresses, and stone arches. Everything was integrated as if they were chiseled out of the same huge rock. There were hundreds of red, yellow, gold, and orange lines on the wall. They overlapped each other like a huge flag under the sun. 7 gods above, I thought that the great cathedral of St. Bell was the most magnificent temple in the world. I didn't expect the Red Temple of Atlantis to be almost 3 times bigger than the cathedral. Baristan was dazzled. Obviously, this was not built in one go. Who knows how many times it has been expanded over the centuries. In order to not be too conspicuous among the group of devout Red God believers, Danny turned around and jumped down from the horse's back. Ah, the Supreme Priest. How lucky. Today's afternoon prayers are led by the Supreme Priest himself. There was a sudden commotion from the crowd in front of them. Soon, the entire square of 4,000 to 5,000 people cheered loudly. Supreme Priest, Supreme Priest. In the middle of the square of the Red Temple, there was a thick stone pillar about 20 meters tall. A narrow stone bridge about the width of one's foot connected the stone pillar to a platform in front of the temple. Under the noon sun, a group of monks slowly climbed up the platform. A milky white monk in a red robe walked in front. Behind him were a dozen male and female priests who were also wearing red robes. Behind them were acolytes of lower status, wearing light yellow or bright orange robes. On the stairs stood a row of soldiers in gorgeous armor and orange capes. They were guarding the entrance of the temple with spears in their hands. The tips of the spears were made into the shape of burning flames. They are the hand of holy fire, the holy warriors of the King of Light, the guardians of the Red Temple, Baristan explained softly. I know. I heard that Volantis has 1,000 hand of holy fire. Danny nodded. Her gaze never left Benello. She hoped to see his eyes clearly to determine the level of his power. However, the distance was too far. She could see the color of his eyes, but she could not sense the basic charm in his sea of consciousness. Not only was the square below the stone pillar filled with people, There were also hundreds and thousands of guards on the 60-meter-tall black wall behind the temple, looking down. Not long later, the other monks stood on the platform according to their ranks. Bonello's steps were steady as he looked at the golden sun in front of him. He walked on the narrow stone bridge as though it was flat ground and finally stood at the top of the stone pillar. The slaves below all extended their arms and shouted titles such as Fire of Truth, Light of Wisdom, Head Servant of my Lord, Supreme Priest, and so on. No one called him by his name. This scene and atmosphere was almost comparable to the fanaticism the slaves had for Danny after the Emancipation Proclamation. Chapter 203. King of Light, protect us, for the night is long and full of danger. Bonello's voice was a typical tenor. It was so loud that it pierced through the sky, piercing through the layers of space, and entered the ears of everyone in the square. 7 gods above, what a peerless voice of a famous general. Baristan murmured. Danny's mouth twitched. The status of a supreme priest was much higher than that of a famous general. Bonello should be a slave of the Kyle's clan. He was tall and thin, with prominent facial features and white skin. He looked like a typical milkman. His cheeks, chin, lips, and bald head were full of red flame tattoos, as if his face was covered with a layer of bright red mask. Only a pair of blue eyes could be seen. It looked a little scary. We mortals live and die alone, at a loss, hesitating in the valley. Fortunately, we have comrades gathering together. Fortunately, we have God, who overshadows us. Bonello continued to recite the prayer, and the slaves below followed him. They looked focused and pious. Danny was surprised to find that the black wall behind the square was also densely packed with people. 90% of them with a tiger cloak army holding tiger helmets. It seems that the rumors are not exaggerated. Half of the tiger cloak army believes in the red god Lalo. The noon prayer was not long, about 200 to 300 words. But after reciting the prayer, Bonello did not leave. Instead, he raised his right arm and pointed at the sun in the sky with his index finger. The night is long and full of danger, he suddenly shouted. At the same time, he clenched his fist and opened his arms. His movement was a little big, and Danny was worried that he would fall down from the narrow stone pillar. When the supreme priest's voice reached the highest pitch, there was a hissing sound, and a tongue of flame shot out from his fingers. Ah! Not only were the people below shocked, but even Danny exclaimed. There was a strong wave of magic, which meant that Bonello was using fire magic and not a prop. Under the clear sky, the tongue of flame that shot out from his fingers was dark red like blood. It was so bright that it almost turned into a solid substance and dripped to the ground. Then, Bonello moved his right hand, and the flame left a line of Alleglio words in the sky. Only a single letter was as big as a bed. Darkness is coming. The foolish actions of the ignorant will bring about blood, fire, and destruction. Only the Savior can save the world. Oh! The crowd let out a deafening roar. The women covered their faces and cried, while the men waved their fists in the air. Their faces were full of indignation, and they let out cries of unknown meaning. Danny suddenly had an epiphany and said with a strange expression, "Are you talking about me?" Sure enough, the next moment, Bonello shouted, "After the long summer, the stars weep blood, and Yesor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt. He is the Savior, Danny Liz Targaryen. Her rise had fulfilled the ancient prophecies. She was born in the land of smoke and salt, and she was, and would, reshape this world. She is the reincarnation of Yasur Ahai. She will defeat the darkness and bring about a never-ending summer to the world. Even the god of death will submit to her. Those who shed blood for her cause will be reborn. Brother, thank you very much for your support, but you're wrong. The reincarnation of Yesor Yahai is Jon Snow, my nephew." Danny did not know what to say. All this time, she had been wary of Lalo, not the King of Light. Although the teachings of the Red God were overbearing and tyrannical, they generally urged people to be good. They were not evil cults or cults. However, Lalo the Shadow was different. He accepted blood sacrifices without any bottom line and devoured people's souls and blood. Many blood witchcraft originated from the demon god, Lalo himself. There was no doubt that Lalo controlled the domain of death. Dany had also always thought that he was the god of death. After all, several Westeros had been resurrected by him, including the main character, Jon Snow. The problem was that Benello claimed that the god of death would also submit to the mother of dragons. Obviously, the god of death he spoke of was not his master Lalo. It was most likely the god of darkness, coldness, and death, the Night King. Actually, the Night King was only a subordinate of the god of death. Dany had misunderstood. There is only one domain of death. So who was the real god of death? Why did Lalo care so much about Long Night? Since more than 5,000 years ago, he had been spreading the prophecy in the ancient book of Asha through the mouth of the red-robed priests. Yasuo Ahai would be reborn to fight against the other ghosts that had reappeared in the world. Dany's heart was in a mess. Benello, the water supply, was still waving flags and shouting for her. Dany, Rise is in danger. The Eye of Darkness has targeted her, and the servants of Long Night are plotting to overthrow her. Speaking of this, he pointed to the black wall behind the temple and the fully armed tiger robe army guards on the black wall who were looking down. He said loudly, "The King of Light created the sun and the stars, and engaged in an eternal battle with the darkness. But Nessus and Malachor betrayed the light, and their minds were corrupted by the yellow harpies of the east. They planned the most despicable alliance with the foreigners who did not believe in gods. I hereby call on everyone to unite and participate in this battle of justice, to fight for the light. The child of prophecy will ride the demonic dragon, hold the fire sword that will cleanse the world, and lead us on the path of glory." Brother, you are so righteous. Aren't you afraid of being censored? Dany was touched and worried. Although the water supply was good, he had to live until the moment when he transformed into a guide. I haven't even called, and you are already promoting for me. Aren't you a little too eager? At the same time, she was puzzled. What were the Volantis people doing? How could they allow a monk to confuse them in public? Ahem, I meant to explain the truth. It could be guessed that Benello had been explaining the truth for a long time, but he was not eliminated by 404. My lady, this is not a good sign. Barristan was worried. The Red God monks can publicly oppose the nobles of the Black Wall for you today. Tomorrow, they will shake the rule of your descendants for others or their Red God. Old Knight, you are thinking too far ahead. You are even worried about my descendants. But his words were not without reason. Sigh, this is so difficult. Dany frowned and sighed. Let's take one step at a time. The power of the Red God Temple is there. It is not something that can be decided by our attitude. It is better to be my ally than to be my enemy. The entire noon prayer process was less than half an hour. Benello seemed to be helping the Dragon Queen to shout the slogan as a routine. He did not really lead the slaves to revolt. As he walked down the stone pillar, the flame words in the sky quickly disappeared. Dany climbed back on the horse and left the square with the slaves. The slaves returned to their posts and continued to work numbly. Dany and Barristan walked around the Black Wall and continued to tour the foreign scenery. Well, she did not forget the purpose of this trip, to observe and locate the Gith diplomatic group's base. The closer they were to the Black Wall, the more spacious and clean the streets were. It was similar to the Black Stone Road of Alleglia Avenue. There were palm trees and cedars planted on the side of the road. There were tall glass domes, white marble squares, fountains with beautiful statues. Without a doubt, this was a rich district. There were far more people canvassing here than in the West District. It was not only Maracho of the Tiger Party, Narcissus of the Elephant Party, Dofus who was not favored for re-election because he did not publicly express his hostility to the Mother of Dragons. Candidates such as Elios, Palacero, Beligio, and so on are either going to the field themselves or were led by their children. Dany saw a tall, silver-haired, middle-aged man with a bandage on his right arm hanging under his neck. He was still speaking loudly on the platform in the square. There was a banner above the middle-aged man's head. If you oppose the evil Mother of Dragons, if you support the Alliance Army, please support the Alliance Army Standing Committee Maracho. In addition to public speeches, some people organized mime shows. Some people sent poets to sing and recite poems along the streets. Some people led song and dance troupes to hold parties in the noble's courtyard. Some people found acrobats to perform in the public area. There were also exciting duels. Assassins in yellow silk clothes, holding the water dancer's sword, fought endlessly in the square for their respective supporters. Danny could accept the above normal election methods. However, those candidates were like Maracho. At the same time, they arranged bed slaves on the street to canvass for votes. Some people sent prostitutes and even promised that they must be virgins. Some people carried delicate boys with delicate skin on their elephant carts, claiming that they all mastered the 7 cries of spring, which could be enjoyed by both men and women. Some people provided tall and strong gladiators for the voters. There were also people who took a small notebook and went to each house to ask, "Do you need customization?" Black people, white people, zebra people, centaurs, long-haired Ibans and Darren Knights, red-haired northern barbarians, giants. If no one can satisfy you, wild animals and livestock will do too. Other than the megalosaurus, we can send you anything. They were not whispering. Many of the blankets on the elephants were written clearly on them. This is crazy. Is this the fair, democratic, and free election that the people of Atlantis are so proud of? Danny and Barristan were shocked by this scene that broke the bottom line of their knowledge. They already knew that Volantis was holding an annual consul election. They even asked around in the merchant's house last night. At that time, 2 merchants were discussing this matter. One was a middle-aged wine merchant from Volantis, and the other was an old sea merchant who sold golden wine from Chinting Island. The people of Volantis proudly said to the Westeros, "We of Volantis have an excellent political system inherited from ancient Valeglia. It is fair, just, free, equal, and democratic. Of course, slaves are not people. The poor free people can't pay much tax and don't contribute much to the city. They are not complete people. Without a doubt, we are more civilized and more intelligent than you Westeros. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. The 3 consul checks and balances each other. Even if a lunatic wins the election, he will be restrained by his colleagues. When the 1-year term is up, the people will immediately ask him to leave. Well, unless the quality of the female slaves he prepared for the election is extraordinary. Think about it. If that woman's father, Mad King Aerys, had 2 kings who shared power with him, the series of bloodshed that followed would not have happened. That woman can also be a good little princess, and we won't have to suffer with her." The old sea merchant blushed and could not say anything to refute. In the trading city of Ursos, the Westeros and the land of the setting sun were known as barbarians. The inferior races that could not survive in Ursos, such as the Ancients, the Undulls, and the Loinars, could only flee to Westeros on the other side of the narrow sea. Some of them even transformed from refugees to noble conquerors. Chapter 204. In addition to the Volantis politicians seeking votes, Danny also easily found the Gith delegation. They actually followed the way of the consul candidates, using giant elephants to carry hot girls and delicate boys, and sent them for free along the street. A long team of at least 50 giant elephants, 200 to 300 slave boys and girls. Danny could not ignore it even if she wanted to. In addition to the slaves in the towers on the elephant's back, many giant elephants also had huge Nama boxes and rattan baskets hanging on their sides. Long live the Alliance. Long live the United Nations. God slays the mother of dragons. The Toka robe, riding a camel in front of the elephant team, shouted loudly. Support the Alliance's resolution of the Eastern Expedition. Support the United Nations resolution to block the trade in Slaver's Bay. Boycott the illegal sea merchants who steal into Slaver's Bay. Don't buy white sand sugar. Don't buy snow salt. Don't buy fruit juice sweet wine. Don't. On both sides of the giant elephants, there were yellow silk capes riding horses and camels. They held banners and wooden signs, a huge red cross on white sand sugar, a huge red cross on snow salt. Every time a Volantis man in the neighborhood stood up, showed his sea boat certificate, and swore that he would never sail into Slaver's Bay. The gift people let him choose 2 slave bed partners and grabbed a lot of gold coins from the basket and threw it to him. There were at least 70 to 80 gold coins, mixed with rubies, emeralds, tiger's eyes, jade stones, and other colorful jewelry. It was a mess. 7 levels of hell. Danny's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she saw the Gith's actions. In order to deal with her, the evil mother of dragons, the slave traders really went all out. But also because this group of people was too ostentatious, she and Barristan easily found the base of the delegation, the mansion of the Elephant Party Consul, Nessie Servazama. Located in the east of the Black Wall, across the street, there was a super mansion that covered an area of 2 hectares. Learning from the Gith people, Danny drew a huge red cross on the mansion in her heart, and Blackie in the sky also locked onto this place at the same time. After finding the residence of the Gith envoy, Danny saw that it was still early, so she did not go back immediately. With a pure tourist mentality, the 2 began to tour the 1,000-year-old ancient city. How should I put it? The city was so big that it was a little barren. In other words, Volantis was not even half of what it was at its peak. Walking around the Black Wall, Danny and Gujun had been to the north of the Black Wall. After passing through a bustling area, they continued to look towards the north. Between the northern city wall and the Black Wall of Volantis, there was a large piece of city ruins. Well, Volantis is different from Valeglia and Orlos. It has walls. The Black Wall was an inner city, like the Forbidden City in Old Beijing. Outside of it, there was a vast urban area. The west side was facing the river, the south side was facing the sea, and the north and east side were 10 meters high walls. When Danny and Barristan left the Black Wall and walked half a mile north, they realized that the street in front of them was barren. Some places had even turned back into swamps filled with aquatic plants. A large number of houses had been abandoned, and all the plazas were empty. Most of the fountains had run out of water, and the remaining ponds had either dried up or become stagnant pools. Brown devil's grass grew on the roads. Purple morning glories grew out from the cracks in the brick walls, and peach trees and jujube trees grew roots into shops with collapsed roofs. Danny saw more than Barristan through the dragon spirit's perspective. Within the huge walls of Valeglia, there were more abandoned areas than the one in front of them. There were many low-lying swamps. Volantis was bordered by the river and the sea. Other than the Black Wall and the high hills, the rest of the city was originally swamps and puddles. During the peak of Valeglia, as the city developed, the city overflowed the Black Wall and expanded outward step by step. The puddles, rivers, and mudflats were transformed into streets and residential areas. But after the peak, hundreds of years of wind and rain, the sparse population and unmaintained streets degenerated into riverbanks. In the 400 years after the great cataclysm of Valeglia, the population of this city decreased by at least 60%. It's terrifying, she muttered. The century of blood. Barristan spat out a word with a complicated expression. In the past, Volantis was far more prosperous and powerful than it was now. The title of the Queen of the Lone River and the Mistress of the Summer Sea was not just for show. Its population, wealth, and land area were more than the other 8 trading cities combined. Unfortunately, the War of the Century of Blood had drained the blood and life of Alleglia's eldest daughter. There was nothing to see in the desolate city ruins. The 2 quickly turned their horses around and headed towards the south of the city. There was a pier and a harbor in the south of the city. The prosperity and life of the past were maintained. Upon closer inspection, the buildings in the city were mostly in the style of the ancient Valeglia. Most of them were circular towers. The bottom floor was the residence of the servants. There were few windows, but the upper floors had spacious balconies and small gardens that extended out 3 to 4 meters. There was also the iconic black roofless tower. The tower was so tall that it could be seen even through the Black Wall. Unfortunately, the descendants of the Dragon King had lost their dragons. Many Volantis nobles added a layer of glass dome on top of their towers. Under the noon sun, the different colored striped glass reflected blue, purple, green, red, and other colors. It looked like a twisted rainbow. However, the more common ones were the Archon statues on the streets and beside the fountains in the square. Most of the statues had their heads chopped off. For example, in the southeast street outside the Black Wall, there was a garden square that covered half a hectare. In the middle of it was a 30-meter-tall jacaranda tree. The pinkish-purple petals looked like snow from heaven. They fell on the hair, shoulders, and the broken neck of the huge white jade statue. Dani brushed away the petals that were hanging by her ear. She looked down at the inscription beside the statue. The hero of Volantis in the Century of Blood, Archon Hirono. He had once led the Volantis army to occupy Mir and the vast plains in the southwest corner of the Ursos continent, the land of strife, became the Volantis colony. He had been an Archon for 40 years. In the end, he got tired of the elections and proclaimed himself as the ruler for life. However, the Volantis did not buy it. They tied him to 2 elephants and tore him in half. How tragic, Dani grimaced. Then she thought, looks like the election system of Volantis is not completely useless. At least the people have a very high awareness of the democratic system. Sir, what do you think? She asked the knight beside her. The people of Volantis are barbaric and ungrateful. This Hirono had made great contributions and served Volantis for 40 years. In the end, he ended up in such a miserable state, the old man said with a complicated expression. He seemed to see himself in the broken stone statue. He had been a white knight for almost 40 years. In the end, he was stripped of his lifelong honor by a little brat. You're right, but you can look at the problem from another angle. Dani's mouth twitched. What angle? The democratic consciousness of the Volantis, the determination to protect their rights and uphold the justice of the law. Maybe, sir, you are not planning to learn from Volantis and hold an election for the Archon, are you? Whitebeard looked panicked. I shudder when I think of the 7 dukes with a group of bed slaves canvassing for votes in the streets of King's Landing. Dani nodded and smiled. I can try. After all, I am young and can withstand the torment. I also have a dragon. Even if I fail, no one can chop my head off. But the 7 dukes cannot withstand the torment. Are you going to ride your dragon back to Slaver's Bay and hide after the Westeros are done? White Knight thought anxiously for a while and said, My lord, as you can see, many of the Archon statues on the streets are headless, and the decline of Volantis is all because of the conflict between the parties. The election system is not as good as you think. That was the truth. Before Valeglia was destroyed, it ruled the entire world. When the apocalypse destroyed the center of power of the empire, the land of long summer, and the capital of Valeglia, its colonies and conquered territories gained independence. What happened after the cities gained independence? They began to fight for territory. After that, the western continent of Ursos fell into a century of chaos until the Targaryen family intervened as the eldest daughter of Valeglia, Queen of Valorn and Mistress of the Summer Sea. The pure-blooded Valeglia of Volantis had the largest population. They ruled the vast Lorne River basin, were the strongest, dominated the trade of the Summer Sea, and had the most powerful fleet in the world. Of course, at the beginning of the Bloody Age, all Volantis came to a consensus. They were the heirs of the free citadel and the rightful rulers of the world. Not to mention ruling the world, at least the other 8 free trade cities in the western continent should submit to the Volantis. But on how to conquer the western continent of Ursos, the Volantis had a huge disagreement. The Tigers, formed by the old nobles, favored the use of force. The Elephants, formed by the bankers and the big sea merchants, supported trade conquest, or economic control. But in the Bloody Age, everyone pulled out their swords to kill, and the Tigers' position undoubtedly prevailed. In a short time, the Volantis fleet conquered Lys, and the army conquered Mir. 3/4 of the western continent was controlled by the Volantis. They were almost ruling the world. During this time, The Volantis even went to Aegon Targaryen, who was idling on Dragonstone Island. The Conqueror had his own plans. Not only did he refuse the invitation of his fellow countrymen, he formed an anti-Volantis alliance with Tyrosh, Pintos, and Bravos, just like the alliance against the Dragon Queen today. Hundreds of thousands of troops, hundreds of thousands of warships, and a dragon. The plains southwest of Ursos, which used to be like a water town in the south of Jongnan, was destroyed by the flames of war. It was now the land of strife. From a map, the vast western continent of Ursos seemed to have only 9 cities, and the rest was empty land? Not so. There used to be bustling towns scattered all over the land, but now only ruins were left. Without the deterrence of the Megalosaurus in Valeglia, the Dothraki could roam freely in the western continent. The towns rebuilt this year were just another bell for the Horse King to attack next year. Also, because the old ancestor had stabbed the Volantis, Dany did not think of using the banner of "All of us are Orthodox Valeglia" to recruit the Blackwell nobles. Well, that was a digression. Aegon was only a dragon. His 2 sisters did not participate, and could not fundamentally change the situation. If the Volantis had united and worked together, the anti-Volantis alliance would not have been difficult to overcome. After all, Volantis was so large, and in terms of raw power, it was the strongest in the world, and the process of unifying the western continent was very stable. After the surprise attack on Myr, Lys, and the Land of Strife, they took half a century to digest the results, and after they were ready, they sent their army north. But the governor of Volantis was elected once a year, and there were 2 parties with completely different political views. When the war suffered a setback, the policies would often change. After going back and forth for half a century, the Volantis people had exhausted themselves and lost their country and land. Not only were the former colonies independent, but even the original territories on the upper reaches of the Lorne River were invaded by Kohler and Bravos. Later, the Centaurs came from the eastern plains, and the Lorne River plains were harassed every year, and the Queen of the Lorne River did not even have a chance to regroup. The Tigers completely lost their power, and in the 300 years after the Bloody Century, the Elephants had been in control of the government of Volantis, occupying at least 2 governor positions. In order to completely negate the policy of the old nobles of conquering the world by force, and to completely defeat the Tigers, the Elephants, after taking power, put all the blame for the loss of the war on the Tigers, and led the public to cut off the heads of all the statues of the Tigers. Well, Volantis will erect statues of every elected consul. Because of this history, Whitebeard thought that the Tigers and Elephants had cheated Volantis badly. The worst thing was that the Elephants won the election and implemented the policy of conquering the world by trade for 300 years, but the real boss of the Western continent was Bravos. The Bravos almost imitated the financial control tactics of the Elephants, and through the Iron Treasury, they indirectly controlled most of the Western continent, and even Westeros. Chapter 205. At about 2:30 in the afternoon, Dany and Barristan crossed the long bridge and returned to the West City Fish Market Square. At this time, the crowd in the square had decreased by 60%. The fish farm owner also stopped shouting and sat lazily in the shade of the shed, dozing off. However, the square was not without shouting. There were 7 or 8 round oak tables in the shade outside the merchant's house. Beside each table, there was a flag fluttering in the wind. There were 3 to 5 fierce-looking mercenaries behind the tables. Some sat lazily at the table drinking, while others shouted at every man or boy passing by. "Oh, that old man, the red cloak mercenary playing the guitar, isn't he the deputy leader of the wind-blowing group, Danzo?" Dany pulled down the top of her hood and whispered to Barristan. The old man quietly dismounted and glanced at the second table in the east from the corner of his eyes. He saw the familiar blue and white striped swallowtail flag and whispered, "It's the wind-blowing group. They seem to be recruiting. The other 7 tables are also recruitment points for mercenary groups. 7 gods above, They're all large mercenary groups ranked in the top 20. Bloodbeard's Cat Regiment consisted of 3,000 elite infantrymen. Shoemaker Gilo Regis Pike Regiment consisted of 800 pike cavalrymen. Magic Blade Kindy's Windbreaker Regiment was similar to the previous Rose Regiment, with Westerosi as the backbone. They were formed by the nobles who were exiled during the dance of the Blood Dragon. The two-headed demon, Jig's Bright Flag Group. In the story of the 3,000 Immaculate Ones protecting Coer, they in the Second Sons group played a dishonorable role, but you have seen the Second Sons group strength. The current Bright Flag Group is not to be underestimated. The old man did not have time to introduce each mercenary group. The waiter at the entrance of the inn quickly greeted them, helped them with their horses, and asked what service they needed. In the end, the pockmarked youth with 2 doors tattooed on his face told Dany, "Lady Layla, the widow by the waterside, hopes that you can meet her when you return." "You call her that too?" Dany asked curiously. The widow said that her former name came from the slave owner, but her husband had always called her that. She could not change her name, so she could only let it be forgotten by the living, the pockmarked youth said. Dany nodded and asked, "Why is the lady looking for me? Is it urgent?" "I'm not sure." When they walked around a round table, a pig-faced, brown-skinned mercenary glanced at Barristan and grabbed his cloak. He grinned and said, "Hey, old man, I see that you're tall and strong, and you even have a sword on your waist. Are you an old knight? Do you want to join our Iron Shield Regiment and fight Dragon Queen at Slave Bay?" "I'm not a wild knight." White Knight's cold gaze almost froze the mercenary's heart. She loosened her grip and let him go. When Dany and the old knight crossed the threshold and entered the merchant's house, he cursed a few times to vent his emotions. "When did the mercenary group come?" Dany asked the pockmarked youth. "For the past 2 months, they've been coming to the Fishmonger Square to recruit people every day after lunch. The blowers were crippled by the Mother of Dragons, so it's not surprising that they would come to Volantis to recruit new members. But are the other mercenary groups also lacking people?" Barristan asked with a frown. "Sigh, they're recruiting for the Eastern Expedition to Slave Bay." The youth sighed with a worried look. "The Allied army is recruiting, the more the better. Almost all the mercenary groups have doubled or doubled their strength. Anyway, the United Nations is responsible for all the logistics. That woman is not to be trifled with." After the battle, whether they win or lose, most of the mercenary groups will be crippled. Look at the fates of the Blowers, the Second Sons, and the Ravens. You'll understand. Since they know the fates of the Ravens and the Second Sons, those mercenary groups still dare to provoke the Dragon Queen. Aren't they afraid of being wiped out? Dany sneered. For mercenaries, there's only one thing in the world that scares them. The pockmarked youth shrugged. No money in their pockets. In the afternoon, the hall was much emptier. Most of the round tables were empty, and the merchants who were yelling to buy and sell goods were gone. Passing through the front hall, the pockmarked youth led the two to an empty table under the grapevines in the courtyard. After settling them down, he waved to a blonde slave girl standing in the northwest of the corridor. The two got together and said a few words. The pockmarked youth turned around and bowed to Dany before leaving. Then the blonde girl came to Dany with a stack of fried locusts in her hand. Putting the plate on the table, she said in Valeglio with a Reese accent, "Priestess, can you please sit here for a moment? The widow is receiving a guest from Westeros. You're the next one." "What? Aren't you the next one?" At the wine table on the other side of the grapevine, a handsome blonde youth stood up and slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Dany looked sideways and found that it was an acquaintance. They were the two youths who entered the city from the eastern dock yesterday evening. They got separated when the carriage crossed the long bridge, but they didn't expect to live in the merchant's house. In addition to the blonde man and the black-haired honest youth, there was also a brawny man, Beavis, who was almost the same size as Beavis. His shoulders were broad, his stomach was round, his legs were as thick as tree trunks, his hands were as thick as ham, and his bald head was like a smooth pink pebble. "It's you." Seeing Dany's appearance, the tall blonde young man was stunned at first. Then he immediately woke up and recognized her. He bowed elegantly and said with a smile, "Hello, miss. We've met before." Do you remember? Yesterday evening, we entered the city from the dock area together. On the way, we talked about the mother of dragons with a noble riding an elephant. God, I have to say, you're as bright as the star of Nymeria in the sky. If that woman is 1/10 as beautiful as you, we. Cough, cough, cough. The black-haired, honest youth quietly pulled his trousers a few times and coughed a few times. Oh, I'm sorry, I was rude. The handsome youth smiled gently and turned to look at the slave girl, Reese, and asked, "We can accept letting a beautiful lady cut the queue, but can you at least give us a reason? You brought gifts to visit the widow, and the widow wants to see Priest Layla. Is this reason enough?" The blonde youth was stunned and understood the meaning of the slave girl's words. Soon, he smiled again and looked at Danny. "So your name is Layla, and you're a priest." Danny glanced at Barristan, whose face was hidden under the hood, and guessed that he must have known that the three people opposite him were from Westeros. "You, the Dornishman?" She took a bite of the fried locust wrapped in fine flour and asked vaguely. In this other world, other than the moon at night, there was a bright white star in the northwest direction that was the most eye-catching. When Danny had nothing to do at night, she could only look at the stars and the moon. She even suspected that it was a distant star in the three-body system. Just like the ginseng of the seven mansions of the western white tiger mentioned by the ancient astronomers in China, the Greeks classified it as Orion. It was the same in this world. The races were different, the cultures were different, and the names for the white star were different. Jichi called it Maid Star. Well, the sun was horse god, the moon was horse god's wife, and the white star was the maid who served Calixi, just like Jichi herself. The Undols chose the seven brightest stars in the sky other than the moon and named them according to the names of the seven gods. The white star was called Crone's star, and it guided the lost in the night. Dornishmen were the most influenced by Loiner culture. The white star was called Nymeria's star, and the milky white ribbon at its tail was the 10,000 ships led by Nymeria. I'm the son of a Dornishman wine merchant. The black-haired youth glanced at the slave girl before explaining to Danny. Jaskari wine is recognized as a bad wine in the world. Our family's good Dornishmen may be able to sell it for a good price in Astapor. You have an idea. Danny nodded, picked up a fat locust, and stuffed it into her mouth. She whispered to the white knight next to her, "Try it. It tastes like chicken, but it's more fragrant and crispy." The slave girl held back for a while and finally said, "Things are different now. Dragon, that woman brewed a kind of best wine, and even the Volantis wine merchant secretly went to buy it." "Oh, then we should go and have a look." The blonde youth smiled. "Up to you." The slave girl turned her head and glanced at the northwest corner. "It's your turn next. Remember, prepare the gifts." Danny and Barristan stood up and saw a maid waving to Reese's slave in the corridor. They knew it was time to meet the widow. "Do we need to prepare gifts too?" Danny took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the grease from her mouth as she asked. The slave girl thought for a moment and said, "Most people have something to ask of the widow, but the widow is not greedy for the guests' money. Many people bring gifts that are not worth 10 copper coins." "I understand." Danny was deep in thought. The gifts showed more respect to the widow by the water. The widow, who was a bed slave, inherited her husband's family property. She had more money than she could spend, and what she lacked was respect. Thinking of this, she could not help but quietly untie the cat's stone bracelet on her left wrist. After a few steps in the corridor, a girl's scream suddenly came from the west corner of the hall, followed by the laughter of a group of drinkers. "Short winter melon, beat her up. Wow, dwarfs fighting." A sailor whistled and clapped. Entering the hall, through the gap between the sparse crowd, Danny was shocked to see the mess on the bluestone floor. Tyrion was covered in grease and rolling in a ball with another dwarf. A female dwarf dressed as a man. Her gray clothes were wet with wine, and the shadow of small steam bun was printed on her chest. The other small steam bun was exposed in public because Tyrion pulled her clothes. "Enough." A tall, middle-aged man rushed out from behind the counter. He should be the owner or the lobby manager. He held a stick and knocked on the heads of the two dwarfs a few times. He then lifted the little devil who was holding the female dwarf in the air. The dwarf's neck was strangled by the collar. His face was red, and he struggled to kick his legs. Tyrion's companion, Halden, who looked like a scholar, hurried over and shouted, "Put him down. Do you want to kill him?" But just as the Volantis man put down the little devil, the female dwarf on the ground got up. Like a crazy heifer, she headbutted Tyrion's chest, knocking him over a table. The bowls and plates fell to the ground. The poor little devil's blonde hair was wet with soup. The female dwarf did not intend to let him go. She got up with both hands and rushed over while screaming. She rode on the little devil's chest and punched his cheeks, eyebrows, and forehead like raindrops. His lips were broken and his eyes were swollen. His ugly face, without a nose, became more deformed and ugly. Chapter 206. The owner walked over to the two of them and grabbed the female dwarf's neck like a chick. He lifted her up in the air and cursed. "Who can tell me what happened? Damn it. Let Benello burn these two freaks to death. My porcelain bowl and wine jug are all over the floor." The noseless, ugly bastard probably did the female dwarf, but he didn't want to take responsibility. Then the female dwarf came over with a dagger to kill the heartless bastard. A purple, bearded Tyroshi sailor said seriously, "Yes, I didn't take responsibility for your father's wife. I'll let you down." The little devil struggled to get up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Let me down for what?" The large sailor was at a loss. "Huh." The people around him laughed out loud. The atmosphere was extremely joyous. "Save it, Hugo Caesar. Do you really want to die here?" Halden slapped Tyrion and walked to the opposite side of the owner. He looked at the writhing female dwarf and frowned. "Why did you assassinate my companion?" "They killed him. My brother sob sob sob." The dwarf girl seemed to have lost all her courage and strength. She hung on the owner's hand like a doll as she wailed. "Who killed your brother?" "Me?" Tyrion limped over and asked with a frown. "Sailor, a sailor from the Seven Kingdoms. My brother and I were sparring in the square. They followed us, and when they realized that I was a girl, they let me go. But Ope was caught and beheaded. You killed your own brother. You deserve to die. But my poor brother died in your place." The girl sobbed. The others, including Dany, were confused. Tyrion suddenly had a look of realization and shock. He clearly understood the whole story. "That's the one who rode the pig?" he said with a complicated expression. "I rode the dog. Ope rode the pig." The female dwarf said with tears in her eyes. "Innkeeper, please put her down." Tyrion sighed. "Who will compensate for my loss?" The tall, middle-aged man asked. "That's enough. How much is a few porcelain bowls worth?" An old woman a few steps away scolded. It was the waterside widow. She sat in a small alcove in the stone wall. Although it was less than 5 meters away, the vines and potted plants with large green leaves covered the wall next to her. The small alcove in the shadows was easy to overlook. However, for the widow, sitting on the tall stone chair in the alcove, she could see most of the public resting area on the first floor at a glance. Dany looked over and found that there was also a stack of fried grasshoppers on the stone table in front of the widow. Noticing her gaze, the old widow grinned at her. "What is your name, poor child?" The widow asked the weeping gnome. "Fenanai. My name is Fenanai. Big Eva, bring the dwarf girl back to her room. Give her some wine and a change of clean clothes." The widow ordered the maid beside her. There were 2 red-haired, round-faced maids on his left and right. They were twin sisters with wine cups on their faces. The slave on the left the alcove and silently took Fenanai away. Except for Dany and Barristan, the rest of the crowd consciously dispersed. The widow looked at Tyrion from head to toe and smiled. "Shorty, it seems that I have to help you this time. Volantis is not a place for gnomes to settle down. You go back and wait. I'll send someone to inform you as soon as I have news." "You are a kind person." The gnome bowed and thanked the widow. "Thank you." Halden also bowed excitedly. "All right, my guest is here. You can leave now." The old widow waved her hand. Tyrion also noticed Dany at this time, but he only looked at her in confusion and left. As for the white-bearded Barristan, He directly ignored him. Well, there were too many silver-haired, purple-eyed girls in Volantis. This thing is better than delicacies after it's cleaned. The old woman picked up a fried grasshopper and pushed the plate towards Danny. Danny gently put the golden blue cat's eye bracelet on the table and said, "This is a gift from Madam." In addition to the pile of fried grasshoppers, there were 7 or 8 other gifts piled on the stone table. There was a pure wine flask, a luxuriously decorated, thin and transparent emerald flower fan, an ancient bronze dagger engraved with runes, and even a shiny bronze music box the size of a wash basin. It was from Astapor. As the music played, the bronze ship above would move in a circle. When the old widow picked up the bracelet and looked at it carefully, she took a grasshopper and chewed. Well, it's mixed with the unique black pepper of Volantis. It's crispy and refreshing. A glass of wine would be even better. Without the widow's order, the remaining twin girls immediately took out a pot of wine and 2 glasses from the alcove. The wine was as bright as the sun. "This is the most precious gift I've received today." The old widow put the bracelet on her right hand and looked at it. She sighed and said, 30 years ago, I had a pair of jade hands worthy of it. Now, I'm old." Danny took a sip of the wine and asked, "Madam, do you have any orders for me? I wasn't the one looking for you, but now I'm happy to talk to the priest." The widow smiled. "Who's looking for me?" "The shadow-binding warrior Tam." "Her?" Danny was puzzled. "What's the matter?" "The shadow-binding warrior is from Asia. She's a great wizard that Malakir found. Her purpose." The old widow's black eyes flashed. "To hatch a dragon." "I know that too. The shadow-binding warrior thinks highly of you. After the death of the fire wizard Lisbon, she wants you to take his place. Lisbon is dead?" "The fire wizard Lisbon who attended the gathering last night?" Danny was so shocked that she interrupted the widow. "It's him. He's too greedy." The old lady nodded and sighed. Through that magical witchcraft technique, 3 gods returned to cave. The wizard won 3,000 gold coins from the merchants and tourists in just one morning. He cashed all of them in gold coins and carried them out of the house just like that. I heard that because the dragon queen miraculously hatched a dragon, magic has begun to recover in recent years. I'm an ordinary person and don't even know the simplest witchcraft. However, I have many wizard friends and am very clear about the limits of a wizard's power. Under normal circumstances, it's not even as useful as a rusty dagger. The fire wizard proved this once again. He was in an alley near Sweetwater Street. His throat was slit, his lower abdomen was pierced, and even his clothes were stripped. So unlucky. Danny didn't know what to say. The number 1 genius of the Western continent, the number 1 person of the younger generation, died in a stinky ditch just like that. Why did he carry a big bag of gold coins to such a remote place? Danny asked curiously. Priestess Layla isn't a local and might have misunderstood. Sweetwater Street isn't remote at all. There are many banks there, including a branch of the Iron Treasury. The fire wizard won so much money in public. He must have felt uneasy and wanted to save the money. "Did you catch the culprit?" Danny asked. "Not yet, but..." The old widow pouted at a few mercenaries who were drinking not far away. "Did you see the mercenary recruitment table outside the door? Recently, Volantis has recruited almost all the wild mercenaries in the Western continent. They're most likely the culprit. What a loss. Lisbon still owes me a Valeglia steel dagger." Danny lamented. "Oh, there's such a thing." After Danny roughly explained the transaction between the two, the old widow said thoughtfully, "No wonder great wizard Tam gave that place to you." "What place?" "Lisbon was the most outstanding extraordinaire in Volantis. He was one of the members of the Dragon Hatcher Wizard Legion that Mirajo formed. Now that he's dead, Tam, who's in charge of this matter, intends to let you replace the fire wizard," the old widow explained. "But I'm just a 7 gods priestess," Danny said awkwardly. "Perhaps the Shadowbinder just wants to make it up to you. When she returns in the evening, you can ask for yourself." After explaining Tam's request, the old widow didn't let Danny leave. Instead, she started to talk about other topics. I heard that Priestess Layla just came from New Guys. You're quite familiar with the Dragon Queen's policies? The old widow stared at Danny with the shrewd eyes of a fox. She didn't want to miss the slightest expression on her face. Look at me. I have the purple eyes of the Milky Way, and I look pretty good too. I almost look exactly like the legendary Dragon Queen. Of course, I don't look like the one in Guys' opera. How can I not be curious and admire that legendary character? Danny spread out her hands and said generously, "That's true. If it wasn't for your temperament. You're a pretty girl from a humble family. You don't have that kind of decisiveness and valiance. I almost thought that I'm looking at the Dragon Queen." The old widow nodded. Even if you're knowledgeable and sly, you don't know the saying, a dragon can be big or small. It can rise or hide. If it's big, it can rise and spit out fog. If it's small, it can hide. If it rises, it can soar in the universe. If it hides, it can hide in the waves. I thought that everyone was misled by the opera. They thought that the Dragon Queen has a big head. She's 10 feet tall, and her waist is also 10 feet wide, Danny said with a smile. After joking around, she asked again, "I do have a deep understanding of the Dragon Queen. Madam, what do you want to know?" I heard that the Dragon Queen is very strict with the merchants who use slaves. If she takes over Volantis, how will she deal with people like me? To tell you the truth, although I was born a slave, I have a large number of slave workers under me. I accumulated a lot of wealth through the slaves. The old widow blinked her eyes and asked nervously, "Madam, you will lose a lot of money. First of all, the slaves will definitely be released. They will also receive a salary from you. They have the right to decide their own future. They can take the money and start their own business. They can also sign a labor contract with you and continue to serve you. Secondly, the Dragon Queen will give you a fine based on your evaluation among the slaves. Those with a bad reputation may lose their heads. Finally, the Dragon Queen will count the number of citizens in the city and forcibly buy a batch of land and houses from you. At least, she has to ensure that every new free citizen will be allocated 15 acres of land and their own house." As Danny spoke, the old widow nodded. Although she did not look unhappy, her eyebrows were furrowed so tightly that they could squeeze a mosquito to death. Very strict, right?" Danny said with a smile. The Dragon Queen is not acting out of sympathy. She really wants to abolish slavery. The old widow sighed. Danny nodded and said, "No one can shake her determination. Then will the Black Wall nobles who oppose her and the merchants who support her be treated differently?" "Of course," Danny said with certainty. The Dragon Queen abolished slavery, but she did not abolish the system of officials and nobles. Everyone who owns slaves will lose part of their wealth, but those who oppose her will lose their privileges at the same time. Those who support her will be rewarded and become new nobles. It's that practical and utilitarian. Very smart. The old widow's eyebrows relaxed, and she smiled. Chapter 207. After that, the old widow asked Danny some detailed questions, such as the Dragon Queen's character, the intentions of some of her policies, the current situation in Slaves Bay, and the strategy to deal with the Allied forces. As long as it was about the public information in Slaves Bay, Danny answered in detail. She also made it clear that she didn't know about some private matters that normal people wouldn't know. The widow got a lot of useful information from her, and she also understood the widow's character from their conversation. The waterside widow was very realistic. She did have a strong inclination to abolish slavery, and she didn't even hide her hope for the Dragon Queen to liberate Volantis. But her goal was completely different from Danny's. Danny simply wanted to liberate the suffering slaves. The whore of Wagaro and the slaves were already two different classes. She only cared about whether she could go one step further and obtain an increase in status from the slave liberation movement. Danny didn't feel indignant about this. She didn't even think that there was a problem with the other party's way of thinking. The two chatted for more than an hour, and they only ended their conversation when a maid came to tell them that the Shadow Binder had returned from the east side of the city. The waterside widow arranged a small alcove for Danny and the shadow binder to talk. Before she left, she even asked the maid to wrap a paper bag of fried grasshoppers and gave it to Danny. Lisbon is dead. He was murdered by the new second sons. The shadow binder's voice was cold. It was obvious that she was very angry. New second sons? The illegitimate son of Bravos' illegitimate son, Zidane? Danny was surprised. The new second sons was much luckier than the wind-blowing group. At the end of the Battle of Yuan-Kai, they rushed into the city with the Gith cavalry. After discovering that they were ambushed, they didn't resist like the wind-blowing group did. Danny also didn't target the new second sons because the illegitimate son of Titan had insulted her. She was too busy at that time and didn't have the energy to care about those small fries. Of course, the new second sons was newly formed and had a weak foundation. They didn't have the money to pay the ransom, so Danny threw them into the labor camp to farm. But when Danzo of the wind-blowing group came to redeem his own members, he also paid the ransom of the new second sons and the small mercenary groups. The Zingi's people paid for it. It has nothing to do with Zidane. The shadow-binding knight shook his head and sighed. Did you see the recruitment point outside the door? All the mercenary groups were expanding. The new second son mercenary group now had 1,500 members, which was 3 times the previous number. Although mercenaries were not trustworthy, at least the leader could manage his subordinates well. Now, he had completely lost control. Lisbon died on Sweetwater Street, where people came and went, so he was discovered immediately the body was still warm. The Tiger Cloak army asked the passers-by a few questions, and they roughly knew who the murderer was. After I went to look for them, Zidane immediately gathered his subordinates and found that nearly 100 people were missing. Excluding those who were fooling around and hiding, at least 20 mercenaries had escaped. What's up with the Dragon Incubator mages? There are 3 Archons in Volantis, and they also think that the cooperation of multiple mages is the best choice. There is no limit to the number of mages, but there are only 3 commanders. Apart from me, there's also a necromancer and a Black Goat blood priest. You're looking for me. Danny hesitated. I'm afraid I can't help you. She somewhat understood the current situation. There were 3 big shots in the mages group, and they each occupied a mountain. The Fire Mage Lisbon was originally a subordinate of the Shadow Binding Knight. The Extraordinaries gathering last night was most likely the Shadow Binding Knight selecting a new batch of subordinates to test the quality of this group of rogue cultivators. Just like the mercenary group, the 3 big shots in the Dragon Incubator mages were also crazily recruiting people. As the recognized number 1 genius of a younger generation in the Western continent, and having received the inheritance of Alleglia's witchcraft, Lisbon was undoubtedly a great help to Tam. However, he died in a cowardly manner. The shadow-binding knight was a little weak, so he prepared to recruit Priest Layla into his group. You are talented, more talented than Lisbon, and you also receive the inheritance token of Alleglia from him. Your future will not be worse than his. Was this a compliment? No matter who it was, their future would not be worse than that bastard's. By the way, I heard that the Red Priest can revive people. Danny's eyes lit up, and she suggested, we can ask the Red Priest to revive Lisbon. The shadow-binding knight shook his head. Impossible. Lisbon is not someone that Lalo needs. You don't want to participate in this gathering? The eyes behind the red mask were filled with doubt. Let's not talk about the reward first. At least you can learn a lot of mystical knowledge. I thought you were very interested in the world of extraordinary. Of course I want to learn witchcraft, but Danny was expectant and hesitant. She asked, are there many extraordinary people in the mages group? I'm not a native of Volantis, and I won't stay here for long. The shadow-binding knight did not force her. He thought for a while and said, how about this? Tonight, Malakar will receive the mages group at the Cloud Tower. You can come with me and have a look. There's also a chance to see the dragon egg. After that, you can decide whether to stay or not. Okay. This time, Danny did not hesitate and agreed. Then, the two of them talked for a while about the future career plans of Priest Layla. It was not long, only about 10 minutes. After they agreed on a time and place, Tam got up and left. I'll have to postpone my departure for Volantis for a night. Danny did not leave the small alcove in the stone wall of the West Hall. Instead, she pulled White Knight in and talked about the banquet at the Cloud Tower. Well, Danny had just noticed that there were many similar alcoves in the four walls of the public rest area. Potted vines covered half of the doors, which were similar to the private rooms in modern hotels. However, from the alcoves, one could see the situation in the hall clearly. It was very suitable for sea merchants to talk about business in private. Well, killing and robbing would have to be discussed in the basement under the rockery. White Knight was worried. Won't it be too dangerous for you to enter the Black Wall alone? Too many people have seen you. Those Volantis merchants who went to Astapor to buy goods. The mercenaries who were captured and ransomed. The slave owners of Gith. Haha, don't worry. Danny waved her hand and asked with a smile. Do you know what Kuei she looks like and what Tam looks like? The old knight was stunned. When he came back to his senses, his mouth twitched. Are you going to become a shadow-binding knight? Danny laughed and said, why not? Everyone knows that the Seven Gods priestess has no future, and Priestess Layla yearns for mysterious power. Shadow-binding knight is the most powerful and mysterious, extraordinary class. What's wrong with me wanting to become a shadow-binding knight? Tam even praised me for having good taste. She promised that whether I join a mage group or not, she will introduce me to a few devils. Introduce you to a few devils? White Knight's eyes widened. Yes, the devils' real names and portraits. They are considered evil gods. Danny nodded and said with a complicated expression, the east is further away than the Shadowland. It is shrouded in darkness all year round. It is said that that place is connected to hell. Regardless of whether the rumors are true or false, many devils have been born there. They have real power. Mortals can get their response through blood sacrifice and prayer. Do you really intend to? She raised her hand to interrupt him and laughed coldly. I intend to bring the dragons to visit them one by one when I am tired of living. I will kill them all and feed them to the dragons. The old knight's face twisted. He did not know what to say. He was worried that the queen would be tempted by power and worship evil gods. He did not expect the queen to be so fierce. He could not stop her. She had said clearly that she would wait until she was tired of living. Sigh, I would have been dead for many years by then. Let the other white knights worry about it. The old man sighed in his heart. Right, there is something that requires you to leave the city. Danny suddenly smiled slyly and whispered to the old knight. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not used to it. All right, I'm a little used to it. The old man's expression changed a few times as if he had accepted his fate. He sighed and got up to leave. Then, Danny called the waiter over to settle the bill and enter the hall. Just as she was about to go upstairs to rest, someone called her. Priestess Layla. Hey, wait, Priestess Layla. When she turned around and saw who it was, Danny was amused. She greeted him with a smile. Wizard Pogba, are your injuries better? I'm used to it. The skinny fire wizard supported himself with a walking stick. His legs were wide apart as he walked in strange steps. With every step he took, his monkey face would twitch as if he was enduring an unbearable pain in his life. Danny pulled him to an empty table and sat him down. Then, she opened the paper bag and said, fried grasshopper, high protein. Sigh, it is good for your body. It tastes good too. Try it. The skinny man looked over and frowned. It is too oily. Also, I can't eat meat. Why? Did the doctor tell you to? Danny asked, puzzled. I am on a diet. On what? Danny widened her eyes and looked him up and down. The monkey's skeleton was covered in a layer of human skin. What fat do you have to lose? She said with a grin. Sigh. Priestess Layla, you don't understand. Wizards like us who practice fire escape have to reduce our body weight as much as possible. Did you see it last night? If I were 7 or 8 kilograms lighter, I would not have fallen. If you were 7 or 8 kilograms lighter, you would be blown up by a gust of wind, even without fire escape. Must it be like this? Can't I increase my magic power? Danny asked. Fat is easy to lose, but magic power is hard to find. The skinny man looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and lamented. Oh, right. This box of ice skin jade cream is for you. Thank you for paying to treat my injuries last night. The skinny man leaned his walking stick against the table. His right hand struggled to take out an ebony box the size of a spectacle box from the cloth belt hanging on his waist. He put it in front of Danny and explained, I often get burned, but I am never afraid because I have this miracle medicine for burns. I heard that Priestess Layla and Lisbon. Sigh, poor guy. There are too many wild mercenaries in Volantis. If Priestess Layla practices fire witchcraft, she will often encounter situations similar to mine. Although you're reminding me out of kindness, it is more like a curse to me. The mother of dragons will not be as miserable as you. Danny complained in her heart, but she still took the box. She looked at him carefully. There were indeed many layers of bright wrinkles on the skinny man's skin. The treatment didn't leave no traces, but considering the severity of the skinny man's injury, this kind of effect could be considered magical. What are your plans for the future? She asked. That's it. I heard that the Blackwell nobles formed a dragon-hatching wizard legion. The skinny man suddenly understood and shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm not qualified. Danny rolled her eyes and said, Are you familiar with Wizardwood? Chapter 208. Wizardwood was the old black man from the last Transcendent gathering. We often go to the docks to perform together. We're old acquaintances. The skinny man, Pogba, nodded. He's preparing for a big project recently. Do you know that? Danny asked again. How big? The skinny man's tone was casual. Obviously, he did not think that his old friend could suddenly become successful. A mega project of 1,000,000 gold radiance coins, Danny whispered mysteriously. The skinny man ignored the pain in his balls. He jumped and exclaimed, What? What's he going to do? Which idiot has 1,000,000 gold coins for him to cheat? Danny's face darkened. Just because of this sentence, I'll punish you with 200 pounds of wildfire. She put her hand to her lips and whispered, Mother of Dragons. He's going to Slaver's Bay to seek refuge with the Mother of Dragons. That woman has at least 1,000,000,000 gold coins from a slave owner's house. 1,000,000 is just a drop in the ocean. 1,000,000,000? How many? The skinny man asked blankly. If there are 1,000,000 people, each person can get 10,000 gold coins. The skinny man's eyes bulged, but he quickly recovered and said doubtfully, That's impossible, right? Even the Iron Vault doesn't have that much gold. Of course, Danny was bragging. Not to mention 1,000,000,000. Even without silver coins and jewelry, there is not even 100,000,000 gold royals. A 50% discount is not a small amount. Danny waved her hand. That's true. The skinny man nodded and asked curiously, Is Wood not afraid of death? The allies won't let him go. Don't you know that wealth comes from danger? It's 1,000,000 gold coins. How much can you earn a day by performing at the docks? 700 to 800 copper coins. Not bad. If you live frugally, you can save 2 gold radiance coins in half a month. If you work hard for 20,000 years, it's almost the same as Wizardwood's big project. 10,000 years. The skinny man seemed to be in a daze. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said firmly, I'm going to Slaver's Bay too. I'm not worse than Wood. Well, you can go with Wizardwood. It's best to find a group of wild wizards. Do you know the situation with the Dragon Incubator mages? I think you have the potential to become one of the top 3. Yes, the top 3 of the Mother of Dragons mage squad, Danny encouraged. I think so too. After all, I'm considered an extraordinary. I'm much stronger than those fake fire mages on the streets. The skinny man laughed foolishly. Pogba left excitedly. Before they left, they tried their best to invite the fire mage intern, Layla, to work on that big project with them. Well, with Wood, the 3 acquaintances just formed the big 3. The skinny man was too enthusiastic, so Danny could only tell him that TMU had recruited her. Before going upstairs, Danny suddenly remembered something. She went to the front desk and asked the clerk behind the desk, Do you remember me? I'm staying in VIP suite number 8 on the 2nd floor. Yesterday evening, you were the one who brought me. Without waiting for her to finish, the registrar with a book tattoo on his face bowed and said, Priest Layla, Of course I remember. What can I do for you? Has anyone come to look for me? Well, the widow by the waterside came to look for you. I've already seen her. Is there anyone else, or a slave? No. Danny frowned and thought for a moment. Then she said, if someone comes to look for me when I'm not here, you have to remember it and find a chance to remind me. Of course. She was waiting for the Cadillac, the elephant coachman who had sent them into the city yesterday evening. But she didn't have to wait for him. This was a test, a choice. Yesterday, Danny grabbed 2 fistfuls of yellow copper coins and stuffed them into the Cadillac's pocket. At that time, no one noticed that there were 5 gold radiance coins mixed in. The clever young man had been looking forward to the Mother of Dragons, hoping that the Mother of Dragons would bring him freedom. In this way, the Mother of Dragons gave him a great opportunity. Slaves had the opportunity to become free people and could be redeemed. 5 gold radiance coins could buy 10 Cadillac, even if he had very good elephant training skills. But slaves were not allowed to own property, and it was impossible for them to save money to redeem themselves. Danny wanted to know how smart the young man was. As dusk approached, the red sun in the west looked like the background curtain behind the stage. It was rounder and bigger, and the dim gray square seemed to be draped with a layer of red and gold. It was like a noisy giant beast waking up from a deep sleep. The fishmongers shouted loudly, and the women and girls with baskets haggled with sharp voices. The white steam above the barbecue stall was dyed red by the sunset. The fishy smell of the fish, the rancid smell of the mercenaries, the fresh smell of the teppanyaki steak, the spiciness of the roasted pepper, and the sweetness of the honey wine attacked Danny one after another. If it was in the past, she would take out a silk handkerchief to cover her nose. Now that there was a red lacquered wooden mask on her face, Danny could only hold it in. Her face was pressed by the lacquered wood, and she felt a little uncomfortable. But she also found a good thing. The people coming and going were like river water that met a big rock, automatically avoiding her. Even the boldest and bravest mercenaries didn't dare to come close to her. For example, the wind-blowing group. Danzo lay lazily on a high-back chair with his legs on the table. He played his guitar and sang leisurely to the people coming and going. He had the demeanor of a suave swordsman poet. Danny walked down the stone steps and stood beside the wind-blowing group. She was purely bored, and Danzo's skills were also very good. In the end, the old mercenary turned his head to look at the shadow binding night beside him a few times. He wanted to say something, but he held it in. In the end, he just sighed, put his guitar aside, and began to instruct his subordinates to move the table. Yes, the wind-blowing group stayed 7 or 8 meters away from Danny. The shadow-binding night's evil-warding effect was that good. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. Soon, a huge white elephant stopped in front of Danny. "Layla, come up," Tam shouted from above. It was an exquisite castle. The golden railings glowed with a bright red halo under the setting sun. At the same time, 5 slaves wearing thick red blankets jogged over and silently knelt below the elephant in order. The first one was a sturdy dwarf who was more than 1 meter tall. The second one was 3 meters tall. The third one was 6 meters tall. The fourth one was 9 meters tall. The fifth one was 2 meters tall. They looked like a small giant. They knelt close to each other like a flight of stairs. Danny only needed to hold on to the reins that dangled beside the white elephant, and she could easily climb 1 step at a time to the metal ladder at the bottom of the castle. "Move away. I'll do it myself." Danny frowned and waved her hand to let the slaves leave. She held the rope ladder hanging beside the elephant. Her movements were as light as an elephant coachman. The castle was very spacious. It had a space of 5 square meters. Danny took off the long sword from her waist and sat cross-legged at the small round table in the center like Tam did. When she sat down, there was a sound of metal colliding in her clothes. Tam frowned and said, "You're not only carrying a knight's sword, but you also have armor under your robe?" Danny lifted her sky-blue robe and revealed the silver chain armor outside the leather armor. She said, "It's just chain armor. not plate armor. You're now a mage, a shadow, binding knight, Tam reminded her. So, an elegant and wise person shouldn't wear a barbarian knight's costume. The shadow binding knight's voice was sonorous and powerful, as if he was explaining a truth. Lisbon thought so too. Then he was stabbed to death. Danny shrugged and said coldly. The giant elephant began to move slowly. The castle shook slightly. Just when Danny thought that the topic of armor had ended, Tam sighed and said faintly, "Metal affects the wizard's witchcraft. Wearing armor can't cast witchcraft, even if it's Valeglia's steel." Bullshit. When I was still a rookie, I wore a thick armor and used an immature soul strike to defeat Faceless One. The whole process was very smooth. There was no delay. Really? She doubted. The shadow binding knight said, "If the armor doesn't affect the casting of spells, the wizards of Valeglia would have a Valeglia's steel armor. But the fact is, they would rather use Valeglia's steel to make the Sphinx statue than afford a steel sword and a set of armor. Why would they be stingy? Even if the wizards don't use it, the warriors can wear it." Danny was puzzled. So they let the warriors wear the anti-magic Valeglia's steel armor and wield the Valeglia's steel sword to kill the wizards? Tam sneered. Thinking back to the Valyrian steel sword's terrifying anti-magic effect, especially the last time they went to Orlos, where Barristan killed a large number of fire roundworms with a swing of his sword, Danny came to a realization. So that's how it is. "Hey, Westeros Knight." A loud shout came from beside the giant elephant, waking Danny, who was deep in thought. She turned her head in confusion and found that the elephant was still wandering in front of the merchant's house. It had stopped in front of a mercenary recruitment counter. There was a flag of a bearing black cat next to it. It seemed to be Bloodbeard's cat group. "Waiting for someone?" Danny asked. The shadow binding knight nodded. "Moonsinger Kaza lives in the upper house." The upper house of the merchant's house was prepared for rich merchants. It was a small, independent courtyard with beautiful scenery. It was clean and tidy. Danny naturally could afford to live there. There were more people in the middle house, so it was easier for her to ask for information. "I'm from Dorne, the son of a wine merchant. I'm traveling along the summer sea. Of course, I'm also helping my family find out about the wine market in the cities." It was a familiar voice and a familiar face. It was a Dornishman whom she had met twice. "Traveling along the summer sea? Idiot," the mercenary from the cat group muttered. He then shouted, "You have a two-handed sword hanging at your waist. You should be a good swordsman, right?" The black-haired young man nodded and said, "I've learned swordsmanship for a few years." "Then what are you waiting for? The next stop of the tour around the summer sea is Slave Bay. Hurry up and sign your name, and become a brave little wildcat under Bloodbeard's command." The mercenary waved a stack of parchment contracts and said in a loud voice, "Not only will you be able to see the scenery of Slave Bay for free, you will also have countless gold coins and beautiful girls and boys. You might even be able to defeat the Dragon Queen and become a dragon slayer." After saying that, the mercenary actually started singing. "We are the cat group, fighting our way to Slave Bay. Slave Bay, first kill the Count of Shattered Shackles, then kill the real Dragon Queen." The two mercenaries beside him also sang. Their voices were loud and clear, and their expressions were heroic. Danny's mouth twitched. At the same time, she remembered Bloodbeard and the cat group in her heart. "Kid, if you want to die without a complete corpse, sign it." Danzo, who was a few steps away, strummed his guitar a few times. The sharp sound disrupted the rhythm of the cat group's chorus. "Damn, old man, you want to snatch our people again." The cat group's mercenary scolded angrily. "I just don't want a kid who craves honor to die without honor," Danzo said calmly. The Dornishman could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. He immediately put down his ink brush and took a few steps back. He asked in confusion, "Old man, what do you mean?" Chapter 209. The Cat Regiment has almost 8,000 people. "Young man, do you understand what this means?" Danzo smiled meaningfully and answered his own question. It means that they have the determination to lose 5,000 people. 3,000 members is the norm for the cat regiment. Child, do you think you will be one of the 5,000 dead? Anyone can say that, but you wind-blowing team have no right to say it. Last time in Yuan-Kai City, only a few dozen of your 2,000 members escaped. The remaining 300 were also redeemed from Dragon Queen. Tell me, what is the casualty rate? The cat regiment sneered. That's why we have a lot of experience. Danzo was not angry. He smiled faintly and asked, if we meet the Mother of Dragons again, which of our 2 mercenary regiments has a higher survival rate? The strong will survive. Not only will they survive, but they will also return with a great victory. The cat regiment said proudly. Danzo shrugged and said to the Dornishman, now you know which mercenary regiment to choose. How about we join the wind-blowing team? The black-haired man asked his companion. Why? The bald man was puzzled. The wind-blowing team was almost wiped out last time. So if there is a wipe-out situation next time, it will definitely be another mercenary regiment. The blond man smiled. Hey, what are you talking about? Why is it not the Alliance army that wins? Why must there be a mercenary regiment that will be wiped out? The cat regiment shouted angrily. This kind of overly optimistic thinking is extremely dangerous. Last time, with the power of Astapor City, Dragon Queen destroyed Githa's army of 100,000 without any losses. Now that the forces of Serene, Yuan-Kai, and Astapor have been integrated, the Alliance army may have a Pyrrhic victory, but it will not be a complete victory. The blond man sneered and pulled his companion directly to the wind-blowing team. Sorry, I'm late. At this moment, the moon chant in a floral dress also trotted to the side of the giant elephant. She habitually stepped on the human ladder and explained as she climbed, I didn't mean to waste everyone's time. After receiving the news of Lisbon's death, I have been prophesying in my bedroom all afternoon. The result, it's not clear. Danny moved to the side and asked curiously, what are you prophesying? Dragon hatching? Things like creating miracles like hatching dragons are too far away from me. I just don't want to become the next Lisbon and predict whether or not there will be any danger in tonight's banquet. Moon Singer smiled bitterly. Danny slapped the big shot's shoulder and laughed. There's no need for a prophecy for such a simple question. Let me tell you, just wear a layer of armor under your mage robe. But the armor will obstruct, I know. Danny waved her hand and said, why don't you wear your armor when you go out and take it off before you go home to cast your witchcraft? Witchcraft's lethality is too low. I need to learn a guardian skill. Oh, not the kind of guardian skill that can support a family. It's a combat skill that's similar to that of an assassin or a knight. Wouldn't that be too? Moonsinger's expression was conflicted. She did not know what to say. Too indecent? Could it be more indecent than using a guardian skill to sell his skills? Too difficult? Could it be harder to learn than witchcraft? Seeing the long sword beside Danny, Moonsinger seemed to see an illusion in front of her. It was a blue-robed great wizard who was slashing people with a two-handed greatsword while casting fire witchcraft. Seems like a good idea. Why don't you work hard to earn money and use the money you earn and nurture a few trustworthy guards? Shadowbinder Tam said calmly. This is really a good idea. As expected of one of the 3 great wizards, Moonsinger immediately tossed the strange idea of a great sword wizard to the back of her mind. She started thinking, which big shot should she find to cast her guardian skill on? Living in the upper house was too expensive. What she had on hand was not enough to hire guards. Just as Moonsinger was deep in thought, the Shadowbinder passed a small booklet to Danny. This is the illustrated handbook of gods and devils. Since you have the intention to become a Shadowbinder, it's impossible for you not to have dealings with devils. Danny flipped to the next page. There was a drawing of a 3-headed, black-scaled monster with a twisted shadow on the top half of its body. There was also a note in Veleglia at the side, Ascarzan Modsis. Magic could stimulate the most primitive desires of humans. In blood witchcraft, desire was the source of power. To complete the sacrifice, the liver of a red carp and the heart of a ram had to be burned to ashes and smeared on the body to expel the remaining evil god's power. What's the use of this lustful demon? I remember that many apothecaries can concoct green potions, Danny said in confusion. Potions can't activate the power in the blood essence. Just like the blood witchcraft I cast last night. Before taking the blood, I had to use green lust to activate the magic in the noble's blood. You keep emphasizing noble. Can a normal person do it? It's a simple example. Can the bloodline of the Dragon Queen be the same as that of a mercenary on the streets? Danny nodded. This was another world. There were differences in bloodlines. Layla, remember this. The shadow-binding knight warned her seriously. You can sacrifice to the evil god and borrow their power, but don't believe in them. This is the fundamental difference between a shadow-binding knight, a priest, or a witch. Tam's ability was probably much weaker than Kuei Shi's, but she was much easier to get close to. She enthusiastically explained to Danny the common knowledge of the supernatural world and the taboos of a shadow-binding knight. Other than not teaching her witchcraft directly, Tam was almost fulfilling her role as a teacher. We're here, the moon singer reminded her. While talking to Tam, the elephant crossed the long bridge and arrived at the east of the city. Soon, it entered the Black Wall. After walking for about 10 minutes on the ancient black stone streets, they finally arrived at the entrance of a black stone tower on the south side of the Black Wall. Unknowingly, the golden-red sunset dimmed. Torches and lanterns started to light up nearby. There were 7 or 8 white elephants in the elephant pen. In front of the Black Tower, there were more than 100 beautiful palanquins neatly arranged on the lawn. It was obvious that the 3 of them weren't the first guests. Danny hung her longsword on her waist and was the first to climb down the rope ladder. Then the shadow-binding knight and the moon singer stepped on the human ladder and steadily walked down the elephant's back. An old butler with silver hair and blue eyes was waiting at the entrance. His face was very clean and tidy. He was wearing a very exquisite purple suit. Together with his meticulous expression, he gave off an ancient sense of solemnity. Great Wizard Tam, the master has been waiting at the top of the tower for a long time. Sorry, we're late. The shadow-binding knight bowed slightly. The butler nodded and gave a look to a blond youth in a pure white robe. The youth immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the 3 magicians. Please follow me. Then, he led the way to the staircase at the side of the hall. The master of this Tower of Heaven completely followed the traditions of ancient Valeglia. The higher the floor, the higher the status of the people who live there. The hall at the bottom was very spacious, about 500 square meters, but it was only a storage room. It was filled with beautiful wine barrels. The second floor stored rice, flour, and other food. The third floor was the kitchen. The fourth floor was the servant's bedroom. The fifth floor was the upper servant's bedroom. The sixth and seventh floors were the residence of the Valeglia servants. From the 8th floor, it was the master's opera house, library, swordsmanship hall, bonfire hall, dining room. The Tower of Heaven belonged to the Megara family. There were 20 floors in total. Mirajo's bedroom was on the highest floor, but he didn't live there often. There was also a villa with a garden near the Tower of Heaven. That was his daily residence. After all, even in the Valeglia period, the nobles of Volantis didn't have dragons. They built the Black Tower only to welcome the visiting Dragon King. At this time, the top of the Tower of Heaven was covered with a layer of colored glass dome. It became a place for large-scale banquets. Exquisite colored lanterns hung on the dome, emitting colorful light under the night sky. The colorful light was reflected by the colored glass, and the whole venue became a dreamy stage. There were no extra buildings under the dome, only a circular fountain pool in the center. It was 20 square meters. As the lanterns swayed gently, the umbrella-shaped crystal water curtain flashed with different colors. It was so beautiful that people were intoxicated. The platform on the top floor was wider than the foundation. It was about 800 square meters. But at this time, no less than 300 people gathered here. The atmosphere was very lively. Well, most of them had silver or bright blonde hair, purple or blue eyes, and wore exquisite Valeglia silk robes in a classical style. Except for the old and fat people, no matter men or women, they all had beautiful colors. An arc-shaped stage was built near the glass wall in the north. It was covered with a warm green carpet, and more than 20 musicians were playing soothing and lively music. Such a dreamy environment, such handsome people, and such pleasant music only made people feel intoxicated. It was as if they had come to heaven. The shadow-binding knight and moonsinger were obviously a bit reserved. Only Danny looked left and right. She even stood on her tiptoes to take a look. After looking around, she complained, "The lights are dazzling my eyes. This place is only suitable for dancing." "Great Wizard Tam, over here." Someone waved. In the corner where a knight's armor stood, there were 6 strange people in strange clothes. Well, they were as strange as Danny and the other 2. "It's Bo Chung and Corbett." Tam whispered to Danny and led the way. On the way, the shadow-binding knight had already explained to Danny the situation of the other 2 giants. They were the necromancer Bo Chung from the Barren Land and the black goat priest Corbett from Call. They also brought 2 trusted mages with them. Bo Chung's outfit and aura surprised Danny. He had a square face, a high hat, a wide belt, a red robe, a long beard, and a short sword at his waist. He was almost a westernized Ming Dynasty scholar. Yes, he was also wearing dark gold shoulder guards and a golden silk vest on his upper body. It would not be strange if he took off the shoulder guards, vest, and short sword at his waist and directly entered the Ming Dynasty's Fenghua. Bo Chung, who had an extraordinary temperament, seemed out of place when the 9 evil people gathered together. However, his profession was even scarier than the shadow-binding knight. A necromancer. Except for Danny, she had already seen the other 8 people many times, so Tim only introduced Danny once, and then the others. After Lisbon's accident, I thought Priest Layla would choose to become a fire mage. I didn't expect her to change her profession to a shadow-binding knight. Bo Chung stroked his beard and said strangely. The 2 big shots brought 4 younger brothers, 3 fire mages, and 1 alchemist. Well, the alchemist was from Danny's hometown. He was from the Westeros King's Landing Alchemist Association. However, although they were alchemists in name, they were more appropriate to call them fire warlocks. They were the ones who helped the Mad King Aerys roast Duke Stark. They were also the ones who helped the Mad King bury the wildfire in King's Landing and prepare to burn down the city. Chapter 2:10. Shadowbinders can wield the power of fire and shadow at the same time, Tam said calmly. That's true. Bo Chung nodded and turned his head to look at Danny strangely. He found that her body was slightly bloated and could not help but ask, "Are you wearing armor?" "Chainmail. Other than being a priest, I'm also a knight." "Hee, we're really alike. I'm also a swordsman." Bo Chung patted the short sword at his waist and said with a smile, "After that incident, it's safer to carry a sword when going out. Lisbon is an exception. Too many people have seen the gold coins on him." Death Priest Corbett from Call said calmly. Almost every race that didn't have a single god had their own death god. For example, the Stranger of the 7 Gods, the Wild Lion of the Barren Land, and the Black Goat were the death gods worshipped by the people of Call. For the Church of the One God, such as the Red God Church, Lalo was the god of all creation, the King of Light. He was also the death god, the Shadow Lalo. Speaking of Lisbon, Bo Chung stroked his beard and asked the Shadowbinder, "Wizards' corpses have magic power. As the #1 genius of the younger generation, Lisbon's corpse is even more valuable. Can I buy his corpse? I might be able to create a fire wizard corpse demon." "Damn, I was just praising you for your magnanimity. You've revealed your true colors in just a few sentences?" Danny was infuriated by the Shadowbinder's refusal. However, Tam nodded without hesitation and said, "Sure, as long as you pay your family a reasonable price." Even Westeros know that Prince Bo is never short of money. The fire warlock behind Bo Chung laughed. "Well, Bo Chung came from the Bo dynasty of Barren Land, a branch of the royal family. Calling him a prince was an exaggeration, but he was definitely rich." Bo Chung nodded proudly and said, "I'll buy Lisbon's corpse at twice the market price." Isn't Lisbon our companion? She couldn't help but interrupt. That's why I'm paying twice the price. Bochum glanced at her and said calmly, when we're alive, we study others. When we're dead, we'll be studied by others. That's our fate. The shadow-binding knight's tone was casual, as if he was saying something like, if you're alive, you have to eat. Dani fell silent when she thought of the dried corpse of the wizard, her husband, that widow Queers had given her. However, after a short while, she was driven by curiosity and asked, what is a corpse ghost? Bochum thought for a moment and explained, after 10,000 years of research, the Barren Land Necromancer Association discovered a natural truth. When a person dies, the body will lose part of the yang spirit and at the same time give birth to some yin spirit. The so-called spirit could be seen as the unique active factor of living beings. It was an important factor that differentiated spiritual beings from non-living beings, such as stones, seawater, and soil. When a person is alive, the spirit in his body is all yang spirit. When a person dies, part of the yang spirit transforms into yin spirit, and the yin spirit and yang spirit mix together. As the corpse slowly decays, the amount of yin spirit and yang spirit will decrease and finally return to nature completely. After explaining a lot, Bochum was dismayed to find that the 6 people in the audience were all confused. Dani and Tam were wearing masks, so he couldn't see their expressions. He sighed and turned to Dani and asked, can you understand what I'm saying? You're saying it clearly. I'm not stupid. How can I not understand? Dani said in a light tone. The other 8 people looked at her strangely. This girl might be very talented, but she didn't have any magic power. She didn't even know a single spell. She was quite thick-skinned. Although they thought so, Tam and the other 6 people in the audience nodded slightly. They even looked as if they understood something. After all, the novice shadow-binding knight had said it. Anyone who wasn't stupid could understand. No matter what, they didn't want to be treated as a fool. However, Dani dragged her tone and said hesitantly, Master Bo, you seem to have made a mistake. The loss of a corpse's internal spirit isn't linear with the degree of decay. Oh, what do you mean? At the moment of death, a person will lose more than half of their spirit. After that, it will stabilize at a certain level. After that, it will start to decrease linearly. Dani indeed understood. Although she didn't know how the people of the East Continent researched it, their 10,000 years of research didn't go to waste. The so-called spirit should be spiritual quality. The yin spirit and the yang spirit should be referring to the different colors of the spiritual quality. Before meeting Bochum, she had always thought that the colorful particles were essentially the same. It was just like how sunlight was divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple by prism. However, they were all part of sunlight. After hearing the necromancer's words, Dani finally understood. Even if the purple and red light were part of sunlight, their wavelengths were different and their effects were different. How do you know? Bochum asked suspiciously. He personally experienced it from burning corpses. St. Bailey's ravings, Dani said proudly. What's that? Bochum and the others were confused. However, the fire warlock was stunned for a moment. He said in shock, the ravings that St. Bailey said before starving to death. What's going on? Bochum looked at his followers. The fire warlock pondered and said slowly, have you heard of Bailey who was blessed by the gods? After discovering that his wife and cousin were having an affair, he had been fasting and praying in the Holy Church, hoping to get help from the 7 gods. Perhaps he was confused by hunger and said a lot of nonsense during that period. However, the monks insisted that St. Bailey was enlightened by the 7 gods. That's right. His wife was stolen and he starved to death. It would be terrible if word got out. Of course, the 7 gods would help their own sage to cover it up. In short, some monks recorded some of the words that St. Bailey said before he died. The manuscript was called Bailey's Ravings. However, after Aegon the mediocre king, the cousin who stole his virgin wife, ascended to the throne, he burned all the information that defamed the Targaryen royal family. No one knew what Bailey said before he died. However, some people also said that some of the manuscripts were hidden by the monks of the old town. My fellow townsmen, you're awesome. You've solved this problem and saved me a lot of effort. Thank you, Danny echoed. I only saw some broken pages. Unfortunately, I didn't understand what they were saying. Now that I heard Master Bo Cheng's explanation, I immediately understood. She didn't spill the beans, but she had revealed information that she shouldn't have. The key was that if she pretended to be confused, the expert wouldn't talk to her in depth. But the 7 gods are fake, Corbett said with a frown. The Targaryen bloodline is real. Perhaps Bailey really communicated with a god of wisdom from another dimension, the Shadowbinder said calmly. Master Bo Chung, please continue. What's after the yin-yang spirit? Danny urged. Bo Chung didn't want to talk about it anymore. After all, no one could understand it. What was the point? However, he found that not only could Danny understand it, but she also gave him a new theory. He couldn't help but be interested. Before the Necromancer Association was established, we scholars only hoped to solve the mystery of life and death. We never thought of creating ghosts or other undead creatures. You also want to live forever? Danny asked strangely. Also, Bo Cheng asked doubtfully. He then shrugged and said matter-of-factly, who doesn't? That's right. Master, please continue. At first, the scholars didn't notice the difference between yin spirits and yang spirits. They only had one thought. After death, one would lose their spirit. But if they added spirit to a corpse, could they bring the dead back to life, or even live forever? Bo Chung was excited, as if he had transformed into a scholar who explored the mystery of life and death 10,000 years ago. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult, Danny sighed. She had thought of this before and had even tried many times. Unfortunately, not to mention corpses, even living people couldn't accept her spirit. Besides, it's not difficult, it's impossible. After all, the association didn't succeed even after 10,000 years of research. They only created a bunch of byproducts. Bo Chang sighed dejectedly and said slowly, during the research, the scholars gradually discovered the difference between yin and yang spirits. Living people can only accept yang spirits, while corpses have a stable, entangled yin and yang spirits. When the scholars tried to break the balance between yin and yang and extract all the yang spirits, the scholars became necromancers, and the corpses became zombies that could move and listen to orders. So that's how it is. Danny was very happy. She didn't come to this gathering for nothing. Or rather, Koeishi's prophecy was very accurate. She should go to the east, to Asia, to understand the truth of the world. Of course, Danny also realized that Asia wasn't the main point. The main point was to communicate more with supernatural people. Although this world's supernatural power was a bit weak, and there was an embarrassing incident where a mage was stabbed to death by a thief, the wisdom accumulated over thousands, or even tens of thousands of years couldn't be underestimated. It was all because this world's magic was too low, and the mysterious professionals were too miserable. I wonder if Master Bo Chung is interested in exchanging protective skills with me? Danny asked shamelessly. You want to learn necromancy? Bo Chung smiled faintly. Ahem, Layla. Shadowbinders control the power of fire and shadows. You can learn the fire wizard that you got from Lisbon, but necromancy can't coexist with it. Tam reminded. Hey, I haven't officially become a Shadowbinder yet. Danny shouted. Tam turned around and stared at her coldly, as if asking, I've invested so much effort in you, and you want to betray your master? Bo Chung waved his hand and smiled. Priest Layla, I'm sorry, but you're not a native, and necromancy secret arts are rarely taught to outsiders. Why? A rule left behind by our ancestors. Tam was silent for a while, and said slowly, there are necromancers from other schools in Asia. Layla, if you really want to learn necromancy, I'll introduce you to a few corpse robbers. Corpse robbers. Necromancers need corpses, and corpse robbers know where their customers are. You're a good person, Tam, Danny said affectionately. Necromancers and Shadowbinders can help with dragon hatching, the Shadowbinder said faintly. Bo Chung frowned and said, necromancy originated from the Barren Lands, and only the wizard from the Barren Lands' undead association are accepted. As for the other wild wizards, even the tolerant Asia doesn't allow necromancers to move around openly, and some places even kill them. Miss Layla, you have to be careful. Why? Danny asked curiously. Wild necromancers have no restrictions, and their witchcraft theories are incomplete. They pursue power over wisdom, and their actions are too inhumane. You have to understand that the Undead Association doesn't want to create terror, and our most fundamental pursuit has never changed immortality. Moonsinger glanced at the entrance of the hall and said softly, Malacho is here. Everyone looked over and saw a muscular man in black armor walking toward the stage with heavy steps. The muscular man was wearing a full body armor, which was matte black in color. His steps were steady and powerful, and he looked very heroic and domineering, like a victorious general who had just returned from the battlefield. He's Malacho, the leader of the Tiger Party who's been in the limelight recently. At the same time, he's also the commander-in-chief of the Allied army in Volantis, so he often wears armor to attend meetings and put on a show. There are hundreds of Volantis here, and all of them have the right to vote, Moonsinger whispered to Danny. Yeah. Danny's gaze was fixed on the Gith people behind Malacho, who were wearing golden tasseled toga robes. Why are the Gith people following Malacho? I heard that Malacho has always rejected the Gith people's invitation, and the Gith people are also staying in the Elephant Party's Nessisur mansion, she said doubtfully. Chapter 211. The Elephant Party is made up of sea merchants and moneylenders. The real war depends on the old nobles of the Tiger Party. Now that the alliance has formed, the three major forces of Volantis, Queers, and Zingis, Marazzo is the military representative of Volantis. If Zingis wants to take back Slave Bay, they can't do without his support, Bo Chung explained softly. Danny had thought that the main characters of the banquet would be the Dragon Hatcher mages, but the 9 of them had been talking in the corner for more than half an hour, and not a single guest came to greet them. After Marazzo entered the hall, he walked directly to the Volantis nobles near the orchestra stage. He didn't even notice the mages. Didn't you say you were going to show the dragon egg? Danny asked with a frown. The shadow-binding knight looked away from Marazzo and shook his head. It's still too early. What's your attitude towards the mother of dragons? Danny asked Bo Chung. Now that the 3 kingdoms of Barbarian are established, the 3 sides probably don't want to participate in this matter, and there are no slaves in Barbarian. Well, the 3 kingdoms here weren't Shu Han, Chao Wei, Sun Wu. The Golden Dynasty of Barbarian was named after the color of the dynasty. The history of the land of barbarians was divided into 3 stages. 1. The Kingdom of Dawn before the Long Night. 2. The Long Night during the Aso and High Period. 3. After the Long Night, the Golden Heavenly Dynasty, or the Rainbow Heavenly Dynasty. In the legends, the Dawn Kingdom's emperor was almost always a god or the son of a god. It was uncertain whether it was true or not, but the Dawn Kingdom had existed for a very long time. It could almost be considered a previous mythical civilization, along with the Children of the Forest. After that, the Golden Dynasty went through 10 dynasties: the Hai's Gray Dynasty, the Chang's Indigo Dynasty, and the Murong's Emerald Dynasty. Well, the last 3 dynasties were more strange. Chagang, Pearl White, and Huazi. Similar to the Western Han and Eastern Han dynasties, the royal family of the same surname extended their lives twice. The strange thing was that after 2 consecutive revivals, the emperor cut off his manhood. The crown prince could get married and have children, but once he ascended the throne, he had to cut off his male root to help the emperor get rid of all distracting thoughts and dedicate himself to the country. Needless to say, this policy was quite effective. The barbarian lands turned from a weak country that was bullied by everyone to a prosperous second largest country in the world. The people lived and worked in peace, and the empire expanded its territory. Even the people of Alleglia did not dare to provoke them. What was even more amazing was that they had also completed the first infrastructure project in the world of Song of Ice and Fire, which was to build a network of stone roads all over the land. Similar to Valleglia's Avenue, The 1,000-year-old immortal stone path connected all the cities in raised land. It was ridiculously powerful. After a few thousand years, the barbarians were still using the stone path built by the eunuch emperor of the Huazi dynasty. Unfortunately, the eunuch dynasty did not have a third chance to extend its life. After that, there was the Jia clan Green dynasty and the Luo clan Scarlet dynasty. It was the Luo clan dynasty of Luo Bao, who wanted to become Emperor Wu of Han, but had his head chopped off by the zebra people and made into a wine cup. The 9th dynasty was the Chai dynasty. This was the 10th dynasty, the Bu family's Azure dynasty. However, the Bu family's dynasty seemed to have reached a period of decline. Although the zebra people did not attack them, there were warlords in their own country. A general with zebra blood, Bo Xiong, occupied a trade town in the northwest, the Silk Road that connected the Western world. That Bo Xiong looked a little like in Lushan. There was also a remnant of the previous dynasty, who learned a lot of witchcraft. He occupied a piece of land and raised the flag of the Chai dynasty. It was similar to Murong Fu, who had successfully recovered the Great Yin. With Murong Fu and in Lushan eyeing them from the side, it was no wonder that the son of the Bu family did not want to participate in the Mother of Dragons crusade. However, the barbarians have joined the United Nations, and the income from the sea trade is almost the same as the land tax. The imperial court is unable to cut ties with the sea trade city-states. Bu Cheng sighed and said, "Without a doubt, the Dragon Queen is the enemy of the entire world. However, the Alliance army without dragons might not be her match. I really do not know how long this world war will last and how many people will die." Then, Danny looked around and asked in a weak voice, "What are your plans for the dragon hatching? Do you really have the confidence to hatch a dragon, or are you using your protective skills?" The moment she said that, the air in the small corner seemed to freeze. The atmosphere was awkward and heavy. Danny acted as if she did not know and continued, "It has been almost an hour since we entered the hall, and not a single guest has come to greet us. What does this mean? The Volantis people look down on us. But according to the popular saying, the dragon hatching needs to be sacrificed to the loved ones of those with noble bloodlines. The dragon granny of the new GIS burned 2 small noble families, hundreds of people, men, women, and children, but she did not even hatch a single dragon scale. What kind of future do you think she will have? You will not give her a sum of money and send her out of the country, right? If you cannot hatch a dragon, I am afraid that your ending will be 10 times, no, 100 times worse than hers. We have signed an agreement, but there is no guarantee that we will succeed." The Fire Warlock said nervously, "You are talking about an agreement with a person whose entire family has been wiped out?" Danny sneered. "Then what do you think we should do?" The Call people frowned. "Let's have a good time tonight. Tomorrow, we will just break up." Bo Cheng's 2 eyebrows almost stood up. He suppressed his anger and scolded, "You have not joined us yet, and you're already encouraging us to break up. What are your intentions?" "What intentions can I have? I want you to work on that 1,000,000 gold coin project after breaking up. Every one of you is powerful and knowledgeable. You are all talents." Danny stared at him without backing down. "Before I came, I thought that even if I would not be respected by the Volantis people, I would at least be able to talk and laugh with Mirajo. When your status is high, you naturally have the right to speak. But when I came over and saw it, my heart sank." Obviously, if there is a slight setback in the dragon hatching process, we will all be finished. Although it was unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. Everyone's face turned ugly and became silent. After a while, Bo Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Hatching a dragon can help me analyze the path of life and death. For the truth, I am not afraid of death. Yes, I am afraid of death, but I am more afraid of missing the opportunity to learn the truth." The Fire Warlock said seriously, "Makes sense." The Black Goat priest smiled and nodded. "Damn, they're all so brave. For the truth, they are not even afraid of death." Finally, the Shadow Binding Knight said slowly, "We are already the top group of people in the extraordinary profession. We are irreplaceable. As long as the Volantis people do not want to lose to the mother of dragons, they must have their own dragons. To hatch a dragon, we must live well. Someone is coming, the moon singer whispered. A handsome blond young man walked over and said politely, Mage's Senator Nisi, sir, has arrived. Senator Marajo invites you over. When they were whispering, Marajo stopped the orchestra and gave a campaign speech on the stage. His voice was full of passion, but the content was very boring. Even Danny, an outsider who had just arrived in Volantis for less than 2 days, could tell his campaign outline. In fact, when she passed by the park in the afternoon, she had already heard Marajo's speech and seen too many elephants with slogans on their bodies. In summary, there were 2 points. 1, I want to fight against the mother of dragons. 2, I was born in the old nobility, and my ability to lead troops in war is the best in the world. After Marajo finished his speech, another senator led a group of people into the hall. Then, the blond young man came to look for the dragon hatcher mages. Danny stood behind the moon singer obediently and looked at the 3 mages on the stage, chatting with Marajo, Nisi, sir, and the other dignitaries. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes and said in disbelief, Valeglia Steel? Her voice was really soft, and it was blocked by the wooden mask, but the moon singer still touched her. Don't be rude. No one is paying attention to us. The Volantis people are all surrounding the 3 mages. The pyromancer said sourly. Well, the 3 mages went up the stage, and the 2 senators were like hosts, introducing the 3 guests to the Volantis people. From time to time, they would ask a few questions about the dragon hatching. It was very lively. Danny and the rest were also standing on the stage, but they were very far away on the left side of the small stage. Marajo is wearing the Valeglia steel armor? Danny asked in a low voice. The Ararathon family doesn't know about this? Moonsinger's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Ararathon has left Volantis for hundreds of years. I only know that the Megaya family belongs to the 14th Fire Peak family. Danny smiled bitterly. Damn, I almost exposed it. Is this a secret that everyone knows? Moonsinger did not think much and explained in a low voice. You are not wrong. The Megaya family has the only Valeglia steel armor in the world. How lucky, Danny murmured. Yes, there are many branches of the 14th Fire Peak, but only his ancestor got a set of armor. Danny's eyes flashed with a smile. You misunderstood. I am the lucky one. Seeing Marajo scolding the mother of dragons emotionally and waving his arms up and down, she could not help but wonder. In the afternoon, Marajo's arm was still in a sling. How did he recover so quickly? Have you forgotten? Moonsinger glanced at her and said strangely, Wasn't his arm broken by you? You mean? Danny was shocked. Tam slept with this consul? Yes, Marajo is the noble. When he woke up in the morning, his right hand was in pain as if it was broken, but the arm itself was not injured. When the residual blood wizard power dissipated, it was restored to its original state. He and Tam have an affair, Danny said strangely. So? Moonsinger did not understand why she was surprised. Marajo is a man, and Great Wizard Tam is a woman. It is natural for a man and a woman to be together. Is it normal? Danny turned her head abruptly, and her eyes behind the wooden mask were full of disbelief. It's strange for you to say such things. How is it strange? You are wearing women's clothes. Don't you prefer men? Danny stammered. You like men? Oh no, you have a strange fetish. You like women. Moonsinger's sallow face flushed red, and she could barely suppress her anger. Everyone nearby looked over. Well, they looked at Danny and Moonsinger curiously with gossipy eyes, as if the 2 of them had performed a strange fetish in public. Calm down. I'm not discriminating against you. Why are you so agitated? Danny was very calm, with the wooden mask covering her face. She was not afraid of being seen at all. You are ignorant. Moonsinger took a step back and avoided everyone's gaze with shame and anger. Moonsingers are mostly women. If a man wants to become a moonsinger, he must wear women's clothes and dress like a woman. Oh my God, you zebra people are really, really big shots. The shadow binder noticed Danny's movement and frowned. He whispered a few words in Mirajo's ear. Then, the consul said loudly, "Members of the wizard group, please come to the stage and help us verify the authenticity of the dragon egg." Chapter 212. You're not even sure if it's real or fake. Danny was shocked. She tugged at Moonchant's sleeve and asked, "Have you never seen a dragon egg before?" Moonchant did not seem to want to talk to her anymore. She pulled up her sleeve and walked forward without saying a word. "All right, I apologize for my ignorance. I'll treat you to a big meal when we get back to the merchant's house," Danny begged. Moonchant snorted and explained with an awkward expression, "The dragon incubator mages were formed 2 months ago, but Mirajo, or Volantis, only got the dragon egg today." After a few words, the 6 followers came to the stage. According to their status, Danny was not in the center position. She stood at the side. She saw 2 attendants place a 2-foot square round table with long legs in the center of the stage. Another gray-haired, long-faced, middle-aged man came out of the crowd with a black lacquered wooden box the size of a medical box. Without saying a word, he put the box on the table and pulled out a key from his collar. As if he wanted everyone to see clearly, he raised the key up high and shook it before finally inserting it into the red copper keyhole of the wooden box. Opening the lid, the long-faced man took a look and nodded to Mirajo and Nessie, "Sir," saying, "Please check it." "Bravosi," Danny exclaimed softly. The long-faced man's accent was exactly the same as hers, or rather, Priest Layla's. It was like they were all from China, but when they spoke in northeastern, Sichuan, Wuhan, and Wuxi dialects, experienced people would be able to tell the origin of the other party. The 9 free trade city-states, including Slave Bay and New Guys, all spoke Valeglia. It was just that there were local accents mixed in every place, so it was easy to tell. Color, texture, scale, weight. The shadow bind touched the box for a while and nodded to the 2 consul, saying, "It's a dragon egg." The consul was a descendant of Valeglia's nobles. Of course, he knew some techniques to identify dragon eggs. After the 3 big shots looked at it, the consul personally checked it again. After that, it was the turn of the 10 old nobles of Atlantis. Dozens of people surrounded the small round table for more than half an hour before it was the turn of the 6 young mages. It was a dragon egg that was as red as the setting sun. "It's a bit small," Danny commented after seeing it for the first time. "Small." The fire warlock put down the dragon egg doubtfully and said, "It's exactly the same as the dragon egg in the records. It should be real." Before the other 3 fire mages could do it, Danny stepped forward and took the dragon egg. As soon as she touched the dragon egg, her expression abruptly changed. "Oh my God, it's true." "Of course it's true," the Bravosi said unhappily. Danny looked up at the Bravosi and said, "This is not a stone egg, not a fossil dragon egg from Asia. You can even tell. Not simple." The long-faced man revealed a look of shock. "I've seen stone eggs in Kyle's." "I see." The long-faced man came to a realization and turned to the 2 archons. "It comes from the Westeros, the Targaryen family's dragon egg. It has a history of only 250 years. Compared to a stone egg, it's more likely to hatch a dragon." "Very good." Malakar nodded expressionlessly. "Is the contract complete?" the long-faced man asked. "As long as the dragon hatches successfully, we will definitely teach you all the secret arts," Nisisur said. The long-faced man looked around and hesitated. "Only 2 archons. Dofas will be eliminated, so there's no need for him to come. I represent the elephant party, and Malakar represents the tiger party. There are hundreds of nobles around as witnesses." "It's enough," Nisisur said. "Has Bravos and Volantis formed an alliance?" Danny asked the moon singer in a low voice. "I'm not sure." "Sigh, really?" Danny glanced up at the dome. The huge black shadow fell rapidly. "What a pity." Boom! Colorful fragments scattered in all directions. A bright pillar of fire suddenly descended like a divine punishment, like a missile hitting the dome. Crash! The magnificent glass palace was like a toy that had been slapped by a titan. It exploded into pieces, and colorful pieces fell like a storm. Before the people below could recover from a shock, a loud roar resounded through the entire place. Hiss, the demonic sound from hell, made the people who reacted to it change their expressions. Dragon, Archon Nisisur screamed like a woman. Malakar's face was expressionless like a granite relief sculpture. Now, his face was extremely distorted as he looked at the black dragon descending from the sky in disbelief. 400 years later, a true dragon descended on the Tower of Babel again. If this was during Valeglia's time, it would be a great honor for the Tower Master to receive a Dragon King. But now, no, boom! The bright red dragon flame with black smoke fell directly on the head of the Volantis Land Army commander. It was like throwing a pencil box with ice cream into a charcoal furnace. A brown liquid with a strange meaty aroma seeped out from the gaps of the iron boots. Ah, demon dragon! All the mother of dragons is attacking. The Volantis nobles shouted crazily as they ran around without thinking. They dove into the flames, rushed into the dark space around them, rushed out of the platform, and fell to the ground. The glass dome shattered, and the wind howled at the top of the tower. The dragon flame was like a plow of death, flipping through the crazily shouting crowd, taking away lives one by one. Hiss, another white dragon, fell from the sea of fire. It seemed to be competing with its elder brother, venting its scorching heat and terror without restraint. Volantis had long been prepared for an expedition to the east. Once the election was over, they would publicly declare war on the Slave Bay and the Dragon Queen. But this peaceful city itself was not prepared to accept the baptism of war. The two dragons were like demons that crawled out from hell, wantonly hunting the noblest people in the city on the platform. There was no mercy, no mercy. The handsome faces of the gods and goddesses melted in the dragon flame, and the dreamy heaven-like venue cried in the fire. The roofless platform of 800 square meters was big enough for a banquet, but in the face of two megalosaurus running back and forth with the dragon flame. The shortest dragon flame was at least 14 to 15 meters long. In 5 minutes, they swept 7 to 8 rounds back and forth, and there was not a single groan in the entire venue. Everyone was dead. The black dragon seemed to have intelligence. After burning Mirajo to death, it had been blocking the entrance of stairs. Hiss, hiss, the dragon's roar gradually disappeared into the sky, leaving behind a crackling inferno. Another 3 minutes passed. Plop. In the center of the venue, where the fountain used to be, a few stacked burning corpses were pushed away. The pointed head of the moon chant popped out, shaking his wet hair vigorously. His chest was like a bellows that was being pulled at high speed, and he was gasping for air. Cough, cough, cough. The thick smoke and the burnt smell made him cough violently. Cough, cough, gone, the demon dragon cough, flew away, cough, 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 plop, plop. The corpses seemed to come alive and rolled to the side. More than 10 black figures sat up in the pool. Ouch, my hand is burned. Bo Chung hugged his right elbow and wailed. It's good enough that you're still alive. Cough, cough. Danny shook her head, looked around, and coughed. The corpses are burning like candles. We can't stay here for too long. The binding knight Tam struggled to get up, and luckily said, Thank goodness you were smart enough, Layla. You pulled us straight to the pool and didn't try to rush to the stairs like the others. Come and help me. Ouch. My leg was broken by someone. Danny looked closer and said in surprise, Consul Nisi, sir, you're not dead? This was not an act. At that time, she did not even think of saving any Volantis. She pulled Tam with one hand and Bo Chung with the other, and ran straight to the pool in a snake-like manner. Oh, I didn't pull the moon chanter away, because that fellow had grabbed onto my robe in a death grip. Help! Cough, cough! I can't breathe. Help me get out of here. He only cared about wailing. Danny did not help him, but grabbed the moon singer who was about to run to the stairs and push him over. The consul immediately hugged the skinny zebra man like an octopus. The binding knight walked over to support the other side of the consul and asked curiously, Your Excellency, why didn't the mother of dragons burn you to death? Danny still had a long sword on her waist, and she took it down along with the scabbard. She pushed aside the burning corpses on the way and moved step by step towards the stairs. Other than the 5 of them, there are 8 people who survived. After all, the pool was 20 square meters and more than half a meter deep. As long as they did not faint or suffocate, the people at the bottom would be half alive. More importantly, the 2 dragons adjusted their angles, and most of the dragon flames flew over the pool instead of directly burning it. I'm not stupid. If I don't run when I see Malacho melting beside me, am I going to wait for the dragons to burn me? Narcissos groaned. Why did you think of running to the pool? Moonsinger asked curiously. Hee, this is wisdom. Narcissus grinned and said proudly, that black dragon clearly has a rider, which is that vicious woman. Her heart is like a poisonous scorpion, but she's not stupid at all. If I were in her shoes, if I was riding the dragon, I would also let the dragon block the stairs as I plan to attack the Tower of Babel. Sure enough, that devil is as vicious as expected. She will definitely kill us all. Damn, even you thought of this. Are you a devil? An old man from Volantis looked up at the dark night sky, and then looked around at the corpses that were burning with bloody flames and smoke. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he came to his senses. He wailed, tragic, 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 too tragic, sob, sob, sob. This is war. Danny sighed with a complicated expression. Priest Corbett is dead. Dark, Lincoln, and Mace are also dead, the Fire Warlock said with a sobbing tone. You're still alive? Danny glanced at him in surprise. The face and clothes of the Westeros were black, and there was a large burning hole at the bottom of his robe. Dead, dead, all dead, sob, sob. The Fire Warlock looked around numbly and started crying without warning. His crying was like the fuse of a firecracker, and a series of wails sounded in the dilapidated hall that was filled with the smell of meat. Stop wailing. Come and move the corpses. The stairs are blocked, Danny shouted. Is there anyone still alive? Her words alarmed the people at the bottom. Across the pile of burning corpses, the people on the other side also started to shout and drag the corpses. It's Butler Fox, the Shadow Binder shouted. There are still people upstairs. Butler Fox, move the corpses away. The Fire Warlock who was sobbing was like a little girl who was being molested. With a sharp voice, he pointed to the northeast and said, Look over there. The Mother of Dragons hasn't left yet. She wants to burn the Black Wall. Chapter 213. Of course, there was more than one Tower of Babel within the Black Wall. Excluding the small nobles and merchants, there were more than 30 branches of the top nobles of Valeglia, including the 14 Fire Peaks. Almost every family in the 14 Fire Peaks had a black tower to welcome the Dragon King from the main family. Roughly speaking, there were 22 Tower of Babel within the Black Wall. Of course, like the Megra family in Maracho, the top floors of the rest of the Tower of Babel were remodeled, either with glass or with domes or with flower beds and swimming pools. But one thing was for sure, these families followed the tradition of the Son of the Sky, of Valeglia, and the noblest people must live at the top floor. And in the room of the family master, there must be precious items passed down from the ancestors. For example, Valeglia swords, Valeglia books, statues, secret techniques. The Volantis never thought that the Mother of Dragons would cross 3,000 kilometers and launch a surprise attack on them. So, there were no dragons slaying crossbows, no archers, and no strong guards. Many of the top floors of the towers did not even have servants. It was empty, waiting for someone of noble character to ride a dragon and steal it. They got used to it after a while. What is the Mother of Dragons doing? Bo Chung looked in the direction of the fire mage's finger. In the darkness, the dark red dragon flame flashed and disappeared, leaving only flickering flames burning slowly. Oh, what a vicious woman. She wants to clear out all the family masters of the noble families and break the spine of the Volantis. Nisi Sir was stunned for a moment and shouted in realization. There were people cleaning up the corpses in the stairwell. Dany also stopped and shouted at the console with her sword. It's no use crying here. Hurry up and take out your trump cards. What dragon-slaying crossbows, dragon horn, witchcraft, and so on. Even at this time, you are still hiding it. No, there is nothing. Nisi, sir, said almost crying. How can there be nothing? You're going to attack Slaver's Bay. It's impossible that you did not prepare dragon-slaying methods, right? Dany doubted. If the real dragon is so easy to deal with, how can we Valeglia rule the world? Why should the Volantis cooperate with the Bravosi to hatch a dragon? The consul looked at the burning wooden dome in the distance and howled in despair. It seems like he really doesn't have any killing moves. Now I can relax. What about the dragon-slaying crossbows? Even the Gith people have dragon-slaying crossbows. She seemed to be more anxious than the Volantis people. The Gith people use ballistae to defend the city. They are placed on the city wall and have a horizontal range of more than 300 meters. They are very powerful and can kill elephant soldiers. However, its vertical flight altitude is less than 50 meters, so it won't have much effect on the Megalosaurus in the sky. Let's disperse. Dany waved her hand and dejectedly said to the shadow-binding knight and the others, Look, these guys don't even have dragon-slaying crossbows, and they're still planning to conquer Slave Bay. Hoo-hoo-hoo. A gust of wind blew from the ground, and the flames on the corpses not far away crackled. The staircase was opened, and a gust of wind rushed up. Hurry, hurry, and rush over. The butler urged the servant loudly. Soon, more than a dozen slaves covered in wet sheets stepped on the scalding stairs and rushed up with a stretcher. We have dragon-slaying crossbows, real dragon-slaying crossbows from the Westeros. Nessus climbed onto the stretcher and said, although Coer didn't join the Allied army, they're still a member of the United Nations. 3 months ago, they accepted an order from the Allied army to build dragon-slaying crossbows for us. Half a month later, the first batch of 1,000 ballistae will leave Coer and go south along the Rhone River to Volantis. Dany's heart tightened and asked, Where did the Westeros get dragon-slaying crossbows? Did you bring them here? She turned to look at the fire warlock. The slaves began to run down with the stretcher. Dany followed behind the consul, and the fire warlock and Moonsinger followed behind her. Well, other than Boat, Chung, and the shadow-binding knight, the other low-level mages didn't get a stretcher. The blueprint of the dragon-slaying crossbow is strictly kept in the royal library. How could I come into contact with it? The fire warlock's blackened face showed a bitter smile. Ha! That woman is indeed very strong, but this time she's really going against the entire world. Nessus sneered and said with a twisted face, The Westeros are even more anxious than us. If the Allied army fails, the sea merchants will at most go home to farm. It's a bit hard, but their families won't have to worry about it. However, Lannister, Theon, Stark, Tully, Arryn, the Dukes of the Five Kingdoms didn't even have the chance to surrender. With the mother of dragons' crazy, tyrannical, and cruel personality, how could she not exterminate their families? I'm crazy, tyrannical, and cruel? Good, very good. I see. Stark, Tully, Theon are all gone. The person who sent the blueprint should be Lannister, right? Dany said with a smile. No, the person who brought us the blueprint came from the Old Town. He represents the High Court's attitude. Nessus shook his head. When they walked out of the corridor, the doctors waiting in the palace immediately gathered around and cleaned the consul's wounds. High Court? Dany was shocked. What kind of fucking script was this? Riverbend originally belonged to the Gardner family. Riverbend's king's surname was Gardner. Tyrell was only the Gardner's butler and could barely be considered a mid-level noble in Riverbend. During the War of Conquest, the entire Gardner family died in the Blazing Fury battle. As the head steward of High Court, Tyrell opened the city and surrendered. Aegon Targaryen rewarded him with the title of Duke of High Court. For 300 years, Tyrion had always been a loyal follower of Targaryen. During the War of the Usurpers, Targaryen's only ally was Tyrell of High Court. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong commander. Duke Mace Tyrell's fighting skills were too advanced. If Rando Tarly Jon's close friend and Sam Tarly's father, led the troops the Targaryen dynasty might have been able to survive. At that time, even Rhaegar's brother-in-law, Dorn only stood aside and watched the battle. That was why Viserys, Dany, Barristan, and Jorah Mormont had always thought that Tyrell could be an ally of Targaryens. Dany had even planned to visit the Citadel of Learning on this trip to the Westeros. But now, was there not a single loyal official in the Seven Kingdoms? After thinking for a moment, she asked tentatively, "What's Lannister's attitude?" "I heard that Lannister and Tywin have a marriage alliance. High Court might be conveying Duke Tywin's intentions. Perhaps. We sent an envoy to King's Landing to invite King Joffrey to join the alliance. Tywin Lannister didn't explicitly refuse. He only said that the Westeros had many things to do and couldn't support a war thousands of miles away." The consul drank a cup of poppy milk and fell asleep. The healer took the opportunity to set his bones. "Let's go." The shadow binder pulled Dany's sleeve. "It's time to leave." Dany shook her long black sleeve that was dripping with water and said unhappily, You didn't even give me a change of clothes? Hundreds of nobles died. Who would be in the mood to entertain us?" Bo Chung shook his head. They chatted as they went down the stairs. "Where do you live?" "The merchant's house." "Huh, we're going the same way. I have something to do." Clang, clang, clang. As they were talking, a heavy and drawn-out bell rang above their heads. Is this calling for the Tiger Cloak Army and the city to be under martial law? The Shadowbinder looked in confusion at the Valantian servant who was leading them in front. The Blackwall alarm bell was used to welcome the noble Dragon King in Valeglia. Now it's mostly used to issue fire alarms. "It's burning up there. It's a bit loud. It might attract the Mother of Dragons," the Fire Warlock said worriedly. "This place has already been burned. Why would she come?" Dany sneered. This boom. The dragon's roar pierced through the night sky like lightning. The bell stopped ringing abruptly. The sound of the house being burned by the dragon's flames could be faintly heard from the bottom of the tower. There was also the sharp wailing of the butler. Everyone looked at the Fire Warlock in unison. Their gazes were strange, making the Westeros shiver. "I was just guessing," he said with a trembling voice. "So let's just split up. The Megalosaurus is too fierce." Dany sighed. Poor Consul Nessosaurus. He managed to escape with his wisdom and courage, but he was implicated by the fire alarm bell. "It's too tragic. We can't split up." After witnessing the power of the Megalosaurus, the Valantians will need us more and value our strength more. Bo Chung shook his head. "Also, I came all the way from the Barren Lands to hatch the dragon. It's more than 10,000 miles and took a few months on a boat. I don't want to go back just like that. I heard that Masterwood is preparing to." Dany caught a glimpse of the Valantians running in panic in the courtyard and immediately stopped talking. She trotted out of the tower quickly and stood on the lawn to look up. Sure enough, the windows of the palace on the top floor were spitting out tongues of fire. The entire floor was set ablaze. In the dark sky, the Tower of Babel was like a burning torch. On the ground, a team of Tiger Cloak Army had rushed over. A large group of Valantians, old and young, walked out of their houses. Some looked at the burning black tower in confusion. Some shouted in panic, "It's on fire!" There were also people who saw the figure of the Megalosaurus in the fire and heard a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. They screamed in fear. The Mother of Dragons is attacking. More people thought of the fate of their relatives who attended the Black Tower gathering and couldn't help but cry. In the midst of the chaos, the 5 mages climbed onto 2 white elephants and passed through the crowd that had gathered around them. They slowly made their way towards the Black Wall city gate. "Did you know that Master Wood is going to Slaver's Bay to seek refuge with the Mother of Dragons?" Dany asked Bo Chung opposite her. She changed seats with the Fire Warlock. The Westeros, Tam, and Moon Singer sat on a giant elephant. Dany and the Barbarian Necromancer sat on a castle. Mother of Dragons? No future. The Barbarian shook his head. The sky is burning. The Megalosaurus is roaring, and her enemies are wailing in the fire. If I didn't pull you away, you would have been melted into a puddle of burnt grease by the dragon's flames like those hundreds of dead people. Sigh. Even if that's the case, the mother of dragons did not harm the foundation of Atlantis. You also heard that in half a month's time, Ka will hand over 1,000 dragon-slaying crossbows to the Alliance. Danny thought for a moment and said, I saved your life, didn't I? Yes. How are you going to repay me? Danny grinned. Bo Chung was stunned and said, I thought you were a warm-hearted good person. I am a good person. Danny nodded and said with a smile, a good person wants to learn necromancy. What do you think? The Necromancer Association. Bo Chung's expression changed a few times. Seeing that Danny was staring at him without any intention to ease the situation, he gritted his teeth and said seriously, the basic meditation techniques must not be leaked. I can only teach you 2 techniques. That's fine. Danny already had the most powerful inheritance of the great wizard. She didn't need the meditation techniques of other wizard schools at all. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.